In a sprawling city, beneath roads bustling with traffic and towering skyscrapers that pierced the sky, the traffic lights by the roadside suddenly flickered with electric sparks, as if they were malfunctioning. Everyone was busy, hurrying along the sidewalk. Suddenly, Kang In appeared. He had just reincarnated into this place, wearing black shoes on his feet. Still feeling disoriented about his identity, he spread his hands out and stared at them for a long time. Then he cast his gaze around, observing the tall buildings and the busy traffic. Kang In was confused about this place. Suddenly his eyes widened, showing utter astonishment. Kang In stood like a statue, his feet planted firmly on the ground, his hands still splayed out, his face full of confusion, his mind racing with questions. Where am I? A moment later, Kang In observed his surroundings again. He saw his own reflection in the window of a large vehicle passing by. The reflection was clear, a handsome face but one filled with bewilderment. After seeing his face, Kang In was even more shocked because he couldn't remember anything. He just stood there frozen, his mind overflowing with questions. Who am I? What is my name? While still confused, he caught a glimpse of a logo on his sleeve. Kang In held his arm up to get a better look at the logo, his eyes intent and unblinking. It seemed he had a guess about this outfit. Kang In held his arm up to get a better look at the logo, his eyes intent and unblinking. It seemed he had a guess about this outfit. Then he glanced at the other sleeve. Kang In wondered, is this military gear? He looked up at the vast sky with shimmering rays of sunlight shining down, silently asking himself, what is my name? What am I doing? Where am I? He remained rooted to the spot, looking up at the sky, his heart surging with confusion and doubt because he couldn't remember a single thing. A loud noise startled a flock of birds in the sky, sending them scattering in panic. Kang In was surprised by his own extraordinary strength. Meanwhile, the people around him were startled, shocked to the point of widening their eyes. After doing that silly thing, Kang In still stood as if frozen, thinking to himself, my instincts react too sharply to sound. He looked at the hand that had just punched through the tree, curiously wondering, but what is this power? Suddenly a voice echoed in his head, making Kang In jump. Nice to meet you. Kang In looked around, trying to find the source of the voice, but saw no one. Then the voice continued, I am the AI combat system implanted in your body. Upon hearing this, Kang In was stunned and asked back, implanted in my body? The system replied, that's correct, I am inside your body. Kang In looked straight ahead, not hesitating to ask, where are we and what year is this? The system replied, based on its analysis of the banners in view, it appears to be the year 2024. In front of Kang In were signs like, Global Talent Development Project, Nurturing Global Leaders 2024, Warm Sports Festival for Elementary School 2024, Family Culture Festival 2024, come play at the Taj Gan 2024 Festival. The system continued to inform, I am a military AI model from the year 2082. Kang In heard this and was stunned, not believing his ears. 2082? How can that be? Kang In still stood still. The traffic light flickered with electric sparks, then gradually went completely dark. Smoke drifted out from around it as if it were burning. Kang In continued talking to the system. So, did you lose your memory just like me? By the roadside, a driver hummed a tune while driving, perhaps noticing the broken traffic light. The driver panicked, unable to react in time, and shouted loudly, the traffic light. He hurriedly slammed on the brakes to avoid an accident. However, the car still didn't stop in time, making a loud noise that sent the cars behind into a panic. Suddenly, the system warned Kang In, traffic accident detected. The car from before has lost control and is heading straight toward you. Kang In turned his head, discovered the danger, but couldn't react in time. The system continued to warn, dodge quickly. The red car behind, due to the sudden braking, crashed straight into the roadside barrier. Unexpectedly, a large iron bar flew from somewhere at an incredible speed. The system issued a red alert, warning of an approaching dangerous object. Kang In heard the warning and was startled, discovering an iron bar plummeting from above toward his spot. He hurriedly reacted and dodged to one side. The iron bar didn't change direction and plunged straight into the stomach of the man behind Kang In. He turned his head to look at the man, his eyes filled with extreme bewilderment and fear. Passers-by who witnessed the scene cried out in horror. Someone shouted, a metal bar just impaled that man's stomach. The man collapsed onto the road but wasn't dead yet. He was still gasping, his whole body shaking violently. People rushed over, shouting, call 911. A few people asked, are you okay? Kang In saw text appear, a citizen has been injured. The young man next to the victim said anxiously, please open your eyes. Kang In saw the text, couldn't believe his eyes, blinked repeatedly, then rubbed his eyes to confirm. Afterward he asked, I just saw some red and blue things. What are those? The system immediately replied, those are projections from the visual support device, a feature of the AI lens. Kang In was still panicked, looked at the injured person and thought to himself, good thing I dodged in time. The man remained motionless, blood flowing in a stream. Kang In thought again, an innocent commoner could die within 5 minutes. He frowned, worried about saving the injured person. I can't get him to the hospital in 5 minutes. Is there no way to save him? The system immediately offered a solution. I suggest you perform emergency surgery. Kang In asked back in confusion, "What, me? I can't do that." The system replied confidently, "I can." Kang In wondered even more, how? The system began to guide him step by step. First, we need to assess the patient's condition. The injured man remained motionless. Kang In observed and then said, "The patient's condition." He was still hesitant, his mind full of questions, but in an emergency, human life is the most important thing. Thinking that, Kang In immediately ran over to observe the patient more closely. He attentively observed the wound still oozing blood, his eyes focused like a professional. Then he reported the condition to the system. "The wound is very deep. It looks like it needs major surgery. Can you really do it?" The system replied immediately, "I have identified the necessary tools. If we have a needle and thread, a small knife and disinfectant, we can perform the surgery." Kang In hurriedly asked back, "Needle and thread, a small knife and disinfectant. Can you perform surgery with those things?" The man in front heard this, looked at Kang In surprise, and asked, "Excuse me, can you perform emergency aid?" The man in front heard this, looked at Kang In surprise, and asked, "Excuse me, can you perform emergency aid?" Kang In glanced at him, and the other person continued, "Can I assist you?" In Kang In's mind, there were still many doubts, not knowing if he could trust this AI system, but out loud he still made the request. "I need a needle and thread, a small knife and disinfectant." The man heard this and shouted, "If anyone has a needle and thread, a small knife and disinfectant, please give them to us." People around replied, I have it too." The tools were quickly prepared and placed neatly beside them. An onlooker wondered, "Who is that guy? Is he a doctor?" Many others gossiped, "He doesn't look like a doctor. What is he trying to do?" Kang In bowed his head, hearing everyone gossiping, feeling helpless and slightly skeptical about himself, not knowing how to handle it. Afterward, Kang In calmed down and whispered to the system, "The tools are ready. What should I do now?" The system suggested, "Give me temporary control so I can control your hands." Kang In looked down at his hands and wondered, temporary control. He still didn't truly trust the system and was even a bit scared, so he thought carefully. "I really want to ask what this is, but if I hesitate, this person will die." Finally, Kang In said, "I grant permission." The system announced, "Temporary control unlocked." Suddenly, both of Kang In's hands glowed. He stared at his hands to see what was happening. Suddenly, he panicked, frowned, and his eyes widened wide when he saw his hands moving automatically without his control. He thought in surprise, "My hands are moving on their own." The system controlled Kang In's hands, quickly pulling the metal bar out of the patient, then took the needle and thread, started sewing the wound, and bent the needle professionally. Kang In was sewing the wound with speed and skill that stunned everyone watching. He thought to himself, "My fingers can move with astonishing agility and gentleness." The wound was gradually being sewn shut. Kang In thought to himself, "At this speed, I think the surgery will be successful." But suddenly the system echoed in his head, "Warning. Blood loss is far greater than expected. Survival rate is decreasing." Kang In panicked, his hands still sewing the wound, and anxiously asked the system, "What? Are you sure you can save him?" The system did not answer and fell silent, making Kang In even more impatient when he couldn't hear an answer. Kang In hurriedly said, "Wait, why aren't you answering?" Just then, his hands stopped moving. It seemed the system had stopped controlling his hands while the surgery was still unfinished. Kang In was startled, frowned with beads of sweat on his forehead. He thought anxiously, "My hands stopped moving. Hey, who?" The patient suddenly sprayed a large amount of blood. The blood splattered onto Kang In's face, making him startle and widen his eyes. The blood splattered onto Kang In's face, making him startle and widen his eyes, looking more helpless than scared. Kang In didn't know how to handle it and thought to himself, "This is bad." At the San Forzit University Medical Center, someone shouted, "Emergency patient." Another shouted, "The patient has lost too much blood. Prepare the operating room immediately." Someone replied, "Understood, the patient is being prepped for surgery." Someone replied, "Understood, the patient is being prepped for surgery." A doctor walked out of the operating room, breathing a sigh of relief. Another doctor approached and asked about the situation. "Done. How is the patient?" The doctor who had just come from the emergency room replied, "Stabilized." The other doctor handed him water and asked, "Good, was the injury not as serious as we thought?" The doctor who just walked out of the operating room scratched his head in confusion. "No, when I opened the wound, I was terrified." Hearing that, the other doctor wondered, but the first doctor continued, "If the bleeding hadn't been stopped sooner, he might have died before leaving the ambulance." The doctor continued, "There was definitely a lot of blood loss, but most of it was handled." The other person asked, "So what's the issue?" The doctor who had just left the operating room was bewildered, unable to believe the miracle he had just witnessed. He just used regular thread to sew it up inside and out. With thread? The other doctor was surprised. "What? With thread?" The doctor replied as if he couldn't believe it himself. "Yeah, the kind used for clothing, but there's something even more special." The stitches were incredibly synchronized, as if done by a machine and not a human. A doctor who wasn't in the surgery at the time raised his glasses, like a scientist analyzing, and finally concluded, sounding extremely logical, "That's absurd." The doctor from the operating room heard this and felt strongly, I can't believe it either, but it's the truth. Just as their conversation reached its climax, someone suddenly spoke up. Hello. It was a person dressed in normal clothes, a t-shirt, long pants, wearing a jacket, who approached the two doctors and introduced himself. I am Detective Bak Ko Kai Dung. A doctor asked, you arrived just in time, the patient's condition has stabilized. The doctor from the operating room who walked out earlier wondered, was the surgery really performed on the street? Kai Dung scratched his head and replied, I'm also very surprised. Kai Dung scratched his head and replied, I'm also very surprised. He recalled the process of sewing the wound on the street and was still stunned. It was clear the public had repeatedly suggested using surgical knives, but he used a box cutter. This thing. The two other doctors couldn't keep their cool upon hearing this, their eyes and mouths wide open as they exclaimed. What? Seeing the reaction of the two doctors, Kai Dung was skeptical. Is this thing that hard to use? The blue-shirted doctor said angrily. Of course. This isn't the kind of surgery that can be easily done on the street. Do you think a box cutter can cut open a human body? Is he a master of swordsmanship? Kai Dung remained puzzled, but everyone there said so. Another doctor asked, and what about the needle? What kind of needle did he use? Kai Dung recalled and replied. He bent a needle from a sewing kit. The two doctors thought to themselves, he's crazy. They were extremely curious and wanted to meet that person immediately. Where is the person who performed the surgery now? Kai Dung replied. After finishing, he quietly left before the ambulance arrived. The three of them suddenly sank into deep thought, and the hospital corridor also became unusually quiet. Somewhere else in the hospital, after everything was settled, Kang In was washing his blood-stained hands, muttering, You stopped naturally, making me think you gave up. The system's voice echoed in response. I was just calculating how to continue the surgery. That was Kang In. After washing his hands, he turned off the faucet and asked, So why did you lose your memory? The system replied, It seems my memory has been reset. He asked further, Do you remember your name? The system replied, It hasn't been set yet. Hearing that, Kang In got an idea. Really? Then I'll give you a name. Exactly what are you? The system replied, I am an AI combat support system implanted in the host's body. Kang In sat in deep thought, muttering, AI combat support, shortened its in combat AI. Thinking of this name, he clapped his hands and decided immediately. From now on, your name is In. Kang In's eyes lit up. He asked the system, Why aren't you saying anything? The system immediately replied, My name has been set as Jin. If you want to change it, please speak. I will reset it immediately. Should I change your name to Black Dragon? The system immediately replied without hesitation. No, Jin is fine. He was surprised because the system answered so quickly. Thinking that, Kang In looked at his outfit and noticed the embroidery on his left sleeve. There was an embroidery with the words Earth Alliance. Jin immediately replied, That is a special operations military uniform reserved for Earth Alliance personnel. He hypothesized, Suppose I am an amnesiac agent. Kang In said to Jin, And you were created in 2082. Then why are we in 2024? It replied, Not enough information to determine anything. He wondered, Can't you collect information from the internet? It replied, I can't. Input and output data have been restricted to avoid the risk of being hacked. Hearing that, he asked, Then how do you input data? It replied, I collect information through the host senses. Visual, auditory, olfactory, and tactile input is immediately shared with the AI. Agent. Analyze data, recognize, store, and process information. For example, if the host feels a dish is delicious, I also have the same feeling. Information is transmitted through the body and voice. It continued to explain. However, I still need permission for temporary control, and am only supported in necessary combat situations. There are some things I cannot do. Although I can help with aiming, I cannot attack head-on. He thought, so you can only support in combat, while I have to experience everything through my own body to find out why we are here. It replied, That's right. His gaze became firm as he looked ahead. Then the first mission. Kang In started observing his surroundings. Just then, a building successfully caught his attention. Kang In decided the first place he would visit would be an internet cafe. Maybe we can gather a lot of information there. Jin was surprised. Has the host regained their memory? He just replied nonchalantly, No, that's just common knowledge. The problem is we need money to get in. Afterward, he pulled out his empty pockets, not having a single penny. And I don't have a single dime, have to earn 10,000 gun first. He started thinking about a startup idea. Should I sing or do something like that? He asked the system, Can you sing for me? It replied, If necessary in this field, I can support. He wondered in this field, but he ignored it and agreed. All right, I grant permission for temporary control. Elsewhere, he was now holding a spoon, standing motionless in thought, looking at the spoon in his hand. Kang In complained, You prepare everything so thoroughly, using a spoon as a mic. Is singing really necessary in combat? Jin seemed confident. This is an introduction feature to boost the morale of soldiers on the battlefield. He looked around. Yeah, that makes sense. But why do we have to sing here? Kang In looked at the group of amateur singers performing on stage. How can I sing like those people? Looking at the crowd of spectators watching the performance, he sank into deep thought. Just then, Jin offered an opinion. If the host demonstrates skills higher than those singers, you will attract attention. He imagined the expected reaction. In other words, attention will be more guaranteed. He said, "Hey Jin, it started. I know you're an amazing AI, but don't try too hard, you'll just make me look like a fool." The performance began, he panicked. "What's wrong with you?" Suddenly, an empty cardboard box fell. He was controlled, falling into a state of silent movement. Just then, Kang In focused his spirit. Then his voice began to rise. The moment his voice rang out, everyone around directed their eyes toward him. They were surprised. The girls exclaimed happily, "There, that's my favorite song." As he sang, he confidently gave a thumbs up. "Is this pose correct?" Jin immediately replied, attracting the audience is necessary. The audience was still enjoying and exclaiming at his singing. His voice is so good. But someone wondered, why does he only sing the chorus? Hearing that, Kang In was startled and guilty. The system immediately explained, "This song only has the part that I heard on the way here, so there is no beginning or end." Money was dropped into the cardboard box by everyone. The minimum amount was guaranteed. Kang In joyfully encouraged, "Well done, let's get out of here quickly." Despite the crowd cheering him on, he ran away from the scene even though people shouted, "Sing some more." Just then, Kang In called Jin while holding the money-filled cardboard box. "If we come here, we'll find a lot of information. Information about the Earth Alliance, our purpose, etc. But what if we can't find it?" Jin replied, "Top priority is to infiltrate the local environment discreetly and integrate naturally. Afterward, must find a way to contact the command center." He repeated, "Infiltrate discreetly." He walked away with a heart full of confusion. A recruitment flyer posted at the door of the shop caught his attention. Hearing at the net shop, ID and resume required. Experience preferred. Kang In's eyes sparked with sharpness. "I found a way to infiltrate discreetly. They even provide food for employees." The system spoke up. "If you successfully infiltrate the secret room, both the intelligence gathering and food supply issues will be resolved. The fourth-floor internet cafe serves food and desserts, and there's a free meal for new members. Join us quickly." Kang In applied immediately and carefully climbed the stairs to the upper floor. As he walked, he said to Jin, "I'll ask if we can stay there temporarily while we work. We need a place to sleep tonight." Jin was also happy. "If we have a place to stay, food and clothes, that would be wonderful." He immediately realized, "Wait, I haven't prepared any clothes yet." The system showcased its skill. There is a solution. The host's military uniform has a camouflage feature, using special fibers that memorize shapes and can transform into various types of clothing. The outfit can also be disassembled into multiple pieces. The system explained, while simultaneously reassembling the outfit into various forms. Kang In was immediately excited. Kang In immediately exclaimed, "Oh, let me try that out." Strange assembling sounds echoed through the space. After a reasonable amount of time, he completed his disguise. After changing, he was wearing an outfit that looked like what an extra might wear in an action show. The system fell into a long, thoughtful silence. Kang In, however, was quite confident, even thinking that this outfit looked just like the costumes of the singers he had seen earlier. Jin remained silent, making Kang In wonder, "Why aren't you saying anything anymore?" At that moment, he noticed two people approaching. They were chatting and complaining. "Even if it's just a neighborhood internet cafe, do we really need to wear these clothes?" The other replied, "Can't be helped." When the two of them saw Kang In his outfit, they immediately stopped in their tracks. The three of them stood facing each other on the narrow staircase, neither side saying a word. The two others were stunned by the sight before them, their faces pale, eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. Meanwhile, Kang In just looked back calmly. Afterward, they walked past Kang In, their faces still pale and shaken. He silently watched their figures until they disappeared behind the door. Kang In began to ponder, then said to Jin, "They were terrified because of my outfit." Jin confirmed, "That's clearly why." Kang In wondered again, "Why were you terrified too?" Strange sounds echoed again. "Fine, let me try that again." He walked out confidently in a simple outfit. A hoodie, long pants, regular sneakers, and a very normal baseball cap. "How about now?" Jin replied happily. "Perfect. Wearing a hat is an excellent choice for an agent." Kang In nodded and opened the door. "All right, let's go." He stepped out of the door, looking around to observe the room carefully. His eyes widened and the system chimed in, scanning the room. The system's voice continued. 96% of current users are gaming. Amenities checked, payment method verified, food status reviewed, and a suitable location for temporary stay identified. This place is the optimal location for your current situation, host. Hearing that, Kang In replied confidently, "Good." The room was buzzing with noise. The internet cafe owner asked, "What are you guys doing?" Kang In stepped forward to submit his job application. "Don't you have a resume or a national ID card?" Kang In replied calmly. "No," he commented. "You're pretty confident, huh?" Then, yawning and stretching lazily, he explained the hearing procedure. "You can write your resume here. Remember to bring your ID card tomorrow, and I can put you in a spot where we're short-staffed." "That's all I can do." Kang In remained calm, responding with a confident demeanor. "Understood." The owner secretly scrutinized Kang In from head to toe, thinking to himself, Not bad, but you didn't come here just to sit around and waste time, right? You have a handsome face, but you look like the type who only knows how to cook instant noodles. After that, he asked bluntly, do you know how to use a deep fryer? We sell food here, so you'll need to know how to use it. Jin immediately spoke to Kang In. I possess field cooking skills used to manage the food situation for soldiers. The owner looked surprised and tested Kang In. Oh, really? Then let's see you try making fried rice. Just then, a customer walked in, and he immediately switched to a customer service attitude, smiling warmly. Welcome. Another customer asked, do you have a private room here? We don't have that. Kang In nonchalantly went to find a place to showcase his skills. Suddenly, Kang In noticed the ingredients and kitchen utensils. The system was analyzing everything so Kang In could create a fantastic dish. The ingredients for the fried rice were already recorded. He secretly ordered the system, Jin, you know fried rice, right? Make it delicious. The system began to demonstrate its cooking skills, requesting temporary control of his hands. Kang In agreed. As soon as he finished, his body moved fluidly, his hands precisely locating each utensil. Kang In acted like a 4-star chef. He opened both refrigerator doors, which were stocked full of enough ingredients for 10 meals. Kang In recalled the image of the tools and the layout of the kitchen. He closed his eyes to focus. Kang In's hand took the knife handle, moving the blade as flexibly as a magician. The knives in his hands now seemed like sharp, magical blades. His body moved rhythmically as if recalling how to make this dish. The internet cafe owner heard the rhythmic sound of knives on the cutting board and turned around, curious. Suddenly, he was shocked by the scene. Kang In's hands were masterful, lightly and evenly slicing the green onions, with every move precise. He was so surprised he couldn't hide it. I thought he was just stir-frying some frozen rice, but it turns out he's cooking from scratch. Looking at the ingredients neatly and elegantly laid out before him, he didn't know how to describe it. When he looked at the rice being fried in the pan, he was even more astonished. How is that possible? Kang In finished cooking and presented the dish beautifully. So fast, too. So fast, he politely held the plate of fried rice with both hands and offered it to the owner. It's ready. The internet cafe owner was stunned, unable to even track Kang In's movements. The internet cafe owner was shocked, unable to even track Kang In's movements. His face looked as if he were constipated. But then he told himself, fast or not doesn't matter, what matters is if it tastes good. He cooked it so quickly, it surely isn't cooked through. He judged silently, thinking Kang In was too hasty, but still picked up the first spoonful to taste. Let me see how it is. 1 spoonful, then 2, his hand moving faster and more steadily. He chewed carefully, trying to find a flaw in the dish. Seeing him just eating without saying anything, Kang In's confidence suddenly plummeted. Is it that bad? I tasted it myself. The owner suddenly frowned, trying to look displeased, but there were still crumbs of food remaining on the corners of his mouth. Suddenly, he slammed his spoon onto the table and said loudly, this is unacceptable. But then he unexpectedly jumped for joy, his face satisfied, grinning like a child. Hey lady, bring me a bottle of soju. Then he realized, wait, this is an internet cafe. He patted Kang In's shoulder, excitedly saying, for a moment I thought I was at my favorite bar, it just made me want a drink. A girl appeared, interrupting the conversation. Uncle, it's broad daylight, what are you saying? The internet cafe owner introduced her. This is my niece, she is also a staff member here. She was happy to see Kang In. Is it you? You're the singer who was just singing at the park, right? Hearing that, Kang In froze. How did she know? Her eyes sparkled as if stars were emanating from them. With that singing voice, why are you working at this internet cafe? Kang In replied immediately. I'm good at singing and I know many other things too. Jin immediately retorted in his head. It was me, I'm the one who's talented. Kang In whispered. Shut up. The girl was startled. What? He replied. Not you. The internet cafe owner's face suddenly became as strange as a young maiden's. I'm really glad we have a guy here who knows how to cook. You can't even cook pre-made food, she always burns or spills it. Hearing her uncle talk about her, the girl blushed, embarrassed. Uncle, stop it. The owner turned to Kang In. What hours do you want to work? Lunch, dinner? Kang In replied seriously. I prefer working part-time. I only want to work during specific shifts, and I'd like those hours to be flexible. The owner was slightly surprised. Kang In continued. And I noticed you have a storage room. Can I stay there temporarily while I work? I plan on staying there for a short time. Hearing Kang In say that, he was startled. What? You don't have a home? Kang In replied honestly. There are some things that are hard to talk about. The owner changed his expression, looking at him with suspicion. Full of difficult conditions, but he's too good to let go. He immediately made up his mind, thinking, the internet cafe next door is famous for having good food. I have to step up. I must build my own culinary reputation. He unexpectedly proposed. Fine, I'll let you stay in the storage room. You'll get free meals plus double the pay for 1 week. But on the condition that the food you make helps the shop increase sales. Hearing about the salary, Kang In was stunned, feeling like the world was spinning. Double! The owner saw Kang In dazed and called out, Hey, Kimda. Just then Kang In's first customers appeared. The girl said, We have to eat before we play. The guy with her replied, Ah, this internet cafe serves food we can eat here too. The girl complained, but the food here is terrible. Right at that moment, Kang Yin interrupted, surprising the customer. Ma'am, you should try the food before judging. Before saying whether it's good or bad, please taste it. Kang Yin prepared to demonstrate his top-tier fried rice cooking skills. Dong Seok and EU stood on both sides, admiring his breathtaking performance. He said, "Bring me a plate too." EU Seo rushed to get one. Coming right up, a plate of perfect fried rice was served. "It's already done. The egg is perfectly fried too." The internet cafe owner immediately pointed toward the customer. "EU, take it to the customer right now." Suddenly there was chatter. This new staff member is really bold. The girl who came to play games was listening to music while talking to her friend. "Is the food here really that good?" "Ridiculous," the guy said. "In this day and age, internet cafes are struggling. They probably just ordered one plate to see if it's not good then." Just then EU Seo's voice rang out. "Your fried rice is ready." The guy was surprised. "Already? We haven't even had a chance to start playing yet." As she brought out the plate of fried rice, her eyes were both fearful and eager. "Here you go, please enjoy your meal." The guy was flustered. We only ordered fried rice. It looks more expensive than usual." EU replied happily, her face glowing. "Yes, that's what you ordered. Please enjoy." The two customers looked at EU and thought to themselves, "Is this staff member starving?" They silently looked at each other and made a decision. The girl asked nervously, "Welp, should we try it?" The guy nodded. Yeah. The two of them enjoyed the first bite of rice and immediately fell into a trance, as if they had wandered into another world. They remembered the hard days of training to lose weight, the days of sweating profusely, the meager meals they shared together, holding hands to overcome difficulties and persevering with their goals. They ran because the food was right in front of them. The piece of chicken about to be reached, finally grabbed, they relived their memories, hiding together in a roadside bush, sharing every bite of food, eating until they were moved to tears. Meanwhile, the weight-loss trainer for them was suddenly startled. Where did the customers go? The girl was so moved that 2 lines of tears rolled down her cheeks, and the two of them looked at each other crying silently, tears falling all over their faces, the taste still the same as it was before. Their crying echoed throughout the room, causing the other customers to look over in surprise. "It's crazily good. This place will definitely become famous for this fried rice. We'll order another plate." "No, 2 more plates." The other customers chattered. "It must be really good. Should we try it?" They said, "We'll have 2 plates too." "Me too." EU rushed over to report the news. She ran into the room, happily pointing outside to announce, "Oh my God, we just got 12 more orders for fried rice." Dong Seok was surprised, his mouth wide open. "What 12? The owner looked worriedly at Kang Yin. "Can you handle it?" Kang Yin turned away, flustered, and silently asked the system, "Hey Jin, can you make 15 servings while still ensuring they're delicious?" The system replied confidently, "Of course. Tactical cooking on the battlefield is basically large-scale cooking. Providing delicious food is very important. My dishes will definitely be delicious, because if the soldiers eat poor-quality food, they will feel discouraged after risking their lives." Kang Yin picked up his knife, secretly praising, "Impressive skill." Then he ordered, "I'll give you control, make 15 servings." Jin accepted the order, understood. In the cozy atmosphere of the shop, about 3 hours later, Dong Seok's eyes lit up, excitedly shouting, What's your name?" The owner looked at the revenue screen and jumped for joy. "This sales figure in just 3 hours is amazing," Kang Yin replied. "Double the pay for 1 week is guaranteed, right?" The owner patted Kang Yin on the shoulder while packing back and forth looking at the revenue screen. "Of course, no hesitation, keep up the good work." "Then what's your name?" He was silent for a moment and then replied, "Nak Kang Yin." The owner laughed happily. "All right, Nak Kang Yin. Let me clear out the storage room for you. I'll stock up on more ingredients. You just try to keep working hard." EU was lying on the floor, eating the remaining fried rice, feeling like she was going to faint from how good it was. At this moment, the system spoke up. "Did you remember your name?" Kang Yin replied. "No, it just popped out of my mouth. Let's use this name, Nak Kang Yin, until I remember my real one." The system replied, "Understood." The internet cafe was very busy. EU asked, "Kang Yin, we have many more fried rice orders. Can you handle it?" He replied, "Yes." Now Kang Yin sat alone in the room, reflecting. "We have a place to stay, but to get paid, I need a national ID card." He asked the system, "Can you hack into the database?" Jin replied, "I can. I possess hacking skills from the beginning of the 21st century to the year 2082. Kang Yin immediately came up with an idea. "Really? Then I guess I could hack a bank, right? Let's just quit this internet cafe job." Jin seemed panicked. "Impossible. I only have hacking skills related to local infiltration." He lay back on the chair, thinking to himself, "As expected, shouldn't have expected anything more." Afterward, Kang Yin asked, "Then assuming you're infiltrating 2024 with a secret mission, could you forge a national ID card?" The system replied, "Certainly, I will require the host to temporarily cede control of his hands." Kang Yin thought about it and finally agreed. Jin announced, "Hack of the South Korean government administrative database complete and searching for information similar to yours." He yawned while listening to the system. The host needs to open his eyes wide so I can collect visual information. Hearing that, Kang In became energized again and said seriously, "All right, no more distractions." Suddenly he saw information that shocked him. "Wait a minute, what is this?" The system immediately announced. "Unknown issue detected. National ID card for Nak Kang In Ganggu District Office has been registered." The system scanned the fingerprints and confirmed a 100% match. He was startled, unable to believe the truth, staring intently at his own hand. "How can that be? I came from the Earth Alliance Special Unit in 2082, and you were created then, too." He asked the system, "Is there any information about the Earth Alliance in 2024? The system replied, "The UN and major countries are checking information online. There is no Earth Alliance in 2024. At this moment, Kang In fell into extreme confusion. "Does that mean I exist simultaneously in both 2024 and 2082? The system responded, "Insufficient information to verify." He ordered, "Look up more of my personal information. Maybe we'll find an important clue." The system announced, "Starting search. Name, Nak Kang In. Age, unknown. Graduated from university, former member of the Professional Administrative Department, no record of card usage for 2 years, no SNS activity, no record of national pension payments, currently considered unemployed." Looking at the screen, Kang In was shocked by his employment information. Unemployed. The system issued a warning to him. Just then EU approached, exclaiming, "You type so fast." Seo winked mischievously. "Sorry about that, let's get back to the point." Her eyes were sparkling. "Do you know how to develop a program?" Kang In was speechless, only reminding her. "Is staring at someone else's screen a bit rude?" Kang In breathed a sigh of relief. It seems she didn't see the content on the screen. That's a relief. "My uncle gave me a card to go shopping with you, Kang In. Let's go together." The two went outside. It's so nice to get out during work hours. EU recalled shopping with Kang In and exclaimed, "Kang In picks out things so quickly," he thought to himself. "I only choose what the system tells me to choose." Jin seemed very proud. "I selected the highest quality products and it took less than 5 minutes." The girl began trying to chat with Kang In. "You're carrying a lot of bags and some heavy stuff too, but you look like you're carrying them so easily, don't you?" He replied briefly. "It's light," she continued. "Oh, and you can flip a pan with 15 servings in it with one hand too." She exclaimed again, praising him. "Your hands are as hard as steel." Jin couldn't take it anymore and complained. "Stop flattering me." Kang In replied, "I'm not." Seo said happily, "Of course it's not literal steel, it's just a metaphor." Kang In said coldly, "I'm not talking to you." She felt regretful and pointed to the cafe they were standing in front of. "We have to go back so soon. Should we go grab a coffee to talk more comfortably?" He refused. "That's the boss's expense card." She still smiled. "What's the big deal? He's my uncle." Just then, a car and a few rude men appeared, causing her to startle and fall into Kang In's arms. They shouted loudly, "If you don't want to die, you'd better open your eyes and watch where you're going." Kang In looked at them vigilantly. The system immediately triggered an alarm, warning that hostile targets had been detected. The system sent a suggestion signal to Kang In. "Would you like to switch to combat mode?" Seo didn't know what was going on and felt guilty, bursting into tears. "I'm so sorry. I'll be more careful next time." The thugs saw this and were terrified, looking at each other in a panic. "God, she's actually pretty scary." One guy scowled while the other tried to smile and reconcile. "My friend here has been losing at games all day, so he's in a bad mood. Can you just go your own way, please?" Seo, still crying, thanked them loudly. "Thank you." The system notified. "The target is moving away, safe status maintained." Kang In's gaze was cold, carefully following them until they disappeared from view. With everything settled, Kang In and Seo stepped into the elevator. After the elevator arrived, they both stepped out. Kang In saw that she was still shaking, so he immediately asked, "Are you okay?" Seo was embarrassed. "Yes, I was just a bit startled and started crying." Suddenly, someone called her name loudly. Seo. Dong Seok ran over, asking anxiously, "Why didn't you answer your phone? This is an emergency," she asked back. "What happened?" The boss held his forehead, his face pale with fatigue. "The internet went out suddenly and things are chaotic here. I called people to fix it, but they said it would take over an hour." Hearing the news, Seo panicked and shouted, "Oh my God, what are we going to do now? This is a huge problem." Kang In heard this, his face suddenly becoming serious, his eyes sharp. It seemed he had realized something. Kang In secretly asked the system, "System, you previously accessed the government database. Have we been tracked by hackers?" Jin replied confidently, "With the security technology of the 2020s, they won't be able to track us." Even so, Kang In was still worried. "However, I think we should check to be sure," Jin replied. "In that case, we need to check the temporary base's server." Hearing this, Kang In immediately asked Dong Seok, "Boss, where is the server located?" He was confused. It's right by the counter." Kang In pointed to himself. "I'll try to check it, maybe I can fix it." After checking, Jin reported, "I didn't detect any traces of being tracked, but I did detect an attempted attack." Sitting in front of the computer screen, Kang In wondered, "What? Why? This is just an internet cafe." Jin explained, A personal data hacking program was installed, and the hacking function conflicted with the security program, causing the internet connection loss. They might have used this server room to test it. Kang In ordered anxiously, "Find out who did the hacking." His typing speed grew faster and faster. Jin notified, tracking initiated, target location identified. The hacker signaled through 7 servers to avoid being tracked. 6 are abroad, but 1 is right here. Kang In sank into deep thought after hearing the report from the system. They definitely chose a nearby internet cafe to test it, so distance is important. We have to go to the installation site directly, right? The system replied. Correct. He started recalling the aggressive guys he had just met at the door, wondering to himself if it was them. Just then, a complaint rang out, interrupting his thoughts. I got disconnected right in the middle of a match. EUCO hurriedly bowed and apologized, promising, "Yes, I'll add free time for you." The guy still seemed frustrated. "That's the bare minimum, and I was about to win, too. This is so annoying." She continued to reassure the customer, "I am truly very sorry." Kang In noticed the situation and asked the system, "The customer is frustrated. Do you have any solution?" Jin subtly suggested an optimal plan. "To conquer gamers, you have to start with their stomachs. I suggest providing them with food. The less developed the area, the more effective this method is." The system provided a menu list for him to choose from. "This is a list of simple battlefield snacks. Please choose one." He decided quickly. "Okay, choose number 3. Jin immediately praised. "You have chosen the snack with the lowest ingredient cost. Excellent choice." Kang In said helplessly, "Honestly, we have no money, right?" Jin ignored him and replied like a spoiled princess, "I don't understand anything." Kang In heard this and had to give up, not saying another word. On this side, EUCO was helplessly crying in front of customers who were extremely annoyed because their game was cut short. Due to the internet outage, she could only apologize repeatedly. "I am truly very sorry." At the critical moment, Kang In appeared like a hero saving the world. "We are very sorry for the inconvenience." Kang In gave a bright, professional smile, albeit forced, then handed over a cup of food and said, "The server has stabilized and there won't be any internet loss anymore. This is free food, please try it." The eccentric customer outside acted cold and angry, but inside he was warm and couldn't refuse the food Kang In had prepared. Even though he said no, his hand quickly snatched the cup from him. "Do you think this can make up for my lost match score? Give it here and let me see. If it's not good, you're going to have a problem with me." As soon as he held the cup of food, he put it in his mouth without hesitation. When the food touched his taste buds, his expression immediately changed. His face went blank with surprise. The expression, as if he were poisoned, made Kang In worried. Then suddenly he shouted, "Guga, this is so delicious. I feel like I've just recharged enough energy to climb the ranks." He forgot himself, holding the cup and turning to Kang In. "Give me some more." After taking more of the food, he rushed away like the wind to EUCO's amazement. "Thank you." She looked at Kang In with worshipful eyes, then tried a piece. "How did you do it? Did you put some magic powder in this? How can it be so delicious that it made him that calm? I want to try it too." She put the food in her mouth and immediately felt like she had aged 10 years younger, her face full of happiness. She praised him worshipfully. "It's a bit spicy, a bit sour, sweet, and fragrant. How did you make this? It's amazing," he said shyly. "I just mixed it all together." Kang In continued, "I need to go outside and handle the internet issue for a bit. Please give this food to the affected customers. I left some in the kitchen for you and the boss to eat." She blankly watched Kang In walk away with a cup of food in his hand. Her face revealed the shyness of a young girl. She whispered to herself, "If there are still heroes in the modern era, that person must be you." At this moment, Kang In had already gone outside. The system said, "We must eliminate the enemy that attacked our base." He replied, "I know, that's why I have to go catch the hacker. Lead the way." Jin immediately activated navigation mode, reporting the situation. No surveillance cameras nearby. No security guards outside. No combat detection devices. Kang In looked up and said to Jin, "They really put in the effort to cover their tracks. Let's go in." He decided to climb the stairs into the building. Hiding against the wall, he said, "I hear something from here." The system received the signal and assisted by amplifying the sound, removing noise and improving quality, helping Kang In hear everything clearly. From inside the room, someone shouted angrily, "You idiot! If you can't do it, I'll kill you." Another voice trembled in apology. I'm sorry, this is just a beta version, so it's not stable yet. Let me fix it." The shouting continued. "If you do it right, I'll give you plenty of money to go home, don't you understand?" The other person continued to apologize. "I'm sorry, I didn't know this job would be like this. Please don't kill me." Hearing about killing, Kang In was startled. Jin immediately reported, "Voice analysis shows a student is being threatened." Kang In's gaze became sharp and cold. "I think so too." Jin offered a plan. "We must rescue the civilian and evacuate." Inside the room, the thugs continued to threaten and beat the student. "One more complaint and you're done for?" The student, both scared and hugging his head to avoid the blows, repeated over and over. I'll do it. Just then, Kang In kicked the door hard. The door flew open and he appeared with a cool look. head covered in a very intense pose. The people in the room startled and turned back. Kang In held his pose. Kang In observed carefully, noticed a student wearing glasses who was crying. The student was shocked. Why are there so many people? The thugs were also surprised, the boss asked. Huh, didn't you lock the door? Two henchmen answered in confusion. We did. The boss scowled with a fierce face. Then how did this uninvited guest get in here? One of the henchmen hadn't even reacted yet when Kang In lunged forward and delivered a heavy punch to the boss's face. This guy bled from the nose, flying several meters away without being able to react. The other guy also lay sprawled on the ground. The student in the room was named Zeong Hon, a freshman at Korea University. I've been interested in computer hacking since I was a child, and now I'm good enough that even experts come to me for advice. When looking for a part-time job, I received a recruitment message. Hello, Buer Hacker. If you are looking for a part-time job, I would like to introduce one to you. There is a company run by an acquaintance of mine, and all you have to do is check their security system. It only takes about 3 or 4 days and is not too difficult. The salary is about 2 million gold. If you are interested, please reply to this message. Zeong Hon stared at the recruitment post, and after a while he jumped up in a panic. A part-time security check job for a company? Amazing! I can start tomorrow. He jumped up with joy, never having been this interested in a job in his own field. But who would have thought it was a scam? This wasn't a legitimate company. He thought, I haven't even enjoyed the pleasures of life yet. Am I going to rot here? Zeong Hon shivered, holding his head, looking in the opposite direction. In front of him was a young man in a light gray hoodie and baseball cap, who with a single punch sent the big scammer tumbling to the ground. The man wore a mask covering his face, leaving only sharp eyes visible, until that hero appeared. In the messy room, Zeong Hon only knew how to hug his head and sit in the corner, with the 2 remaining scammers beside him. All 3 stared in amazement at the big guy lying sprawled on the floor. Kang In thought to himself, I just broke in here, I hope I'm doing the right thing. The system said, we are currently on a hidden mission. Any interfering enemy must be eliminated. Kang In looked at his hand, rotating his wrist in surprise. Am I that strong, taking down a big guy with just 1 punch? The system reminded him, be careful. The 2 remaining scammers looked at Kang In with fierce eyes. The system continued. The enemy in front has weapons. Weapon prediction 1, dagger in the pocket of the long-haired scarred guy. Weapon prediction 2, dagger in the pocket of the bald guy. The scarred guy pointed at Kang In, shouting, Who are you? Where did you crawl out from? What are you here for? Kang In calmly looked at them. Jen, there's nothing to be afraid of, right? The system replied. As a special agent, the host's body has been enhanced. Win rate, 100%. Kang In was satisfied. That's good. Then he pointed at the 2 scammers. I was passing by and heard someone being beaten, so I rushed in. Many attacking one is not fair. The 2 scammers turned pale. They gritted their teeth and spat out every word. What did you just call us? Octopuses. The system alerted. The host has provoked the enemy. Killing intent increased. The scarred guy pulled out a dagger, rushed toward the door, and cursed as he ran. You bastard. Kang In calculated calmly. Physically, I win easily. Focusing on a mental attack is better. The scarred guy rushed forward and said, You're all talk. Before he could finish, Kang In delivered a powerful kick right to his face. He flew up high, his head hitting the ceiling, then dangled there. The remaining guy panicked, pulling out a dagger and lunging forward. You brat. Kang In glanced, warming up his ankle, then delivered a light but terrifyingly powerful kick, causing the bald guy to flip backward and collapse immediately. 3 scammers, 1 hanging from the ceiling, 2 lying unconscious on the ground. Kang In looked at his body in surprise. My kick is so strong. My movements are like a machine. The system replied. During the last fight, the host used 5 times the force of a normal person. Kang In was amazed. Really, I felt as light as a feather. The system continued. The host's strength has been enhanced. Zeong Hon shivered observing the scene, screaming inside. Is he crazy? Is he contacting someone on the radio? Or did the government send him to catch me for hacking? Even though I did some bad things in the past. A series of embarrassing images appeared. Hacked 5 million me's in elementary school. Hacked the bully's Instagram to change his password. Used hacking skills for other embarrassing things. He clutched his head and screamed inside. Why did I do that? Why? Zeong Hon stammered. I didn't do anything bad. Kang In glanced over. Zeong Hon shivered, pointing at the scammers. I only followed their arrangements. I'm really a good person. Please let me go. Kang In thought to himself. No one is accusing him, right? The system said. There is a 90% chance he is telling the truth. He is a hacker. Seeing Kang In silent, Zeong Hon became even more worried. You can check the security cameras, Kang In replied. Can you distinguish the truth? He nodded hurriedly. It's true. Are you still communicating via radio? The system analyzed. I have skills to analyze facial expressions and behavior to evaluate reliability. Pupils dilated, lips trembling, nostrils flared. The closer, the more accurate. Kang In nodded. That's useful. Does he look like he's lying? The system concluded. 90% chance he's telling the truth. Kang In leaned over, looking directly at Zeong Hon, saying to the system, So there's a 10% chance he's lying. The system replied. Correct. Thinking Kang Yin was about to hit him, Ziong Hon subconsciously raised his hand to block. But he suddenly heard Kang Yin ask, "Hey, why are you here?" Ziong Hon breathed a sigh of relief, answering, "I was tricked into accepting a part-time security check job and have been locked up here for 3 days." He continued to accuse, "Who knew those people were bad? They forced me to do bad things for them even after finishing this job." Kang Yin asked further, "Do what?" Ziong Hon replied, "Stock manipulation." Hearing this, Kang Yin widened his eyes in surprise. Huh. He looked at the 3 guys knocked out beside him, unable to help but be suspicious. Looking at them, they don't seem smart enough to do that. Ziong Hon immediately explained. "They made me create a program to manipulate comments on stock forums. They went to a nearby internet cafe to install it themselves." Kang Yin remembered the scene today when he happened to pass by the shop and ran into these guys soliciting customers. Thinking of this, he muttered to himself, "So they are involved in a stock manipulation scheme. There must be someone backing them up. These guys are just subcontractors." He calculated, "Since they didn't find our temporary base, we are safe for now, but we can't let them go easily." Then he turned to Ziong Hon. "Call the police, I don't have money to call." Ziong Hon startled. "What, aren't you a cop?" Kang Yin replied. "Call the police and report that you were kidnapped." Ziong Hon asked confusedly, "Won't you get in trouble?" Kang Yin laughed. "Uncle, you're calling me uncle." He smiled with narrowed eyes pointing at his face. "Do you know what I look like?" Ziong Hon said honestly, "No, you're wearing a mask." Kang Yin said, "I'm just a passerby who heard the sound of beating and you were the one being beaten, so I came in to save you." "Ah," Ziong Hon replied dreamily. Saying that, Kang Yin stood up and turned to leave. "That's it, I'm going." Ziong Hon stammered, "Uncle, are you leaving?" Kang Yin teased. "Should I stay and wait for the police?" Ziong Hon blushed. "That's not what I meant." Then he excitedly looked at the 3 scammers. "I also want to hit these guys. Is that okay?" Kang Yin raised an eyebrow. "Why ask? Just hit them." Ziong Hon was embarrassed. "But what if they wake up? Will you protect me?" Kang Yin replied coldly. "They won't wake up now. They can't even do anything. Just go ahead." Hearing that, Ziong Hon's eyes lit up. "Really?" He raised his fist high. "You damn bastards." Then punched the bald guy in the face hard. He bounced up by inertia, then was hit again. He bounced up by inertia, then was hit again. Ziong Hon continued to punch a few more times to vent his anger. Under Kang Yin's supervision, many police cars and ambulances parked in front of the building. 2 police officers looked at the scene, stunned. "Wait, were these people beaten?" Inside the office, someone reported, "Still alive." Another police officer was taking Ziong Hon's statement. "What happened?" Ziong Hon recounted. "For 3 days, they held me here, locked me up, beat me, and forced me to make a stock forum manipulation program. If I failed, I was done for. But a passerby heard the noise and came in to save me. I'm not a weak person either." The police officer asked suspiciously, "Then why did it end up like this? Was it overwork?" Ziong Hon gritted his teeth. "No, I couldn't do that job. It was the passerby who knocked them down." In another corner, the captain and officer Dai Dung stood by the window observing. The captain said, "This gang couldn't have thought of manipulating stocks on their own. There is definitely someone behind them." Dai Dung nodded. "Of course." The captain looked at the medical staff carrying the 3 guys onto the stretcher. "When they wake up, interrogate them immediately. If they are addicted or high, they might miss important information." Dai Dung asked, "But who beat them up like this?" The captain. "The victim said it was a passerby." He turned and asked, "Are they still alive?" Dai Dung breathed a sigh of relief. "Just broken bones, not dead. Plus, they pulled knives first, so what now?" Dai Dung asked. The captain put a cigarette to his lips, thoughtful. "Go check the camera and find out who that is. This isn't big enough to make an arrest, but it's not small enough to ignore." The sky was blue, sunlight piercing through the clouds. A pair of feet strode along the street. The system notified, "There's a camera ahead, turn right." Kang Yin pulled his hat low, followed the instructions, and suspiciously asked, "Are you sure that building doesn't have cameras?" The system affirmed. "I'm sure. We have to complete the mission perfectly." Recalling the scene of the bald guy bouncing up by reflex, Kang Yin exclaimed, "Oh my God, I was really surprised. Didn't expect them to react that fast even after being beaten." The system explained, "That's just a knee-jerk reflex, nothing special." Kang Yin took off his hat and mask, revealing his handsome face. He sighed. "By the way, don't you have a phone function?" The system replied sadly, "I don't have anything." Kang Yin stretched his limbs and let out a long sigh. "Guess I have to buy a smartphone. Since I'm broke, I'll probably have to get it on an installment plan." One day, Kang Yin sat on a bus, boredly resting his chin on his hand as he watched the scenery blur past the window. 3 days had passed since that day. Immediately after rescuing that person, I went to the registered address to gather information about myself. The place was just a vacant lot on the edge of Gangwon province. All that remained were rumors that it had once burned down. The place was just a vacant lot on the edge of Gangwon province. All that remained were rumors that it had once burned down. Who am I and what am I doing here? Am I actually communicating with the future? Or am I someone from the future who traveled back to the past? There was nothing to investigate, only questions left behind. I had no choice but to return empty-handed. At a certain internet cafe, the cafe had regained its peace, and business was even thriving more than before. According to the part-timer, Ellie's father had asked someone with significant influence for help. So now the internet cafe had become a frequently visited spot. The special dish was only served on the days I was present at the shop. When I went out to gather information, that dish wasn't sold. This random sales tactic had an unexpectedly positive effect. Whether I was at the shop or not, it was now packed with customers. Some people came just to eat, but most stayed for at least an hour or two. Now observe the face of the shop owner, Dong Seok, with a radiant smile on his lips. All right, everyone, pay attention. It seemed he had to hire another part-timer as the number of customers kept growing. Let me introduce our new employee. Then he turned to the person beside him. What's your name? Kang In looked in surprise at the young man standing next to Dong Seok. He was stunned when he heard Seo Ong Hwan say cheerfully, Nice to meet you all. Seo Ong Hwan enthusiastically introduced himself. I'm Seo Ong Hwan. The system immediately reminded Kang In, that is the civilian you rescued from captivity 3 days ago. He thought helplessly. I know. Dong Seok looked closely at the resume in his hand, muttering, Let's see. Oh, you're studying information technology. Seo Ong Hwan nervously scratched his head. Yes, I've been good at using computers for a while now. If a computer breaks, I'm very happy to fix it. After speaking, he bowed 90 degrees to everyone. I look forward to working with you all. Dong Seok happily patted Seo Ong Hwan on the back. It's great to have 2 reliable part-timers. EU chimed in. Are you counting me in that, uncle? During that bow, Seo Ong Hwan thought to himself. I applied for a job here because I felt terrible for causing damage to the internet cafe, even though I was forced to. The owner smilingly told Seo Ong Hwan to introduce himself. Facing such friendliness and enthusiasm, he silently promised himself he would work really hard. Next, the owner turned to Kang In. This is Kang In, the person who turned this internet cafe into a popular spot. Kang In and Seo Ong Hwan looked at each other, the owner's words still echoing in their ears. He works as a chef here but is also great with computers. Let's help each other out. Seo Ong Hwan looked at Kang In surprise. He stammered, asking if... Seeing Seo Ong Hwan's attitude, Kang In's eyes were full of worry. Seo Ong Hwan looked at Kang In surprise. He stammered, You're older than me, right? Seeing that attitude, Kang In was relieved and replied, Yes. Seo Ong Hwan timidly shook his hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Seo Ong Hwan, I hope you'll guide me. Kang In was relieved that he didn't recognize him, so he replied, Yeah, I'm not Kang In. Suddenly, Kang In heard the system notify him. Working with the person you rescued might jeopardize your safety. I advise you to tell the owner to fire him. Kang In thought helplessly, That's too harsh. He just called me Hyung, how am I supposed to fire him? Then he replied to Seo Ong Hwan, I'm very happy to get to know you too. The scene shifted to inside a shopping mall. After finishing the shopping, the system reported, Reviewing today's shopping list, soybean paste, soy sauce, garlic paste, tomatoes, mayonnaise, chili sauce, oyster sauce, tomato juice. Kang In carried the bag of food, listening to the system's monotone voice. All transactions completed, receipts safely stored. Kang In replied briefly. Good. A while later, Kang In asked curiously, Jae-in, you seem especially careful about money and food, huh? The system replied proudly. Money management. Money is the key to your smooth life and also a means of execution. Taste is also important because checking food for mold or toxicity is vital for bodily safety. Hearing that, Kang In also felt curious. Any issues? Kang In kept walking, muttering to himself. Yeah, money management and detecting danger, sure. But the real joy is enjoying good food, isn't it? Even when just buying sauce, I have to taste it first. Suddenly, the system issued a warning. Warning, explosion hazard detected. Hearing the alarm, Kang In immediately stopped. He looked around. Everything seemed normal, nothing strange. Kang In glared grumpily at the system. You're just faking it to change the subject, aren't you? The system insisted. Absolutely not, Kang In countered. Liar, I don't see anything here. He had barely finished speaking when out of nowhere, a loud boom erupted from the upper floors of a nearby building, and smoke and fire filled the sky. Kang In stared in shock at the scene before him. Screams and cries for help echoed everywhere. Fire, help. Looking at the fire in front of him, Kang In thought to himself, Is this a real fire? He clenched his fists. My body is equipped with combat support AI. My eyes have augmented reality technology. I have an auxiliary module in my ear, and my legs have been enhanced. A fire like this, could I defeat it in a single strike? Thinking of this, Kang In tightened his fist and stepped back, his eyes full of determination. He channeled all his strength, imagining he could release a firefighting beam to engulf the flames. Then a chilling silence followed. A little boy with a backpack holding an ice cream cone walked by and looked at Kang In as if he were a mental patient. The system then sarcastically remarked, Have you gone crazy? Kang In held out his hand, looking foolish as he said, Oh, I can't do that. The system reminded him, If you could do that, would you even be human? Kang In watched the blazing fire about to swallow the whole building and asked, So, what's the easiest way to put it out? The system replied, Currently, calling the fire department is the easiest option. Kang In still didn't accept it, muttering, I don't believe there's nothing I can do. Just then a loud scream rang out. Help, is anyone there? Someone standing on the roof of the building cried out. Save me, I'm up here. The people below panicked, pointing up at the terrace. Oh my God, look at the terrace. Oh Lord, what do we do now? Kang In couldn't just stand idly by while a beauty was in danger. He quickly pulled out his mask and asked the system, Jay, can you calculate the time it will take for the fire truck to arrive? The system replied. Considering current traffic conditions, it will take the fire truck at least 4 minutes to get here. The fire could reach the terrace within 4 minutes. If you don't act now, the chance of death by smoke inhalation is 99%. Hearing that, Kang In immediately put on his mask and calmly analyzed the situation. He ordered the system to find an entrance. After scanning around, the system reported, there is no path inside the building. This route might have toxic gas if you climb up. Hearing this, Kang In used his squirrel-like agility to leap up the steps of the buildings below. The crowd chattered in excitement. Damn, is that guy crazy? He's actually going to save that person. But Kang In didn't care. He looked at the fire and asked to check if there were any survivors on other floors. The system replied, I don't hear any movement inside the building. Most people evacuated right after the explosion. Leaping to the next floor, Kang In clung to the wall like a spider, making the people below gasp. Mom, is that Spider-Man? How can he climb like that? Is he a professional climber? Suddenly, the system gave a red alert. Warning, explosion hazard detected ahead. Despite the danger, Kang In didn't waver. He leaped over the danger zone and clung to a railing. Breathing a sigh of relief, he silently thanked his own resilience, but the system retorted, You should be thanking me. He asked back, What did you say? Afterward, Kang In leaped all the way to the top of the building to save the person. He breathed a sigh of relief upon arriving. A Daiyam was crying desperately. Seeing someone arrive, she looked up at Kang In, her tear-filled eyes finding a ray of hope. She cried while reaching out her hand, My savior. At that moment, a Daiyam was startled when she heard another explosion. The fire was spreading faster than expected, and the survival rate was dropping. She asked fearfully, Are we going to die here? Kang In replied calmly, I'm assessing the situation. Then he silently asked the system, trying to impress the beauty. You said my body has been enhanced, right? If I and she jump to the adjacent building, will we be hurt? The system observed below and replied, There are too many witnesses. If your extraordinary actions are seen by many people, it will be hard for you to blend in here. He said, but at least that's better than dying here. Suddenly, Kang In saw another ray of hope. A clothesline. He wondered, should I use this to move across? A Daiyam immediately protested. No, I can't do that. The system notified him. The exit at the bottom of the building has been blocked by flames and the fire escapes are all unsafe. The system notified him. The exit at the bottom of the building has been blocked by flames, and the fire escapes are all unsafe. This might be a crazy idea, but before he could finish, Kang In had already unhooked the clothesline. If we tie this to the building next door, we can get across. The system negated, impossible. A Daiyam also resisted. No, I'm not doing that. Are you crazy? Kang In was determined. We have to do it. I need your help. A Daiyam shook her head. I can't. Seeing Kang In's determination, the system reluctantly complied. All right, when you're on the line, I'll help you keep your balance. After tying the ropes together, hold onto them to get across. I can help you move. Kang In suggested. It would be better if you controlled the throwing force. The system replied. Since the act of throwing is similar to an attack, I cannot help. You must do this yourself. Kang In picked up the rope, asking the system to adjust the accuracy, and then threw the rope to the building next door. Luckily, the rope snagged perfectly onto the staircase. Everything was ready. Kang In turned and said, Let's go. A Daiyam still refused out of fear. With no other choice, Kang In picked her up. A Daiyam panicked, doing her best to warn him. Don't drop me. Kang In said seriously, Be quiet. On the ground, passers-by whispered, Oh God, is he really going across that? So dangerous. Kang In started taking step after step from one side to the other on the fragile line, while a Daiyam kept screaming, Help, Mom. He moved while trying to reassure her. Stay still, don't move anymore. Kang In kept holding her and moved faster. At this speed, everything will be fine, he thought. A Daiyam was panicked, helplessly yelling into the vague night. She was spinning, both afraid and stuttering. No, don't go faster, slow down. The system observed and assessed. It really is an unexpected situation, because the rope is burning faster than expected. Kang In asked in surprise, What, how much time do we have left? It seemed the system notified him a bit too late. At this rate, the rope would snap before they reached the building on the other side. Under the weight of 2 people, the rope had begun to sag, as if it were about to say goodbye at any moment. Kang In stood still, his heart pounding, panicked when he realized the rope was about to snap. Suddenly, the rope gave way, along with a Daiyam's blood-curdling scream. My voice echoes through the mountains. Why is no one answering? Sensing the dangerous situation, Kang In suddenly threw a Daiyam like a rock toward the destination. Luckily, a Daiyam landed safely on the floor on the other side. But on Kang In's end, the rope had snapped. Kang In fell freely, his heart racing, his head spinning. In that moment of free fall, Kang In remained calm, trying to find a solution like a guy used to high-pressure situations. He glanced around, eyes darting everywhere looking for a grip. Looking up, he realized the rope above was still fixed in place, so he braced himself, heading toward the side near the building. With a reflex, Kang In grabbed a sign, then quickly climbed up. He leaped from one house to another, making the crowd below gasp. Look, that guy is still alive. Is he running around the building? Kang In finally leaped to the rooftop of the building. Luckily, he landed successfully. His whole body was sweating and he panted. I really thought I was a goner. Afterward, Kang In went to the floor above to check on her. Are you okay? Adayam, after regaining her composure, yelled. Ghost, Kang In replied foolishly. I'm still alive. Come down, it's too dangerous. She couldn't believe her eyes. How are you still alive? Didn't you fall? Are you Superman? Kang In just accepted it. Something like that. Adayam's eyes lit up, curiously asking, Why are you talking to me so familiarly? Do we know each other? He replied, Because you look young. Adayam asked again, Are you a fan of mine? He looked at her blankly, thinking to himself, Who is this girl? Afterward, he turned and left, frustratedly scolding the system in his heart. Jae-in, you've been making a lot of mistakes lately. I trusted you because you said you were part of a special strategic force. The system replied, I didn't know they would use flammable materials outside the building. Kang In scolded. So you're saying I can't solve every problem, right? Just then, Adayam ran after him, asking, You're the chef at the internet cafe, right? His eyes widened in surprise, wondering how she knew. At this moment, the fire department had also managed to arrive to extinguish the fire. The scenes of Kang In saving Adayam were filmed by bystanders and uploaded to the internet. The story reached Jae-dung and his team. So, he tied a rope to the nearest building and walked on it while carrying a person. Jae-dung remarked. Someone else asked, Does anyone know who he is? Jae-dung puffed on his cigarette and shook his head. Nobody knows. Afterward, he pointed to an object. The only connection is this, a plastic bag. If you save someone, you have to use both hands and feet. If you're carrying stuff, you'd set it down. Did the master tightrope walker leave this behind? That's the only possibility. Inside here, there's only cooking stuff. The receipt is wet and torn, so it's unreadable. They searched inside and found a receipt. The store name was still visible. Should we check the cameras? Jae-dung replied. Is it really necessary to do that? It's not a criminal investigation. If this was just an electrical issue or gas leak, that's not our team's responsibility. Just then, Jae-dung received a call. The captain is calling you, and you're still asking why. That's why you always make us late for our breaks. Then the captain said urgently, We're in trouble. Jae-dung replied nonchalantly, Why, we're always in trouble. The captain said seriously, This isn't an electrical issue or gas leak. It was intentional. I don't know the details yet, but there was a fatality on the 3rd floor. Hearing that, everyone was stunned. Damn it, I thought there were no casualties. Jae-dung replied, Yeah, got it. I'll start by looking for the person who walked the tightrope. At the same time, in another part of the building, Adayam pleasantly stretched her body after finishing her shower. Kang In followed and seeing that asked, You survived thanks to me and now you're asking for a shower. Do you have no shame? Adayam replied nonchalantly, Well, my house burned down, didn't it? Don't you feel sorry for me? I have no father or mother, I can only live alone, and tonight I don't even have a place to sleep. Kang In coldly replied, I live alone too. She said angrily. Are you serious? Then Adayam looked sad, lowering her voice to persuade him. I meant lonely, truly lonely. I borrowed student loans to enroll in university, planning to work part-time to cover the expenses. Now how am I supposed to live? Kang In didn't care. You said you'd work part-time, right? Then go work. Adayam welled up with tears. How can I do that right now? Kang In turned away, not caring in the slightest, but Adayam still insisted. Oh right, is your internet cafe still hearing? Is it not possible? Kang In replied, Go talk to my boss, I'm just a part-timer too. She suggested, How about we go submit the application together? Like a thorn clinging to him, Adayam kept trailing behind Kang In. He bluntly replied, I already said no. But still curious, he asked, How did you recognize me? Adayam replied playfully, I always go to that internet cafe because that's my job. Kang In didn't understand, so he asked about her job. Adayam explained, I'm a beautiful and popular game streamer. When I live stream, a lot of people watch and I interact with them often. A lovely donor even gave me 5,000 guns. Thanks to the donor, thanks to Jay for supporting me with 5,000 guns. She laughed brightly and then complained. Please stop playing that game, I'm begging you because you're my enemy, that's why I lost. Since I don't have a computer at home, I usually live stream at the internet cafe. Kang In didn't quite believe it, stared at her and asked, Are you pretty? Adayam was a bit shy and asked back. Am I not pretty? He asked further. Are you good at games? Adayam honestly shook her head. No. Kang In probed, How many subscribers do you have? Adayam replied matter-of-factly, 30. Hearing this, Kang In accepted his fate and reluctantly took Adayam to submit her application. She happily followed, cheerfully saying, Okay. At the internet cafe, a voice rang out, Opa. Seeing Kang In return, she immediately asked, Why are you back so late? Noticing he brought another woman with him, she immediately asked, Who is this? Adayam quickly replied, Hello, I am Jun Adm, the new employee here. Kang In quickly denied. Not yet. EU heard this and ignored her, not paying much attention. Adiem turned and asked, By the way, you said you were going out to buy sauce, so why are you back empty-handed? Kang In replied nonchalantly, I lost my bag while watching the house fire. EU said, Oh, you mean the house fire on the road ahead, right? Maybe you were too focused on the fire and lost your belongings. Someone might have snatched them. Kang In accepted the blame. Fine, just deduct it from my salary. Suddenly the system appeared. Host. Based on my analysis of the host's field of vision, it is highly likely that many people recorded the fire. We need to search the internet and gather information. Meanwhile, at the internet cafe, a Diem went around socializing. Hello, boss, I'm here to apply. Kang In, listening to the system, turned away. Understood. Online, an article about the fire in District XX with the title, Tightrope Walking Hero Rescues a Person from the Blaze. The system reported, I have found some live streams from the scene. The incident was recorded many times. People's reactions are spreading strongly on the internet, with 5,728 comments. Seeing this, Kang In asked for certainty. It's okay, Jin will delete all those videos from the internet, right? The system replied flatly, I don't have such hacking skills. Kang In was surprised. Why not? The system replied, I am a combat support AI. He couldn't believe it and asked, But you hacked before, didn't you? It replied. That was only for changing identities. Kang In was weary, useless because I already have an identity. The system continued reporting, I have military-grade news defense skills. Currently, there is no hacker attack, so I cannot show it to the host. Kang In sighed, So you can't delete these videos? The system answered succinctly, Correct. He fell into despair. Wonderful. At the same time, someone approached the internet cafe where Kang In worked, looking up suspiciously. That was Dai Dung holding a smartphone with navigation on. He looked at the net shop and affirmed, So the master tightrope walker is at this net cafe. At the internet cafe, Kang In's system notified. Today I again found no information about the Earth Alliance and the Special Strategic Force. Kang In was lying on his bed, suddenly thinking and asking the system, I wonder if there is anyone related to the year 2028, but it seems not. The system replied, It is also possible they are hiding their identities just like us. He nodded, That's possible too. The system continued, I have confirmed several claims about people from the future, but none are credible in the communities. He picked up his phone and said, See, I told you it's 2024. The system replied, But my existence cannot be explained by the technology of 2024. Kang In nodded. That's right, transplanting AI into a human body is impossible in this era. He rested his chin on his hand, still not forgetting yesterday's fire. But what can you do? No matter what, it's 2024 now. By the way, he asked further, What happened to the house fire yesterday? The system displayed a notification. Fire at XX Dong. Today's incident and accident in XX Dong left one casualty and property damage. One person died. The case is being investigated by the police. A person was found dead at the scene. Seeing that someone had died, Kang In panicked and blamed himself. What, did we miss someone? Is this my fault? Jin reassured his host. No, the deceased was found in the room that we climbed across when scaling the building from the outside yesterday. Hearing that, Kang In was slightly confused and interrupted. Wait, so we didn't see that person? Don't you have infrared vision or something? The system replied, The AI lens is only an augmented reality device, not an infrared vision device. Kang In reminded, You know you failed again this time, right? He sank into deep thought, silently pondering and recalling in detail what happened yesterday. There was no sign of anyone in that room, no movement, no sign of life, or any noise detected in the surrounding area. Hearing the word life, Kang In suddenly realized, Wait, that means the person might have been dead beforehand. Kang In jumped up, wondering, What if this isn't a fire accident but a murder? The system judged. That is highly likely. Just then a voice outside caused Kang In to stop his train of thought and peek out. Huh, police. Outside Kang In's room door, Dai Dung walked over holding a bag of items and asked, Did you buy these products? Seo turned her head in surprise. Oh, it's that. Dai Dung asked further, Do you know about this? Who bought this? She replied, Kang In. When Kang In explained the situation, the police returned the items he left behind while watching the fire yesterday. Dai Dung saw him and returned the items. So you left this behind while standing to watch the house fire? Seo praised. Oh, our country's police are amazing. They even tracked down the owner of things like this and returned them. He coughed and replied, Yes. Kang In didn't forget his manners. Thank you. Dai Dung scratched his head awkwardly. Ah, yes. Afterward, he handed Kang In a business card. This is my card, Korean Police, Detective Bikyo Kyung. If you have any information about yesterday's event, please contact me. Kang In held the card in his hand, saying nothing, while Seo cheerfully greeted, Yes, goodbye. Looking at the card, Kang In thought to himself, To catch the killer, we need the detective's help. Can I go meet him? The system replied. The host has confirmed identity. It is safe to meet the detective. Just then, EU asked, Opa, do you have any work to do outside today? I want to work with you today so we can be closer. The system's voice still echoed in his head. It will be more beneficial in the future to get acquainted with local police. Kang In heard the system and listened to EU speak, then replied, Okay, closer. Hearing that, CEO jumped up with joy. I'm so happy, so we'll be working together today, right? You really shouldn't believe what men say. Kang In spoke up. No, today I have things to do, so I have to go. EU went blank, froze, then put on a silly smile. You are so hard to understand. At the police station, banners and mottos were plastered all over. A police officer must be responsible to citizens. The police will always be by your side. A voice rang out in the detective's office. Oh, Dai Dung pointed at Kang In surprise, asking, Aren't you the owner of the bag earlier? He replied, Yes, it's me. Thinking Kang In came to thank him, Dai Dung was polite. Oh, you don't need to do that. We just return lost items to those who lost them. After a moment, seeing something was wrong, Dai Dung asked, Did you come here empty-handed? Kang In replied nonchalantly, I didn't come for that. He was surprised. Oh, you didn't come for that? Then why? Kang In recounted what he knew. Yesterday's fire, I think it was an assassination. As soon as he finished, Dai Dung was astonished. What? He sighed, tired from the pressure from the captain and now this young man. Well, since there was a fatality, it is suspicious. We are still investigating. Kang In continued. There is a possibility this is a murder. Dai Dung asked further, Do you have evidence? Since this is just a guess, it will be hard to investigate. Kang In replied, I didn't see anyone moving in the room when I climbed the building. Hearing that, Dai Dung remained calm, sipped his coffee, and replied, Oh, right. A moment ago his brain hadn't processed it. Now Dai Dung realized and shouted. What? He asked, making Kang In proudly give a thumbs up. Dai Dung asked, So you are the tightrope walker. Dai Dung dropped his jaw. Why didn't you say so sooner? Kang In replied nonchalantly, You didn't ask. Hearing that, Dai Dung praised him highly. That's impressive. Then he asked curiously, How did you do it? You climbed up like Spider-Man, carried someone on a rope, then walked along the wall. Kang In replied, That is not important right now. The detective nodded. True. Afterward, Dai Dung took out a notebook. Can you explain again why you suspect this is a murder? Kang In analyzed. In the crime team's room, there were only two people talking, no movement in the room, even though the fire was burning very high. The victim might have been dead beforehand, or drunk, or on drugs. Those judgments made Dai Dung think. He crossed his arms and analyzed. So you mean someone burned the whole house to cover up a murder? Kang In nodded. Yes. Yesterday I was certain no one was inside when I climbed the building. Just then another colleague walked in. Detective Bikio, has the National Forensic Agency contacted us yet? Oh, the tightrope master. Kang In greeted politely. Hello. Dai Dung replied. Of course not yet. It will take time to perform an autopsy, but the fire was so big that they said running out was impossible. Another colleague continued. Hey, Detective Bikio, we just received a message that the fire might have been caused by an electrical short. To be sure, have you checked the cameras? She replied. There wasn't a single camera in that area. Seeing that things didn't seem simple, Dai Dung was disheveled and shouted. Really? Then what now? Should we sketch a portrait? At this moment, he could only rely on the system. Kang In called out internally. Hey, do you remember the faces of the people you saw yesterday? The system replied. Yes, I have stored all images collected before the fire. I will play them back. He nodded, yes. Then the system projected the images back down onto the table. Kang In focused intently on that video segment, becoming more and more amazed the more he watched. After watching carefully, he spoke up. Yesterday I saw 4 people walking out of the alley near that building. I have a clue. Dai Dung was surprised. Oh, really? Based on the video the system showed, Kang In recounted. The first person walked out of the alley near the building. He was holding a phone in his right hand, talking. He wore a bracelet on his left wrist, a red plaid shirt missing 2 buttons, a gray phone case, and a t-shirt on the outside. Dai Dung heard his extremely detailed description and was very impressed. You describe it as accurately as if they were standing right in front of us. In reality, in Kang In's eyes, the system was projecting the video right in front of him, while Dai Dung's face was like a screen. So he described every detail clearly. He continued, the second person is, the third person is. Just like that, those people were described in great detail. Dai Dung exclaimed, Then can you help us create a sketch? Must record this in a sketch before forgetting. But our sketch artist is currently not here. Can you wait a moment? But for Kang In, these things were not difficult. I can draw it myself. Dai Dung was even more surprised. Oh, you draw that well? He replied modestly. I only know how to sketch roughly. Actually, in his heart, Kang In thought, Jin is the one who is really good at this. Paper and pen were ready. Finally, he requested, System, can you capture images of the 3 suspects and project them into my vision? It replied, Of course. Images gradually appeared before Kang In's eyes. He said, Zoom in a bit more. The system replied, Zooming in, quality confirmed. So Kang In ordered and silently moved the paper. Move to the left a bit more. People around looked at Kang In and whispered, Is he talking to himself? Looks a bit weird. After the image fit on the page, He started sketching stroke by stroke, highly focused. The pen strokes gradually moved, and each face was gradually sketched. Kang In seemed very focused on his work. A moment later, Kang In spoke, finished. Dai Dung and his colleagues peeked at Kang In's drawing with wide, astonished eyes. The drawing looked like a special agent. The police officers exclaimed, "Are you kidding me?" Kang In hurriedly crumpled the paper, reassuring, "I just sketched it roughly." Everyone said in unison, "Yeah." The atmosphere suddenly became unusually quiet. He was stressed, sweating, holding his head, and called the system, "Jin, you have to draw it." Immediately, the system replied, "I can only draw if the host grants temporary control." Hearing that, Kang In was angry. "You are really inflexible, I accept." Detective Bikio helplessly sweated, asking Dai Dung, "Didn't you say he could draw?" Dai Dung scratched his head looking for something on his phone. "No choice, I have to call a sketch artist immediately." Suddenly, the space behind where Kang In was sitting shone brilliantly. Hurrying over to Kang In, everyone passing by was amazed. His skillful hands drew fast, sharp strokes, drawing while saying, "Wait a moment, this will be done in a second." People gathered to watch, admiring. "You draw like a machine, are you a genius?" The system echoed, "My main job is as an agent for the Earth Alliance." Kang In thought to himself, even if you answer, it's still the same. Kang In held 3 sketches in his hand. Only 3 people left the alley before the fire started. If the arsonist fled, it is very likely to be one of these 3 people. Everyone simultaneously gasped in surprise. The team leader immediately commanded, "Quickly verify their identities, go investigate." Everyone eagerly followed. The next day, at the restaurant, happy laughter could be heard from outside. A dish was displayed on the table. Its color and flavor were excellent, causing everyone to praise it. EU, after tasting it, excitedly praised, "Kang In Opa's malatang is incredibly delicious." Kang In brought out more food. "Eat more." Adaiem's eyes sparkled, raising her index finger. "That's amazing." Xiang Hon, slurping the soup while crying, "It's so delicious I'm about to cry." At this moment, EU asked, "Oh, I heard the fire at Adaiem's house the other day was arson." Adaiem was shocked, jaw dropping. Wasn't it an accident?" Xiang Hon immediately brought out his phone. "Yes, the news just said they caught the culprit." "Really?" Behind the counter, Kang In also listened to the story, and heard that they even found drugs on the culprit. Kang In thought about the drug case. It hadn't even been a full day since he left the police station, and they had already investigated this quickly. He looked down at his hands, thinking that everything was thanks to Jin's ability. Suddenly, a phone call came in, and he picked it up. On the other end was Detective Bikio, Dai Dung, reporting the news. "Oh, Mr. Nakangin, I want to let you know that thanks to you, we caught the culprit." He continued, "2 people in the photo are locals, the other one is not from the area. It turns out he was a friend of the victim. We are still investigating further regarding the cause. But regardless, we found drugs in his wallet." Hearing that, Kang In replied, "Yes, I heard about that too. It seems he came to borrow money for drugs. When refused, he killed the homeowner. Do you know what's even funnier? We quickly traced the drug dealers and caught them right at the scene. And guess who was there? Do you know actor Na Dongren? That's him. Currently, the whole entertainment industry is in chaos." Hearing this, Kang In thought to himself, not knowing who that was. Then he cleaned the kitchen while replying, "This is getting more chaotic." Dai Dung sighed. "Yeah, it seems I won't have any vacation this time. But thanks to your sketch, we were able to speed up the investigation 100 times. I'm wondering if we can publish that sketch." Suddenly, Kang In's system notified him that newspapers could affect his special mission as an agent. He thought to himself, it wasn't necessary to hide completely. After that, he replied to the other end, "As long as you don't say I drew it, it's fine." He said it loudly enough that the guests took notice. Dai Dung asked further, "Oh, refusing to reveal your identity? Like a hero, huh?" Kang In just looked down, replying, "I just do what should be done." He laughed. "Wow, okay, I will remember this. I have to hang up. Once again, thank you very much." After hanging up and turning back, he saw the 3 people staring with wide, sparkling eyes. "What is it? What happened?" "Opa, what did you draw for Detective Bikio?" Kang In replied nonchalantly, "Drew a drawing." Hearing that, all 3 laughed loudly, clutching their stomachs and jumping around. Maybe the drawing was so bad that he told them not to mention it. He wiped the spoon and said again, "Think whatever you want." Suddenly, a loud scream made everyone startle and turn around. Inside the net cafe area, someone spilled food, causing the person next to them to stand up and shout, "You spilled noodles. You spilled it before too. You shot the gun, so who else?" Iusio looked dissatisfied, sighing, "They spilled noodles again." Xiang Hon quickly ordered, "Dookie, get ready for cleaning duty." Adayem excitedly raised her hand. "Got it." She held the mop, happily smiling and thinking to herself whether she should ask the boss for a reward for cleaning up the noodles. While rushing over, she bumped into a guest, and both fell backward. Adayem quickly stood up, panicked, and apologized repeatedly. "Oh my God, I'm sorry. Are you okay?" The guest in the blue shirt sniffled, clutching his arm, groaning. "My arm." He got angry and shouted, "You should be more careful. Oh, my poor arm." She continued to apologize. "I'm very sorry. Does it hurt a lot?" He continued. "It seems to be broken." Hearing that, Adayem cried, Should I call 119? Wait, 119 is fire department. Is 112 okay? I'll try calling. What if the police come? Seeing the tense situation, Kang In stepped closer and asked calmly, is it really broken? At this moment, his system diagnosed the injury. Based on the movement of the hand, it was likely a sprain. She continuously asked after the guest, are you still okay? The system proposed. To check the wound, the host needs to touch the hand and observe that person's reaction. Hearing that, he said, Jin, you check it. Of course. Kang In stepped close, asking, can I touch your arm to check? The guest was surprised. Huh. He held the painful arm, pressed lightly, and tried squeezing. The guy screamed. Ah, it hurts, the system confirmed. I checked the muscles, ligaments, and joints. There is no bone damage, just a minor wrist sprain. Kang In reported the situation back. The bone is fine, just a minor sprain. The guy replied, but it hurts so much, what should I do now? Kang In performed a few massage movements. The pain disappeared, making the guy surprised. Wow, it really doesn't hurt anymore now. On this side, Zi Ong-hon was amazed. Kang In is really good at massage, Eucio admired. I want to have a sprain too. The system reminded, it will take 24 hours to recover completely. Don't do heavy work. Otherwise, the injury will get worse. Kang In repeated, don't do heavy work until tomorrow. It will be dangerous if you push it. The guest asked worriedly, but what about my job? Tomorrow I have to cook in Gangwon. This is really bad. A Daeum was mopping while listening. Oh, you are a chef, the guest replied. Just selling food on a truck. There is an urgent filming session, so they called my food truck immediately. She asked excitedly, have you done this before? The guest, hearing this, was captivated and supported. Then let me come help you. Looking at the guest's suspicious expression, she hurriedly said, I'm actually very good at making noodle strings. Doing 2 portions at once is fine. The guest put his hand on his chest and sighed. No matter what, I can't let you serve noodle strings. If only there was someone good at cooking. Suddenly, his sparkling eyes turned toward Kang In. The system analyzed. His eyes are waiting for your nod. Just agree. Immediately, Kang In was decisive. Sorry, I still have to work here. The guest wouldn't give up, continuing to offer an attractive invitation. I will pay you 300,000 won if you help me. This made Kang In slightly move, and then the two looked at each other, in sync and high-five. Kang In confirmed the job. I only need to cook rice and side dishes, right? Hearing him say that, the guest was excited, face radiant. Of course, will you really help me? It's an honor. When tasting the food, he dropped his jaw in surprise. Actually, I heard this net cafe is very famous for its food, so I came here to try it. The food here is so delicious that since then I've come every day. Saying that, he laughed loudly. I thought I would learn something when eating here every day, but if you're willing to help my food truck, it's a real honor to have a talented person like you collaborating. Life is indeed full of surprises. Kang In covered his mouth, asking the system, Jin, we've surveyed this area. Is it time to survey other areas? The system replied. The host can cover mission costs by working part-time on the food truck. Actually, it's all for money. We are the same. The next morning, still at dawn, dense fog. A food truck drove fast on the road. Inside the truck, Kang In was driving with the man from yesterday. He said, Kang In, you drive so smoothly. I didn't know my car could drive this smoothly. He replied with an expressionless face. I just have a high level of concentration. In reality, his system was the one driving the truck. Suddenly, he gave a thumbs up. Today, I will impress the actors and staff with a delicious meal. Thank you for helping me. Kang In replied, no need to thank me. Inside, the system grumbled. I'm the one who should be thanked. He continued asking, have you heard the hot news from yesterday? An actor was caught red-handed at a drug party. Kang In replied, yes, I heard. He continued, actually, the place we are going to is also where that actor is filming. I remember the movie is scheduled to be released in about a week. Do you think they can release it? Kang In immediately turned his gaze toward him and he shook his head. Of course not. Who would want to watch a movie with a drug-addicted actor? Right now, they're reshooting every scene that actor was in. The atmosphere on set is so tense. They're frantically trying to reshoot everything and everyone is panicking. It's a good thing I have work here, but to be honest, the atmosphere is incredibly stressful. Kang In asked curiously, can't they just postpone the release? He shook his head gloomily. This is a special case. They've already set the theater release dates. If they push it back, they'll have to pay breach of contract penalties and the production company could go bankrupt. However, I don't know the specifics, only that the director is in a really tough spot right now. That's director Sonin. Do you know him? He's one of the top romance film directors in South Korea, so I believe everything will be okay. Just then, director Sun was sitting alone, cigarette in hand, his face full of sorrow. He slumped his head in despair, muttering, I don't like this at all. The cameraman looked down at where he was sitting and asked, should we reshoot? He held his head. There's no more time. We have no choice but to accept failure, damn it. He gritted his teeth, full of remorse for his profession. It's all because of that drug addict, he shouted in frustration. If I ever catch him, I'll wring his neck until he dies. The other guy just laughed smugly. A girl from the film crew ran over to announce, Director, the food truck has arrived. He comforted everyone. All right, let's eat and take a short break. The staff must be exhausted. As soon as he heard about the food, he stopped his melancholy for a moment, but then yelled, "Do you think I can eat right now? If this movie fails, we'll be drowning in debt. Even the cost of today's food truck is a waste. Tell them to leave immediately." But as soon as he tasted the first dish, he froze, stunned. Why is this so delicious? Min ate with relish while inwardly conflicted. I swear I wasn't even hungry. Another staff member laughed. This is insane. Did they put drugs in the food? The director snapped irritably. Shut up, don't mention drugs again, he stammered to cover up. I meant supplements, a healthy herbal supplement, that's all. They began discussing how the usual chef had injured his wrist and had asked Kang In for support. The staff member gestured and encouraged. The scenery on the mountain is so beautiful, it's perfect. Director Sun tried to stay positive and relaxed his shoulders. It's a good thing the rest of the actors aren't having any trouble. But no sooner had he said that than he jinxed it. A voice called out, "Director, there's been an accident." Everyone's faces turned pale. It was a girl named Shin Yuha, who ran over in a panic to break the news. The stunt actor twisted his ankle while filming. At that moment, everyone around was worried. 3 people ran over to see the injured actor. Ju Chan sat holding his injured ankle, looking miserable. I'm so sorry, I should have been more careful. Quick, call 119. Can an ambulance even get up this mountain? Does anyone know first aid? Director Min collapsed, the mood dropping significantly. A scream rang out toward Kang In's spot. Damn it, this movie really is cursed. Can you handle this situation? You massaged my hand last time and the pain went away very quickly. The system inside reminded him. If we stabilize the ankle with on-site first aid techniques, it will help reduce pain and support recovery. Kang In said. Didn't they say it was a twisted ankle? He walked over to where the main actor had fallen, watching him looking miserable and drenched in sweat. Kang In said calmly, "Let me take a look." Suddenly, everyone whispered, "Isn't he the food truck chef? Oh my God, can a chef treat wounds too?" Kang In looked up at the director and instructed, "I'll only provide initial first aid, but you need to take him to the hospital immediately." The director, flustered, replied hurriedly, Okay, just do something." At that moment, he looked toward Ha and called out, "Hey, Seotap, can you bring me a roll of tape?" She pointed at herself in surprise and asked back, "Huh, me?" He asked for help, and her eyes widened in surprise. Director Min pointed, "Tape." She was startled. Yes. On the way to get it, Yuha thought angrily, "Wait, did he just call me?" La Seotap. Shin Yuha is an actress, even if just a supporting one. She angrily threw the roll of tape at Kang In. "Here, be polite, thank you." Afterwards, she went to a far corner, ignoring everyone. But the groaning noises forced her to look back. The system reported, "The male actor has a serious ankle sprain, but it's not as bad as they described. First aid complete." Yuha couldn't believe her eyes and asked again, "Is he okay?" Okay. Ju Chan hugged his freshly bandaged ankle and said, "It was hurting a lot just a moment ago, but now I feel like the bone is back in place and it's better. I think I can walk." With a serious expression, Kang In warned, "But filming is still out of the question. He has received temporary treatment, but it will be difficult for him to walk until he fully recovers." Just hearing that was enough to make Director Min feel like he was having a stroke, requiring staff to remind him. "Director Sun, take a deep breath." He suggested another solution. "We could call another stunt actor." Min hesitated, clutching his head as if he were about to faint. How could we find someone with the same build and face as Kim Ju-chan right in the middle of these mountains? Suddenly he screamed, "And we still have to practice. Damn it. If we miss the release date, we're all going to be ruined." Another staff member laughed helplessly. "Then let's let Ju-chan do the action scenes himself." Kim Ju-chan, the lead actor, smiled and raised his hand. "If necessary, I'll do it." The staff member added nervously, "But what if Ju-chan gets injured too?" Min fell over, sighing. "He's too clumsy. If he also hurts his ankle, we're finished." "Director, the conditions are too harsh. If Ju-chan gets injured, this movie is over." He asked again, "Then should we choose someone from the stunt team? We could cover their face with a mask and sunglasses. Would that work? Who wants to try?" The director prayed, "Oh God, why are you torturing me like this? Please, even if I have to pay triple the salary, I just hope someone can step in as a stunt double right now." Right then, no one else could replace him except Kang In. The sunlight shone down as if illuminating a region of the sky, and he spoke up. "The one sent by heaven has arrived." He posed confidently. "I'm kidding, but I really think I can do it." Director Min looked up in confusion. "Who is this?" Shin Yuha felt disgusted and kept opposing. "No way, director. Even if you're desperate, you can't let him do it. He's not an actor, he's not part of the crew, he's just a cook." The director temporarily pretended to be deaf, quietly comparing. Even though the difference in aura is visible to the naked eye, thinking about it, Kang In really looks a lot like Kim Ju-chan. Desperate, he lunged forward to ask, "Do you know how to fight?" Kang In replied slowly, "I do." Despite Yuha's screaming and the film crew assistant's frantic attempts to stop him. "Director, are you serious?" Min folded his hands and pleaded. "We really have no more time, can you help? We'll use makeup, and for the rough parts we'll use special effects. Please." Kang In nodded to close the deal. Triple the salary, right? He replied immediately, of course, let's start filming right now. At the same time, Yu-ha and the assistant sang in unison like a summer choir. This movie is going to fail. Everyone started moving onto the film set, preparing for the scene. Min explained the plot. Kim Joo-chan is the lead. He has to save the supporting actress Shin Yu-ha. Yu-ha screamed angrily. You don't need to emphasize supporting actress. He added painfully. The original villain was arrested by the police, so we have to manage like this. The director placed his hope in him. Consult with the actors and practice a little. I'll go out so you guys have time to prepare. Kang In held the script and replied. Okay. The stunt actor instructed. This scene requires moving your hands, hanging, punching the jaw, and then a knee strike, right? Kang In asked curiously. Would it be weird if every action were planned in advance? The supporting actor replied. True, but this is the simplest way. We've already practiced according to the script, so we can't change the moves right away. The system spoke up from within. Filming shouldn't be performed like that. I have cinematic skills for training guidance. Kang In thought to himself. Things like that actually exist, the system continued. This method requires more realistic movements. Kang In proposed a shocking idea. Instead of following the script, Kang In suggested, instead of that, why don't you three really attack me? His strange idea made the three supporting actors' eyes widen in shock. What? Kang In continued to explain. The success of the scene will be better if you attack me for real, like you really want to fight me. I'll handle it properly, and that way, it will look much more realistic on camera. The three of them looked at each other nervously, intending to refuse, while Yu-ha showed her attitude. That only works if the action choreography goes well. What if someone gets hurt? The success of this movie depends on us. She pouted, muttering, what do you know about filmmaking? You don't even know what you're talking about. Still upset for being called Seotap. After changing into his costume, Kang In went to meet the director. Can we shoot this scene in one take without any cuts? I intend to start right away, no practice needed. That way we'll save a lot of time. The director asked back skeptically. If you can do it in one take, that would be amazing, but is it possible? Kang In radiated a brilliant aura. Trust me, the power of triple the salary. The system reminded him. My name is Jeninjin, not triple salary. He paid no attention to the reminder and turned away. We'll shoot it all in one go, no interruptions needed. Min stood stunned, staring at Kang In's inscrutable back, his instinct whispering, this person is very reliable. He shouted for the scene to begin. Yu-ha got into character. Help me. The trio of supporting actors played the role of gangsters, laughing threateningly. We're going to torment you. Yeah, we'll show you what hell is like. Hand over everything you have, you brat. Yeah, hand over everything. As they laughed despicably, Kang In delivered a masterstroke kick that blew the door wide open. They saw him leap down from above, terrified. What the hell? How did he find us? His vertical leap is monstrous. The leader ordered, get him. Another one lunged to attack. Kang In calmly waited for the system's guidance. I will guide you to avoid dangerous punches, marking the trajectory of the attacks in your eyes. It will guide you just like Google Maps. A supporting actor also suddenly lunged, but luckily the system had predicted the move. Kang In thought to himself, must react even before the opponent makes their next move. The system continued to direct. Jump. The system even instructed that this camera angle would look beautiful. The supporting actor was surprised. That wasn't in the script. The system guided him enthusiastically, even more professionally than director Min. Camera number 3 will catch the best angle. The remaining supporting actors shouted in unison. Are you crazy? Why are you hitting for real? Kang In lunged, making the blonde actor terrified. Please, he screamed inwardly. Just follow the script, damn it. Kang In lunged down from above, delivering a knockout blow. As for actor Kim, he wondered. That wasn't in the script. Why hasn't the director yelled cut yet? Suddenly, adrenaline kicked in. Actor Kim lunged with force, as if he had just drunk 10 cans of energy drink. Throwing a straight punch, Kang In skillfully bent his body to dodge, muscles tensing, then used force to push himself up, making the guy groan in pain. Following that, Kang In used his knee to send actor Kim flying. As if energized, he picked up a stick, gently knocking him away like hitting a ball. The director and his assistant outside dropped their jaws. Luckily, no flies flew in. Yu-ha, even while in the scene, couldn't control her emotions. Ju-chan and the crew members were equally surprised. After the lopsided fight, the supporting actors were left lying battered on the ground. After the fight, Kang In left a lasting impression on everyone's hearts. Kang In walked toward Yu-ha, who was pale-faced, the two looking quite good together on camera. He read his lines. I've come to save you. Yu-ha hesitated for a moment, then spoke up. Her complexion drained. You're really going to let me live, right? Kang In thought. That wasn't in the script. The assistant shouted loudly, cut. The director slammed the clapboard, running over in a panic. No, I told you to fake the fight, not hit for real. Is everyone okay? After the drug scandal, do we all have to go to the hospital now? The director held his head, lamenting. I must be blind to be shooting this movie. What are we doing, heavens? A supporting actor who had been hit sat up abruptly. We should stop this. Min stood up stunned, but then all three supporting actors gathered around Kang In admiration. How did you do that? I'm shocked. I got hit, but it didn't hurt at all. This is the first time I've experienced something like this. They chatted excitedly despite the director approaching. At first I was scared because I thought I was really getting hit, but how did you do that? The director still wasn't over the shock. They said he didn't actually hit them. At the same time, the assistant walked over angrily, pointing at Kang In and questioned, I told you to fake the hits. I said to act out the action, not to throw them around or break their bones. He asked again, what about the people who got hit? The trio of supporting actors chimed in, but we're perfectly fine. The assistant continued to shout as if possessed. Yeah, they're perfectly fine. Then he suddenly sobered up. What? Collapse, how are you guys still fine? The assistant couldn't understand how they were still fine. The three supporting actors explained, even though they didn't understand it either. We don't know, but one thing is certain, the blonde actor described. It felt like there was a cushion or something protecting us from behind. It was like sliding instead of getting hit. The assistant was still skeptical, about to question him further, but Kang In confirmed. Exactly. He slowly described it as, like sliding sideways, like skiing down a slope. The assistant was even more confused. What does that mean? The assistant stubbornly asked, while he asked actor Kim. When you were hit in the knee, your body was thrown up, right? Were you injured at all? Actor Kim scratched his head and replied appreciatively, that. I wasn't actually hit. He just grazed my knee. He even caught me when I fell. The assistant broke into a cold sweat. He did that. When? Then he still stubbornly insisted. No way. The camera captured you guys getting hit. How could you be unharmed? Just then, the director patted the assistant's shoulder, as if to stop him. He was as happy as a young maiden in love. Just consider it a technique. Min folded his arms and laughed loudly, pretending to be knowledgeable. I knew it. I knew everything. That's why I didn't yell cut. No one believed his act. The director remembered the main task. All right, quickly go watch the footage to see if it's okay. The assistant replied helplessly. Okay. Everyone gathered in front of the monitors. Everyone was surprisingly impressed with the perfect final product. Even the expression of being grabbed by the throat was captured clearly. Ju Chan's eyes sparkled. Every shot was excellent, just as I expected from the director, the cameraman said honestly. Actually, instead of saying I filmed it beautifully, it would be more accurate to say the actor calculated the position of every camera, then moved to the right angle. He continued to explain. I just followed the camera. Every angle on the camera was perfect. Ju Chan couldn't believe it. No way. You're saying that person calculated every camera angle from start to finish. Kang In looked behind him as if searching for something. Director, is my part finished? Min smiled brightly. Of course it's done. I'm very impressed. He felt satisfied, as if seeing a Hollywood aura shining over Kang In. Kang In replied calmly. I'm glad it's okay. Min announced. All right, everyone learn from Kang In and try your best. Moving on to the next scene. Kim Ju Chan, are you ready? Ju Chan answered immediately. Ready. He chatted enthusiastically. Your acting mastery is truly amazing. Which company are you with? The system interrupted. Earth Alliance Strategic Company. Paying no mind to the system's nonsense, Kang In slowly cleaned up the food truck. Yuha gritted her teeth in anger. Is Ju Chan Opa an idiot? How could he act like that? Those guys were just trying to hold on so they wouldn't have to reshoot. Everyone saw him hit them. Meanwhile, the trio of supporting actors looked at Kang In as if looking at an idol. It felt like acupuncture therapy. Exactly. Yuha looked at their sparkling eyes and guessed wrong. Look there, they're about to cry from the pain. She grew even more anxious, thinking, if the script forces him to hit me, he's going to beat me like a stray dog. Just as that thought crossed her mind, Kang In turned around and stared right at her. Yuha jumped in shock. What the hell are you looking at me like that for? Can you read minds or something? But Kang In didn't pay her any attention at all. He was observing the area behind her because the system had just issued an alert. Agent, strange noises are coming from the set. Critical point marked. A section of the wall will collapse from the ceiling in a few minutes. He looked up at the ceiling. The system notified him. A section of the ceiling is about to collapse, and the debris will hit the actors. As the structure fails, the ceiling will come crashing down. Kang In was stunned. It's collapsing. The system's warnings came in rapid succession. Kang In acted immediately with 5 seconds until the collapse. He grabbed Du Chan by the shirt and hoisted him into the air, causing the man to panic. Master. Kang In tossed him aside. With 4 seconds left, Du Chan rolled on the ground, bewildered. What the hell is going on? The system continued its countdown to 3 seconds amid Yoha's growing panic. Yoha screamed like a maniac. Save me. At 2 seconds, Kang In used a steel rod to swat away the debris falling from the ceiling. 1 second left. The studio erupted with a sound like an earthquake. Staff members screamed. What's happening? The building in front is collapsing. Amid the panicking screams, Kang In remained calm, holding Yoha with one arm while swatting away falling debris with the other. Yoha shrieked at the top of her lungs. Mommy, save me, no, somebody help, ay. Terrified of both dying and looking ugly, she clutched her head and screamed piercingly. Kang In felt a headache coming on and growled under his breath. Shut up. Just as he swatted away a large metal sheet, the system issued another warning. Warning. Immediately after, the studio seemed to explode. and dust engulfed the entire space. Backstage, everyone watched the thick white clouds of smoke in panic. Those in the backstage area were terrified, their faces all wearing the same expression of shock. Min screamed loudly, "Season, Yoha, are you okay? Please tell me you're not hurt." He kept shouting, begging for them to tell him they were fine. As the dust slowly cleared, the sight that met everyone's eyes was Kangin carrying Yoha in his arms. She slowly opened her eyes, not yet understanding what had happened. Then she suddenly startled and thrashed like a fish out of water. "Save me!" Kangin turned his head to look at her. "You're still alive." He added, "Is it that surprising?" Yoha glared at him, her voice trembling as if about to cry. "Hey, what the hell are you doing? You threw Duchan away, and now you want to throw me too." Kangin replied coldly, "No, the ceiling collapsed, I saved you." Yoha turned her head to look around. Everything was in ruins. A massive explosion had just occurred. After realizing what had happened, Yoha screamed in shock. "My God, what happened here?" Kangin replied instantly, "I don't know, probably just bad construction." Yoha immediately glanced over at Duchan, thinking to herself, "So he saved me and Duchan Opa from those steel beams." Meanwhile, Duchan was sitting on the ground, scratching his head repeatedly, his face twisted like a monkey's. Yoha realized what happened, shyly interlaced her fingers and asked, "Did you save me?" Kangin maintained his cold tone. "You get it now, can you get down yet?" Before she could answer, Kangin dropped her straight to the floor without a hint of gentleness. Yoha landed and shrieked, "You're so brutal." Duchan approached Kangin, scratching his head with a sheepish smile. "Master, I was surprised when you threw me. I thought you hated me." Kangin didn't understand what he was talking about but asked, Hate what? Are you okay?" Duchan replied, Now that you mention it, even though you threw me pretty hard, it didn't hurt at all." Min ran over anxiously, his gait looking like a duck, shouting as he ran. "Yoha Kim Duchan, are you all okay?" He was out of breath and asked, "Please tell me you're still in one piece." Duchan grinned, giving a thumbs up. "We're fine, Kangin saved us in time." Min turned to Yoha. "And what about you, Yoha?" She looked at Kangin, her voice stuttering. You saw that." Suddenly, she turned back to look at Kangin. She blushed, tucked her hair behind her ear, and replied shyly, "I'm fine." Then Yoha thought to herself, maybe he isn't that bad after all. Min sighed in relief. Phew, thank heavens that was close. He started ruminating to himself. If those steel beams had fallen on the actors in a worst-case scenario, someone could have died. His face darkened and turned serious. If an actor died because the film crew was in such a rush to wrap up during construction, especially right after the drug scandal, this movie would be absolutely finished. Turning to look at Kangin, he praised, "He's a hero, that guy is a true hero." A person in charge approached Min and asked, "Director, son, we have to repair the studio before we can continue filming, right?" He yelled angrily. "Are you crazy? What if it collapses again after we just fixed it?" The other person asked worriedly. "Then what do we do about the remaining scenes?" Suddenly a cameraman ran over quickly, calling out, "Director, we captured that scene on camera perfectly." Both of them turned back in surprise. What do you mean?" The cameraman replied happily. "I left the camera running for some behind-the-scenes footage, and we recorded the whole thing. We got really lucky, come take a look." At the computer, the cameraman hurried to play the footage for Min. The clip showed the entire scene of Kangin saving Yoha. He was carrying her while running at high speed. He held a metal rod to deflect the falling debris, revealing his toned six-pack. After that, Kangin carried Yoha to safety without sustaining any injuries, looking exactly like a hero saving a damsel in a movie. The three of them watched, eyes and mouths wide open, amazed at what they had just seen. Min slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "Did I film this?" The cameraman, annoyed at having his credit stolen, immediately countered, "No, I filmed it." The person in charge chimed in, "If it weren't for Kangin, we wouldn't have this shot." Everyone was excited about how authentic the footage looked. Min shouted, "It looks just like a Hollywood movie. How did we manage to film this without even discussing it beforehand? Save it, we absolutely have to use it." Then he stood in a corner, drooling with a lecherous look, thinking to himself, "It's too good, this scene is going to be iconic." The person in charge behind him said with a look of helplessness, "But director, sorry to burst your bubble, this scene is definitely too good to pass up, but it was an accident. It wasn't in the script at all." He asked Min confusedly, "What if the audience finds out it was an accident?" Min covered his mouth with both hands, looking like a shy maiden, and said, "Then we'd be hated, wouldn't we?" But right after, he smiled brightly, like someone with emotional instability, and said confidently, "But nobody got hurt. We can use this for marketing. If any problems arise, we can have the lawyers at TH Entertainment handle it." The person in charge looked baffled by Min's optimism. "Do we really need to do that?" He replied instantly, "Of course, how could we waste such a great piece of footage?" Not stopping there, he asked, "What about Kangin? What if the person who filmed that doesn't let us use it?" Min immediately ran quickly to where Kangin was, shouting his name. "Kangin." He made a desperate face, his eyes sparkling with fake tears, and clasped his hands as he spoke about the accident. "First of all, I must thank you so much. You saved both me and Yoha." Duchan stood behind them, crying because he wasn't mentioned. "Director, I almost died too." the system whispered to Kang In. Rescuing civilians is a core part of the Earth Alliance's mission. The Earth Alliance and robots naturally prioritize the safety of citizens. Kang In closed his eyes, his voice full of compassion. I only did what I had to do. T-Min was touched by his savior, praising him. You really are a hero. Then he acted cute, pursing his lips and saying, about the scene where you saved us, we accidentally recorded it, and it's really good. Can we use it in the movie? We'll even give you a credit. After listening, Kang In pondered for a long time while hearing the system remind him. If the agent's face is revealed to the public, it could affect future missions. T-Min suddenly offered a bigger condition. Of course, we will also compensate you with an additional sum. The system, upon hearing about money, immediately changed its attitude. Luckily, the host's face was covered, so this was no longer a major issue. Kang In shook hands with T-Min and said calmly, feel free to use it. He replied joyfully, I really thank you so much. Yoha's manager noticed she didn't look well and asked, Yoha, are you okay? You've seemed very distracted since a while ago. She answered stutteringly, I'm fine. Afterward, she stole a glance in another direction. Her gaze was focused intensely on Kang In. Yoha noticed a large tear in his shirt after he saved her from the incident earlier. She hurried over to where Kang In was standing and said shyly, Does it hurt? The back of your shirt is torn. Kang In replied with extreme calm, It's fine, it's just a torn shirt. Suddenly, Yoha's cheeks turned red. She marveled to herself about Kang In. He almost got hit by a giant steel beam, yet he still managed to save both me and Duchan Opa, and he doesn't even have a single scratch. He's truly amazing. Yoha was still blushing as she looked up and said quietly, Thank you. Kang In answered nonchalantly, Helping the staff is my job. Hearing this, Yoha was so annoyed she pinched his cheek and shouted, I'm not a staff member, I'm an actress. He kept his calm expression and replied, Just kidding. Yoha muttered in frustration, thinking he was clearly troublesome. Kang In put his cap back on and said to T-Min, Since the work here is done, I'm going back to the food truck. He smiled brightly and responded, Oh, okay, thank you so much, even though you're very busy. After Kang In turned and walked away, T-Min couldn't stop praising him. The food on that truck is so delicious, isn't it? He looks so young, but he's truly talented. Yoha watched him leave, pretending not to care, but still asked, Do you know where he usually sells his food? The person in charge replied, They say he works at an internet cafe. She was surprised. Huh, an internet cafe? T-Min also marveled. How absurd. Why would someone as talented as that work at an internet cafe? Yoha hurriedly asked, So is he only helping us out today? He answered happily. Not at all, he'll be here for a few more days. I've asked him to come and help tomorrow and the day after too. Hearing that, Yoha was so happy she laughed out loud, clapping her hands as she said, With Kang In's help, this will be the best action movie ever. Yoha looked forward to the year-end awards before suddenly asking, But director, isn't our movie a romantic comedy? The script cover even says A Bright Morning. It's a romance script. The director replied, The genre doesn't matter. If we cut all the scenes of that drug-addicted guy and replace them with action scenes, we can solve all our immediate problems. He asked for opinions. What do you all think if we switch to an action genre? The assistant director lamented. Oh my, we're running out of time. I'll hire a stunt director right away. The director emphasized. Hire someone for what? Why waste such meaningless effort? He asked back. Did you just see Kang In calculate all the movements in real time and finish the shoot on time, right? The assistant answered. Yes, that's true. The director raised the point. Time is what we need most, and who else can solve that problem for us besides Kang In? The assistant wondered. But he's not an actor, it'll be awkward to ask. Director T-Min persuaded. Doesn't have to be an actor. Is that so important? Don't you see he's even better than Kim Do-chan was before? The actor Do-chan was insulted and wept in frustration like a child denied a fare. It's so unfair. The assistant frowned and scratched his face. But what about the food truck? I heard Kang In replaced the chef because the other guy got hurt. The director complained. You're such a pain. He cracked his knuckles and made a decision. Don't say anything more, I'll handle that problem myself. Leave it to me. Saying that, he ran off to find Kang In like a gust of wind. Kang In, wait for me a moment, the assistant thought to himself. Is he going to be okay doing it this way? Kang In had already walked outside, thinking as he went. This place looks so sturdy, yet it could collapse so suddenly. He turned his head to look around, analyzing. Right in the middle of filming, exactly when the actor was standing there, nothing more, nothing less. Something is very suspicious. The system returned an image-based result. After analyzing the data, there is a possibility that this damage was prearranged. There was an intentional alteration of the building's structure before the collapse. Kang In mused. You think so too? Could someone have altered the building's structure beforehand? The system continued its analysis. The actress's position at that moment had many steel bars falling toward the back of Yoha. Anyone could predict her position just by reading the script. Kang In agreed with this speculation, saying, Someone might have targeted the actress, or perhaps they even wanted the movie to fail. As he was thinking, a voice called out from behind, followed by panting. Kang In. Director T-Min ran at full speed, shouting as he ran. Can we talk for a moment? He was surprised. What else do we have to talk about? The director stepped forward and grabbed Kang In's hand, with teary eyes as if he had found a straw to hold on to for dear life. Please save my movie. Director Sun Tae-min excitedly explained the movie's difficult situation, but Kang In wasn't very impressed or interested. He only focused on what the system said. The geography of this area is similar to old data. The information value is very low. After hearing the director's story, Kang In refused. I have work at the CEO's, so I can't stay here any longer. The director was as happy as if he'd found gold. The CEO is perfect. Starting tomorrow, we will move all the shooting locations to the CE. Kang In still shook his head. I have other things to do. I can't stay on set all day. Director Tae-min tried to persuade. Don't worry, you only need to come for the main shots like today. It won't take much time, just shoot once. The system didn't agree either. That is inefficient. We have to complete the mission at the temporary base. The director leaned in close and whispered into Kang In's ear. We will ensure you get paid. The production company doesn't need to save money right now. Hearing that, the system immediately changed its attitude. If there's a large amount of money, I think you should accept it. Kang In thought to himself. Jen Jin is buttering him up again, he replied. All right, let me know the schedule and I'll come. The director thanked him profusely. I'll stay up all night to rewrite the script. The negotiation was decided. Director Sun Tae-min had regained his confidence, showing his true skills as soon as Kang In accepted. Although the scenes at the collapsed set were cancelled, everyone was amazed by the new footage, and the director began brainstorming ideas for an even better script. The next morning, the actors and the film crew were busy preparing for the shoot. Everyone whispered, "It feels like everything is going very smoothly. If it keeps up like this, the movie will definitely be a success." By the afternoon, thanks to the Kang In effect, the atmosphere on set had become quieter and more professional. Outside the studio, a white car sped in, drifting to a stop in a very cool way. Entertainment manager Kim stepped out of the car and sprinted into the studio. While the director was holding his head in his hands rewriting the script, manager Kim ran in, shouting, "Director Sun Tae-min." The director turned his head and asked, "Manager Kim, what are you doing here?" Manager Kim yelled, "What are you doing here? Please help us." He grabbed the director's shirt and shook it, the director looking terrified and worried. "If we release this movie in its original form, we'll only receive a storm of criticism. The movie will fail and will be in big trouble." He spoke rapidly about the current situation. "You know we can't postpone the release date, right? The company has already secured the major theaters. If the film fails, no one can handle the consequences." The director reached out and blocked Manager Kim's mouth, declaring confidently, "Manager Kim, trust me, I will solve all these problems." In the heat of the moment, Manager Kim still couldn't rest easy and snapped, "Quit joking. How do you intend to handle the film? Tell me clearly so I can report to my superiors." The director uncapped his pen and explained, "I will change the film's genre. Starting today, this movie will be a romance and action film." Manager Kim was furious and grabbed the director's collar. "What? Have you lost your mind?" Manager Kim was restless and anxious. "Are you crazy? We only have a week left for filming and editing. How can you want to change the genre now?" Contrary to Manager Kim's expression, the director was very laid back, reassuring him, "Don't worry. We are still within working hours. I'll show you in a moment." As he was speaking, someone suddenly opened the door and walked in. The director asked loudly and unpleasantly, "Who's that?" He shouted when he saw the person entering the studio, slamming the door and causing dust to fly everywhere. Seeing the person who had just arrived, Manager Kim started and took a deep breath. He bowed to the man in the black suit in front of him. "Boss, I didn't expect you to come here in person." The person who arrived didn't say anything, only glared sharply at the director. That look startled the director. "Huh. Is that Lee Tae-ho, the CEO of TH Entertainment?" Lee Tae-ho. Director Tae-min stood up hurriedly. Lee Tae-ho stepped forward and said in a deep voice, "I didn't want to come here either, but I couldn't help it when an accident like this happened on the set." He glanced over the area where the incident had occurred, seeing the steel bars still scattered on the ground. He looked at the crime scene where the accident took place. Lee Tae-ho's face darkened even further. But another serious accident occurred, leaving the whole set in shambles. There's no reason for me not to inspect it personally. Lee Tae-ho's face darkened even further. But another serious accident occurred, leaving the whole set in shambles. There's no reason for me not to inspect it personally. Manager Kim trembled as he replied, "Yes. As you know, we've been very busy with the drug-addicted guy's case." The cold gaze and the aura of a furious CEO made the whole room quiet. "How long do you intend to keep blaming that person?" Manager Kim apologized profusely. "I'm sorry, I'm so sorry." Suddenly, the sound of small footsteps echoed. A cute little girl appeared. "Daddy, are you angry?" Lee Tae-ho's daughter, child actress Lee Min, walked in. Seeing his daughter, Lee Tae-ho changed his attitude immediately. "Mindy, you heard Daddy being loud, so you came in here, right?" He sat down and gently welcomed her. "Daddy isn't angry, it's just a bit noisy in here, so I had to speak louder." The little girl smiled. "Then that's good." Director Tae-min also came over to greet her. "Is Mindy here? Hello to our little princess." The little girl happily greeted him back. "Hello, director." He complimented her. "The CEO's daughter is truly adorable." Lee Tae-ho stood up, his expression less strained but still serious. He asked the director, "Can you finish all the remaining filming and editing within a week? Give me a clear answer." Director Tae-min replied confidently, "Of course, I promise it will be even better than the original." Mindy then went to greet the actors. Yo-ha was enthusiastic. "Hello, Min," Do-chan smiled. "Hello, Min," the girl replied and reminded them. "Auntie, you have to call me older sister." Yo-ha laughed. I know. Lee Tae-ho was satisfied, crossing his arms and nodding. "That's good, just as I expected. A veteran director will handle it well." Director Tae-min hesitantly added, "Oh, actually, there's another person named Kang-in. He's very skilled in martial arts. He can film action scenes. If we have him, our movie will be truly excellent." Hearing the unfamiliar name, Lee Tae-ho was a bit skeptical. "Kang-in? I haven't heard that name before." Even so, he didn't ask further, choosing to trust the director. If Director Sun said so, he must have special capabilities. Is he from abroad? It seems you hired him rather hastily, but well done. Where is he right now? The director hesitated, leading the CEO outside and pointing toward the truck on the other side. "He's at that food truck over there." Lee Tae-ho looked in that direction. He couldn't hide his surprise. He was surprised to see a young man, seriously, cooking inside the food truck. The dish Kang-in was cooking was fried rice. He held the wok and tossed the rice with great skill. Tae-ho stammered as he asked back, "You mean the person currently making that fried rice?" It seemed Lee Tae-ho had misjudged, thinking Kang-in was just a food truck server. Director Tae-min happily confirmed. "That's right." Lee Tae-ho was surprised. "But why would a martial arts actor be cooking and doing it so well?" Contrary to his skepticism, Tae-min explained excitedly. "Oh, that's because it's his food truck." Lee Tae-ho was stunned. "What?" Afterward, he frowned. "So, Director Sun Tae-min, you're saying that not only are you letting Kang-in perform martial arts, but you're also letting him take part in the action scenes for the main actor Kim Do-chan." Tae-min didn't notice the CEO's anger and still answered happily. "That's right. His looks are quite similar to Kim Do-chan's." Noticing Lee Tae-ho was getting angry, Tae-min started to worry. Lee Tae-ho growled. "In this urgent situation, you're using an amateur as an actor just to save on the budget." Tae-min panicked. What are you talking about? Saving on the budget?" Lee Tae-ho explained. "Do you think this movie is going to fail, so you're trying to cut costs?" Tae-min immediately shouted. "No, that's not it at all. If you see the results, you'll understand." Lee Tae-ho replied with contempt. "A real bargain, huh?" He held the director entirely responsible for this, demanding he account for all production costs, down to the last penny. Tae-min ran after him, shouting, "But Director Lee Tae-ho, you've misunderstood." Tae-ho paid no attention to the director's explanation. He turned to the person next to him. "Manager Kim, get all the receipts and verify every detail." Manager Kim hurriedly replied. "Ah, yes. At that moment, Mindy happily cheered. "It's so delicious." Her eyes sparkled like stars as she curiously asked, "What is this, Opa?" Watching Mindy's joy, Kang-in replied, "It's called snack mix." Mindy was intrigued and beamed. "Snack mix, that's a strange name, but it's delicious." Kang-in felt happy that the food he made was enjoyed by others. He said, "I made plenty, feel free to eat as much as you like." Hearing that, Mindy was delighted but suddenly remembered what her mother said. "Wait, I'm not allowed to eat too much. Mom said if I eat a lot, I'll gain weight." Kang-in gently comforted her. "Gaining a little bit is fine." Mindy tossed her hair and said confidently, "I can't, I'm the lead actress of this movie, so I have to watch my figure." Kang-in asked in surprise, "You're the lead actress?" The little girl was full of joy as she replied, "A small actress, but even for a small role, if you're credited, you're a lead actress, right?" "That's right, I'm credited for my role." A moment later, Mindy spread her arms wide and pouted. "Opa, can you make more snack mix for me later?" Kang-in, while taking off his apron, replied, "I'd love to, but from tomorrow on, we're filming at CEO, and there's no food truck there." Hearing this, the little girl looked disappointed. To be able to eat the delicious treat, Mindy thought of a plan. "How about you make it now, and I'll hide it in Dad's car?" Seeing the girl's sad face, Kang-in said, "How about you come to the internet cafe? I'll make it for you there. Just come with your mom or dad." Hearing that, Mindy jumped for joy and pulled out her phone. "Really? Give me your number so I can call you next time. I'll save it as Snacker Opa." Kang-in smiled and replied, "Yeah, sure." Just then, a film crew member ran over and pleaded with Tae-ho. "Director Lee Tae-ho, please take a look at this. You know Director Sun is a perfectionist who rarely feels satisfied with the results. But since meeting Kang-in, the director has been unexpectedly satisfied. That person must be truly special." Hearing that, Tae-ho felt swayed. He sighed. "All right, let's see who that person is." They watched the recorded footage together. A light flashed, as if truth had illuminated Tae-ho's heart. "Wait a minute." He pointed to the footage, questioning, "When did you add the special effects? And how did you edit it to get a shot like this?" Tae-min explained seriously from behind. "There wasn't any time for editing. This is the raw footage, completely unedited. I didn't do this alone, either." Tae-min added, "The actor calculated the camera angles himself and moved accordingly." Tae-ho asked in amazement, You mean that person who was just selling food on the truck? T-Min confirmed with a thumbs up. That's right. T-Ho was stunned. You mean that person can film without needing digital effects, without needing retakes, and even knows where the lighting will hit beforehand? T-Min replied. Yes, this movie was practically collapsing, but Kang-in saved us during our most critical crisis. Not knowing what else to say, T-Ho sighed. It seems I owe director's son an apology for my previous comments. He added gloomily, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. T-Min smiled comfortably. I'm very glad you understand now. If you watch this video and still don't get it, I'd say your eyes have a problem. T-Ho nodded, then went to look for Kang-in. I have to thank that guy. T-Min said, all right, go ahead. At that moment, Kang-in was busy cooking. T-Ho approached with a somewhat awkward expression. Hello, this food is really delicious. Kang-in handed him a cup of food. I just finished making it, please. T-Ho took it, but said, no, I didn't come because of the food. I am director Lee T-Ho of the company investing in this movie. It seems like you saved the entire film crew, so I came to thank you. Kang-in replied shyly. I just did my job, but mainly for the money. T-Ho replied. You have excellent martial arts skills, and what is this? Kang-in explained. It's a type of dry biscuit, try it. T-Ho looked at the cup of biscuits, hesitant. Dry biscuits. My company already has many types of these, so I don't really like them. But I guess I have to try them because it's Kang-in. After tasting it, T-Ho immediately changed his attitude, tears of happiness streaming down his face. This is unbelievable. It's both salty and sweet and aromatic too. It tastes like Bangkitch cookies but isn't greasy. This flavor is truly magical. He cried with emotion while eating. My daughter would definitely love this. Kang-in recounted. Mindy was just here and tried a bit. T-Ho wiped his tears and said, really? I hope my daughter thanked you properly. It's so delicious it made me shed tears. Min, come over and eat with Dad. But there was no response from Mindy. T-Ho began to worry. Where did she go? Kang-in was also worried, not knowing where the girl had gone. He immediately asked the system, Jimin, where is Min? The system checked the surroundings and reported, I cannot find her. Kang-in went to look for Mindy, wondering, could she be inside the building? The system replied, there is no sign that Min is nearby. Suddenly Kang-in's phone rang. It was Mindy calling, he said happily. There she is. T-Ho breathed a sigh of relief, completely exhausted. T-Ho was stunned. You have my daughter's phone number, Kang-in replied. She took my number so she could call for more snacks later. T-Ho was surprised. Huh. Right then Kang-in took the call. Hello. Strange sounds came from the other end of the line. T-Ho wondered, why is Kang-in so quiet? Suddenly Kang-in frowned in anger. T-Ho asked, why do you have that expression? Kang-in immediately took off his mask and turned to leave. He dialed another number and asked the system, Genjin. What are the odds that Min dropped her phone and it broke? The system replied. That is not likely. The sound just now was too abnormal. Kang-in tried calling Lim Min again but failed. He said coldly, analyze the previous sound. The system immediately replayed the audio and reported. Analysis result. The air sound was emitted from a wrapped soft object. There is the sound of plastic being compressed by metal. There is an echo in a narrow space. Kang-in closed his eyes, focusing on feeling the sound. Soft object, plastic, metal, narrow space. Soft object, plastic, metal, narrow space. He opened his eyes, scanning the parking lot, then suddenly stopped at a car. A car. Inside the kidnapper's car. One guy shouted, you idiot, who kidnaps someone and lets them keep their phone? Min was gagged, trembling with fear. The guy in the passenger seat replied, I didn't know she had a phone. I grabbed it back quickly so it should be fine. The guy with glasses in the back grabbed his hair and yelled, why did you smash it? If someone can't get through, they'll be suspicious immediately, he whispered. I'm sorry. The guy with glasses glanced at Min, growling, who did she call? The guy looked at the screen. Currently it's Snacker Opa. The guy with glasses roared, what? This kid still wants to eat snacks. Should we feed her? The kidnapper's car silently left the parking lot. The guy with glasses urged, forget it. Drive fast. Don't let us get caught. T-Ho asked anxiously, Kang-in, what's wrong? Since my daughter called, you become strangely tense. The system analyzed two objects on the ground, a handbag and a box of popcorn. Kang-in walked quickly to pick them up. The system continued. Both items belong to Lim Min. There are popcorn crumbs leading to a car. Kang-in's eyes turned instantly icy. Without hesitation, he sprinted toward the car. T-Ho saw that scene and panicked. Hey, Kang-in. He ran over, picked up the handbag, and froze. This is the girl's bag. His heart tightened. He looked in the direction Kang-in was running and thought tremblingly, could it be the kidnapper's car? The driver panicked. Boss, someone is running toward the car. The guy with glasses yelled, what kind of crazy guy is that? Step on it. The car roared, speeding right past Kang-in. The system warned, they saw you, this is an enemy. Kang-in replied coldly, I know. The system scanned the area quickly. Warning sign detected, can be used as a weapon. Without hesitation, Kang-in pulled the entire signpost out of the ground. The post was completely removed. Then Kang-in chased after the car. One guy looked in the rearview mirror and screamed, he's chasing us. The guy with glasses sneered, Is he crazy, thinking he can catch a car on foot? But immediately after, he turned pale. Step on it, step on it. Mindy looked back, her eyes were brimming with tears. She thought, Snacker Opa, Dad, Mom. One kidnapper suddenly shouted, Boss, he disappeared. The guy with glasses laughed loudly. He's exhausted. But Mindy felt something. She bowed her head silently. On the roof of the car, Kang Yin launched himself into the air, landing on the roof of the car as lightly as a cat. The kidnappers screamed. What the hell? How did he climb up? Kang Yin landed on the roof, making the kidnappers scream in terror. Kang Yin spun the sign in his hand, stabbing it forcefully through the roof of the car, making the kidnappers terrified. The driver screamed, steering wildly. The guy with glasses yelled, Drive fast, let the wind blow him off. But Kang Yin maintained perfect balance on the roof of the car. The system ordered, Look at the front of the car. Kang Yin immediately aimed for the weakness. Stab that spot, the engine will cut out. Without hesitation, he raised the sign. He gripped the metal post tightly and thrust it down into the spot he had aimed for. Bang, the sign pierced down into the engine compartment. The car jerked to a halt, the engine dying completely. Kang Yin stood tall in front of the car like a god of war. The driver pointed at him, trembling. That face cold as a god of death. He's a psycho. The guy with glasses frantically grabbed the driver's shoulders, yelling, He let you step on it. The driver replied, Here. He immediately stomped on the gas. The car jerked forward, throwing Kang Yin away. Mindy witnessed the whole thing, her eyes brimming with tears. The people nearby saw the scene and panicked, yelling, Mindy, not Kang Yin. Kang Yin was thrown off, but he curled up, rolled once, and landed on the ground incredibly lightly. The system sounded in his head, successfully disabled the car's brakes. Mindy had stopped crying by now, trying to listen to the kidnappers talking. The driver spoke. Did that guy get off the car? The guy with glasses yelled, What, that guy? Ram him? Use the car to ram him, then get out of here. The driver replied, Yes. But the car kept rolling straight, completely unable to stop. The guy with glasses screamed, What are you doing? Hit the brakes. The driver panicked. The car is broken. The guy with glasses stared at the signpost buried deep into the car's nose, his face pale. Damn it! You aimed from the start to destroy the engine, didn't you? He slammed the heads of his two henchmen together. You idiots! What are you standing there for? Get out there and kill that psycho, the driver asked. What about the kid? The guy with glasses gripped Min tightly. I've got her. The two henchmen rushed out, pointing straight at Kang Yin. Hey you. He continued, What are you? Kang Yin stepped forward, responding calmly. I'm Batman. Right then, Kang Yin moved with agility. One guy asked skeptically, Is he a foreigner? But before he could finish his sentence, Kang Yin had vanished before his eyes. He lunged, delivering a powerful kick that sent him sprawling to the ground. Immediately after, he dashed toward the remaining guy. The other guy pulled out a knife, eyes darting. Too fast, I haven't even seen. Kang Yin had closed the distance, delivering an uppercut that left him dazed and collapsing. He landed gracefully, while both of them lay splayed on the ground. Kang Yin slowly walked toward the car. The guy with glasses saw his shadow through the window and immediately started trembling. God! Oh God! He held Min tightly against him, his face pale. He said, You think I'm afraid just because you took them down? Min looked through the window. Kang Yin stood outside, waving and smiled. I'm here to save you, don't worry. The little girl's eyes lit up with hope. The guy with glasses gritted his teeth. I'm 100 times stronger than them. Kang Yin asked the system how to take him down. The system replied, There are 3 ways: jump into the car, apply sustained pressure, or lure him out. Kang Yin stepped back. I have to lure him out. Min could get hurt. The system, back off further. The enemy will only come out when he feels safe. I suggest 15 meters. Kang Yin retreated as instructed. The guy with glasses pressed his face against the window, looking out. He's retreating. Does that mean he doesn't dare attack? He looked back, seeing many people running toward them. He panicked. Damn it! Have to get out of here. He opened the door, dragged Min out, and held a knife to the girl's throat. Get in the car. If you call the police, she dies. Kang Yin gritted his teeth. Psycho. Tiho saw his daughter with a knife at her throat. He held his head and screamed. Hey, Mindy. He grabbed the manager's collar. Hurry, tell him to bring the car. The manager trembled. Sir, please stay calm. But Tiho had already lunged forward. I'll give you the car. But if you dare touch a single hair on Min's head, I will wipe out your entire clan for 10 generations. No, 10 generations. The guy with glasses thought triumphantly. That's what I'm talking about. He yelled. Bring the car here yourself. Tiho ran off immediately. The manager shouted after him. Sir. The crowd whispered. Aren't you going to call the police? I already did, but we're on a mountain. How could they get here in time? Tiho climbed into his car. He drove to the scene. The kidnapper chuckled as he saw Tiho's car approaching. Kang Yin's system stated, providing a vehicle to the enemy will significantly increase their chances of escape. Kang Yin replied, I know. Tiho stepped out of the car and said, I brought the car as you asked. Don't touch Min. Min was terrified, her eyes welling up with tears. The kidnapper roared, hands up, back off. He kept a grip on Min and retreated toward the vehicle. The kidnapper roared again, hands up, back off. Tiho obeyed, backing away slowly. Then Tiho glared intensely at the kidnapper. But suddenly, he changed tactics and lunged toward the kidnapper. "Daddy is here to save you." The kidnapper's face went pale and he pressed the knife closer. "Stay back. One more step and I'll stab her." Kang In's eyes widened. The situation was extremely dangerous. Then a thud sound echoed. Blood splattered everywhere. Tiho froze. Mindy burst into tears. The kidnapper collapsed to the ground. The blood wasn't from Min, but from his own head. A hard object had struck him. That object was the item Kang In had thrown from afar. He stood straight, thinking coldly. Bullseye. Seeing the kidnapper lying motionless on the ground, the system announced. Enemy defeated with a long-range thrown weapon, a stone. Tiho rushed over, hugging his daughter tightly, and cried out, "Mindy." He hurriedly tore the duct tape off Min's mouth, and the little girl burst into uncontrollable sobs. A while later, the police arrived and handled the kidnappers. The officers looked at the 3 kidnappers lying motionless on the ground and muttered, "Look at these guys. This one looks like he has broken bones. That guy's jaw seems injured, and this one is bleeding from the head." An officer crossed his arms, frustrated. "All 3 of them are in bad shape." Another added, "Yeah, damn. Especially this guy. He took a rock to the head. No telling if there's internal trauma. Call an ambulance immediately and get them to the hospital first." Tiho protested. "Why take them to the hospital first? What have they done to deserve that? My daughter, the victim of this kidnapping, should be treated first." The officer scratched his head and replied, "But we can't just leave them here like this. They've been beaten pretty severely. Looking at them, it'll take at least 3 weeks to recover." Tiho fell silent, looking at them with a resentful glare. Mindy, still holding Kang In's hand, asked, "Daddy, is the guy who sells food on the truck going to be taken away?" She looked up at Kang In and asked innocently, "Mister, are you going to jail for saving me?" Kang In sat down, patted Min's head, and replied, "Don't worry. Just like how your dad saved you, your dad will help me too." Tiho turned to look while Kang In pretended to look elsewhere. The system spoke up. "If the host intends to escape from the police, now is the right time." But Kang In thought to himself that it wasn't necessary. If Min's father was smart, he would certainly know how to save him using his influence. Tiho looked at Kang In, his eyes shimmering with guilt, thinking to himself, "No way. I actually said Daddy is here to save you in front of Min, making myself look like a hero, when in reality it was Kang In who actually saved her." He stepped in front of an officer, pointed at Kang In, and said loudly, "Nuk Kang In is the hero who saved my daughter. Even if the kidnapper dies, Nuk Kang In is completely innocent." The officer sighed and asked, "Do you have any proof of self-defense?" Tiho was puzzled. "What?" the officer continued. "We can't just take your word for it. We need evidence, like security camera footage or something similar." Tiho replied sadly, "But we're on a mountain, there are no cameras here." Min stepped up behind Tiho and whispered, making him shiver, "Yes, there is." Min brought his laptop forward. Tiho jumped, quickly clutching his chest to calm himself. The officer looked at Min in surprise. "Aren't you the film director?" he replied. "Exactly, and this is my footage. I've got something better than a security camera. Want to see?" He opened his laptop, the screen glowing as he stood there with complete confidence. The footage of the 2 henchmen jumping to attack Kang In appeared on the screen. The officer asked, "Wait a minute, what is this? Don't tell me." Min replied, "What else could it be? It's the video from just now. Looks pretty clear, doesn't it?" The image of the ringleader holding a knife to Min's throat appeared, and the officer said, "The faces of the kidnappers are recorded very clearly. It is true that these 3 people threatened the child and Mr. Nuk Kang In." "Correct," Tiho replied. "That's right. The camera angle is also perfect." The officer asked in surprise, "How did you film this?" Min replied proudly, "This place is full of cameras for the movie. Whenever something happens, the camera pans to it immediately." He looked toward Kang In. "Nuk Kang In is the hero who saved us." The others echoed, "He is completely innocent." The system announced that the escape mode had been deactivated. Kang In whispered, "Were you just letting out a sigh of relief?" Tiho approached the 2 officers and asked, "Now, even if the kidnapper dies, don't you dare talk about punishing Nuk Kang In. If anyone tries to cause him trouble after seeing the video, I'll show them just how capable my legal team is." The 2 officers wondered, "But isn't the P team a legal team?" Tiho replied, "That means the officers will receive a lot of complaints if they don't do this right." The 2 officers sighed upon hearing that. Kang In turned and led Min away, saying, "It's almost dinner time, let's head out. Don't worry, I'm not running away." An officer replied, "All right." Scene transition to a nearby eatery. An excellent pastry was placed on the table. Kang In asked, "Want to try some?" Mindy asked curiously, "Are you the one who made this?" Kang In replied, "Yeah, I know you're not in the mood to eat right now, but give it a try." Though Min looked a bit disheveled, she was still very cute. Kang In's system sounded, "Desserts are effective for boosting morale. Visually appealing food can replenish energy and inspire warriors. However, if the situation becomes dire, this could be the final meal." Kang In urged, "Try it, it's delicious." Min didn't hesitate and took a bite. Min cheered, "It's actually really good." Tiho exclaimed excitedly, "Min, give Daddy a piece." After tasting it, he praised it with delight. "It's even better than any pastry I've ever eaten." Mindy added, everything this mister makes is delicious. Tiho wondered, how do you make it? I want to try making it for Min at home. The middle-aged man with Kangin brushed his hands off and said, I watch him make it all the time, but honestly, in any ordinary place, you couldn't make a dish like that. Tiho was surprised. Huh, why is that? The man recalled the scene of Kangin making the pastry and said, first off, you need a lot of strength to mix and shake the ingredients really fast, and then there's the seasoning. It's like a work of art. Tiho sighed. Ah, I guess I can't replicate that. He asked Kangin, are you a professional baker or a restaurant chef? If not, there's no way to explain why it's this delicious. Kangin smiled helplessly. I'm just a part-time worker at an internet cafe that sells food. Tiho was surprised. An internet cafe? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. He glanced back. A woman stepped out of a car and shouted, how are you still in the mood to sit there and eat? It was Midung, Tiho's wife and Minda's mother, accompanied by manager Jang Ho-jin. Tiho ran over, honey. But he was immediately met with a few punches from his wife. Our daughter was just kidnapped and almost died, and you're still sitting there eating. Mindy quickly stopped her mother. Mom. Midung hurriedly hugged her daughter. My dear, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? The girl replied, I'm fine. Midung worried, look at you, you're covered in dirt. She glared at Tiho, her eyes spitting fire. Tiho stammered, I know it looks a bit strange, but I had a reason for it. Midung shouted, get over here, you're dead meat today. Tiho pleaded, I'm sorry. Kangin and Timin stood watching. Timin said happily, looks like we got to witness all sides of the boss today. Ho-jin ran over to hold Midung back. Ma'am, please calm down. Midung replied, how can I calm down? If it were you, could you stay calm? Ho-jin whispered, there are a lot of people watching. Midung froze. What? Ho-jin adjusted his glasses. I'll handle this, no need for police or witnesses. Tiho thought to himself, please have mercy on me. A while later, Midung turned to Kangin and said, thank you so much for saving our daughter. He replied, it was the right thing to do. She continued, I saw everything in the video of how you saved her. You even jumped onto a moving car and fought someone with a knife. You were ready to risk your life to save our daughter. Kangin hesitantly looked away. Is that so? The system said rescue protocols were activated so the agent could not be in danger. Kangin replied quietly, it was all under control. Midung marveled, that's so cool. Mindy ran over and said, Mister, don't forget your promise to make snacks for me, and the dessert too. Kangin replied, sure, just remember to call me before you come because I'm not always at the shop. Midung turned to lead Min away, but she turned back to say to her husband, honey, I'm heading home first. Min still has a lot of homework to do. Tiho replied, okay, go ahead, I'll stay for a bit to check on the situation here. Mindy also waved. Bye-bye, Daddy. After the mother and daughter left, Tiho finally spoke to Kangin. If it weren't for you, both my wife and I wouldn't know what to do right now. He bowed to Kangin. Thank you once again. Kangin scratched his head and replied, it's nothing. Tiho continued, I'll treat you to a luxurious meal sometime. Kangin smiled, thinking that accepting the invitation now would be beneficial, then replied, that sounds nice. Yoha stood behind Kangin. Her voice rang out, Chairman Lee Tiho, come over here for a second. He moved toward her, whispering, what's going on? Yoha tilted her head and said, ahem. Kangin turned his head to look at her, and she continued, excuse me, but from what I saw today, you can cook, perform action scenes, and even take down a group of kidnappers. The rumor that you work at an internet cafe isn't a lie, is it? Kangin replied, it's no lie. She held out her phone. Seriously, no way. Where's that cafe? Give me the address and phone number. Kangin took the phone, typed the number, and handed it back to her, saying, just save it as Na Kangin. Yoha happily took the phone. Thanks. Seeing Kangin turn away, she quickly clarified. Don't get the wrong idea, I'm not trying to hit on you. It's just that the cafe is so famous I want to try it once. Kangin replied, just save the number. He turned his head to look at her with a cold expression, thinking, I don't know her number anyway, just another new customer. The girl said shyly, what's with that? If you keep looking at me like that, I'll be embarrassed. I'm an actress, you know. Suddenly, Tiho yelled, making both Kangin and Yoha jump and look over. Suddenly, Tiho yelled loudly, making both Kangin and Yoha jump and look over. Tiho roared, what do you mean this has been uploaded to the internet? Who dared to post it? Who posted it? Manager Kim hurriedly replied. Chairman, there is a call from the PR manager. He answered the phone and the person on the other end spoke politely. Sir, is Min Jai safe? Tiho angrily replied. Of course she's safe. A hero saved her, but first, take down all the videos immediately. We're running out of time. The shocking news from the PR manager came. It's hard to stop because it's spreading incredibly fast on social media and the internet. Tiho turned pale and held his forehead. Then find out who leaked the information, the PR manager replied. Understood, I will do my best. After hanging up, the earthquake subsided. The film director shouted, who is it? If you confess, I'll let it slide. Manager Kim tried to stop him, but to no avail. Calm down, director's son. Then came the sound of T-Min's bitter scream. Scene shift. In a moving car, the woman picked up the phone. Hello, what is it? The person on the other end stammered. Ma Young. This beautiful woman was director Tiho's wife, and beside her, Min was still terrified, clinging tightly to her mother's arm. She asked, "What did you mess up again?" Tiho replied fearfully, "It's not like that. Listen, don't be mad. What happened? The video of Min being rescued has been leaked. It's spreading all over the internet, and we can't stop it." Tiho's wife said nonchalantly. "Oh, is that it?" The more composed Ma Young was, the more Tiho panicked, sweat pouring down his face. But she continued, "Wait until you find the leaker, and besides, Min is right here." He looked confused. Tiho's wife explained. Earlier, when Min watched the video, she was so happy. She said the snack vendor looked just like the hero in the movie, so she posted it online. I told her it was fine. Tiho seemed to realize the issue. "Ah, so that's it. I told her it was fine." Tiho seemed to realize the issue. "Ah, so that's it." Tiho's wife asked back, "What is there a problem?" On the other side, manager Kim shouted in despair. Director T-Min's face darkened as he raised his voice at the staff. "I am truly disappointed in all of you." Tiho rushed over to intervene. "Director, son, please listen to me." But Director T-Min showed no signs of stopping. "I thought at least you guys knew right from wrong." The staff bowed their heads in defeat, thinking to themselves, "This is so unfair." Tiho continued to explain, "Stop, this has nothing to do with them, please stop." Scene changed to the next day. A cool action video of Kangin appeared on the computer screen. Someone exclaimed, "This is crazy." In front of the screen, A and Seo Hwan were actively discussing. He wondered, "Is this a promotional video for an upcoming movie?" Seo Hwan, hugging a mop, immediately gossiped. "Of course, how else could they have done it? Lunch today is delicious." Adem agreed. "That's right, if anyone jumped onto a moving car like that, they'd definitely die. I watched it on a science YouTube channel. Isn't that just common sense?" Yosio asked excitedly. "Adem, when this movie comes out, let's go watch it together." Adem replied happily. "I want to too." Seo Hwan enthusiastically joined in. "Can I come along?" Noticing the guy in the video looked familiar, Adem said, "By the way, Unnai, doesn't this guy look like Kangin?" Yosio looked at the video seriously. The video quality is too low to see clearly, but the build looks similar." Seo Hwan struggled on the side. "Hey, why aren't you answering me? You don't care about him that much." "Oh my god, why would Kangin appear in a video like this?" Adem and Eol continued their lively discussion. "Even if it is Kangin, all right. Seo Hwan kept acting cute. "Please take me with you." Adem continued. "By the way, when is Kangin coming back? I miss him so much." Seo Hwan replied. "I wonder if Kangin has seen this movie yet." Elsewhere, Kangin, dressed in a white shirt, a cap worn backward, and a black face mask, had eyes as sharp as daggers fixed on his target ahead. Kangin unleashed a lightning-fast 360-degree spin kick, easily taking down the three men sprawled on the ground. Agile and quick, after downing the three men, Kangin hid behind a pillar, his sharp eyes continuing to observe his next prey. Choosing the right moment, Kangin followed up with a direct kick to the target's jaw, successfully knocking the opponent down. After the scuffle, Kangin turned back to see beautiful Ia by the road in a pink dress, sitting weakly to one side. Witnessing Kangin's 4-on-1 fight, Yoha was moved, her large, round eyes sparkling, blushing as he approached her. Just then, a shrill scream rang out from somewhere. "What?" Duchan and Kangin immediately struck the same pose to switch places. Scene transition. The director gave the signal to get ready. Duchan pulled down his mask, revealing his handsome face, gently lifting Yoha's face, his eyes full of affection. "Princess, are you hurt? You poor thing." Afterward, the director's voice rang out. "Cut, thank you, everyone." Director T-Min commented. "Kangin's action scenes are perfect, but when Sun-Hai looks at Duchan, her eyes seem confused. Why is that?" When she looked from Kangin to Duchan, her gaze changed noticeably. Yoha worriedly asked herself, "The director must be tired from staying up all night." The director replied blankly, ending Yoha's scene. The director hurriedly ran over to Kangin. "Kangin, you acted very well today. Thanks to you, the shoot ended smoothly." Kangin didn't answer, just silently turned toward Tiho. "Am I done?" Director Tiho said happily. "Yes, the next action scene will be shot tomorrow. Thank you for your hard work, Kangin." Kangin asked about the previous incident. "How is the situation with the video of Min being rescued?" Director Tiho showed worry on his face. The video has spread both domestically and internationally, and news articles have started appearing. If negative news about the kidnapping gets out, it will have a very bad impact on the movie. But fortunately, or strangely, the scene where you landed on a moving car looked super cool, so everyone thinks it's a movie promo. We've kept the witnesses silent and agreed on the story that it was just a promotional video. Kangin asked worriedly. "Are you okay, sir?" Director Tiho replied sadly. "How do you think it feels to have a video of your daughter almost being kidnapped watched all over the world? But this is the best option." Director Tiho said optimistically. "Thanks to you, Kangin, we overcame this like it was a movie." The film director also expressed his admiration. "That's right, thanks to you, Kangin, we finished 2 days ahead of schedule." The director didn't forget to praise the beautiful actress. Sin Yoha is just a supporting actress in our movie, but the script has changed, and now her role is almost at the level of a lead role. Yoha arrogantly tossed her hair. Ah, thank you. Director Tiho happily said to Kangin, with this spirit, I'd love to buy you a drink. Are you free? When the comment about food being a man's pride was made, the three people behind him reacted in unison. Wait, you're only inviting Kangin. Director Tiho laughed. Sin Yoha and Kim Do-chan worked very hard too. Let's all go together. As for the director, he had to edit the video so they would invite him next time. Yoha and Do-chan high-fived happily, while director Taemin didn't mind. He was a little sad, but let it go. The system reminded Kangin, it seems this is the fancy meal we promised yesterday. Kangin accepted, smiling brightly, thinking to himself, fine by me. On the table, many delicious and luxurious dishes were laid out. The system inside Kangin chimed. This place seems expensive, and the drinks are good, too. Drink all you want. Kangin thought to himself, this Genjin guy really knows how to surprise people. Someone reached out to grab a bottle of liquor, preparing to open the party. Yoha held the bottle of liquor, nonchalantly saying, here it is. Do-chan also fought for it. I'll pour your first glass. Yoha didn't yield. Hey, give it to me, I'll pour for Kangin. Do-chan wasn't one to give in either. You know I owe him a personal debt. The two kept bickering. Yoha said, Kangin didn't just save you, he saved me too. If I had been hurt back then, my career and the whole movie would have been ruined. Director Tiho silently poured liquor for Kangin. Let me pour for you. Kangin politely thanked him. Afterward, Tiho poured himself a glass and began to confide. Ever since I was in college, I've always dreamed of becoming a film director. I wandered through the film industry and even shot a few independent films. But all my films failed. After many attempts, I realized I didn't have the talent. Hearing this, Yoha and Do-chan stopped arguing and listened seriously. Tiho continued. My father told me to come work for his company, but I didn't want to leave the film industry. So I switched to becoming a film producer. Kangin consoled him. At least you're still successful in the film industry. Keep your chin up. Director Tiho continued. Having wealthy parents helped me solve many financial problems. That's the reason I'm successful. If this movie fails, my film company will be in danger, and my parents and older brother will put a lot of pressure on me. Kangin wondered. Is it because you didn't work for your father's company but started your own film company and then it failed? Tiho denied. No, that's not it. He remembered his father's stern face, Mr. Dungmin, and explained. My father's company is a manufacturer, primarily producing military and police equipment. They operate not only domestically but also export a lot. This company is very famous in the industry. Director Tiho lowered his head and continued. My father even gave me some company shares. Of course, my shares are just friendly shares, meaning I'm not allowed to sell them. They completely support my father and brother. But the truth is, I invested over 10 billion won in this movie. When I raised the capital, I used the company shares as collateral. Yoha wondered, your father's company shares? Director Tiho replied. That's right. If the movie fails, I'll have to beg my father for help. But if he finds out I used company shares, he'll probably pick up a golf club and hit me. Yoha covered her mouth in shock. What? He'll hit you with a golf club? He's over 40 years old. Director Tiho said helplessly. That's right. Company shares are never to be touched. Do-chan, 3 parts charming and 7 parts serious, remarked. You were reckless. What if the movie fails? Director Tiho asked back. Do-chan, do you think our movie will fail? Do-chan replied. Of course not. If it weren't for that drug addict, we would have reached at least 5 million views already. Director Tiho raised his liquor glass and replied calmly. That's why I took a big gamble and invested my own money. Just thinking about that addict still makes me shiver. Do-chan asked curiously, what's your father's company called? Is it a name I would know? Meanwhile, Kangin sat to one side, taking advantage of the conversation to try each dish. The tuna here is really good. Director Tiho truly said the name. It's called Colin Engineering. Kangin froze. The system inside his body chimed. Agent, my initial data contains information related to Colin Engineering. Colin Engineering produced outdated combat equipment that was still in use in some areas in 2082. However, my data indicates that the final model was produced in 2024. Kangin had many more questions and asked the system to explain further. 2024 was the final model. Explain more. Yoha silently watched Kangin and whispered to herself. He's drunk, the system continued. Despite being outdated, this equipment is still used as standard issue on some battlefields. Products that aren't in use are sometimes traded at high prices. Colin Engineering is a high-end military equipment manufacturer. Kangin continued processing the data. How could such a successful company stop production after 2024? Did they go bankrupt this year? Kangin frowned. Could it be? He looked toward Director Tiho, and a thought suddenly popped up. The drug incident, the collapsing film set, and the kidnapping of Min, everything was clearly related. Kangin fell into deep thought, his handsome face becoming even more serious. Director Tiho called out several times. "Na Kangin, you seem a bit annoyed. Is something wrong?" Kangin replied seriously. "I have no problem. The problem lies with Mr. Lai." Director Tiho was startled. What? Kang In crossed his arms and continued to analyze. If the movie fails, Mr. Lai's stock will plummet. That will pose a risk to the family's inheritance rights. Correct. Director Tiho replied in a complicated tone. But that only happens if I lose the shares. If I tell my father, I'll be kicked out of the house. But the company's shares will still be safe. Kang In shook his head. I don't think the situation is that simple. He pieced the events together. For the past few days, I've been suspicious. On the first day of the reshoot, the film set in Gangji collapsed. Someone might have rigged it rather than it being an accident. Director Tiho nodded. Right. I heard that after you mentioned it, the police opened a thorough investigation. Some traces are still being analyzed by forensics. Kang In continued. They will say this. There is a possibility of intentional act, but there is no evidence. One of the three people sitting with them was shocked. What? Kang In didn't stop. And a week ago, the main actor was caught at a drug party. Isn't that too strange? Du Chan was shocked. But that incident was. Kang In explained. While investigating the arsonist caught in coup, the police accidentally discovered the drug party. It was an incident that wasn't planned. The murder, the arson, the investigation, all of it. Du Chan asked naively, what does that case have to do with the movie? Kang In smirked. Exactly. The arson was an incident that wasn't in anyone's plan. The three people said in unison. What, a plan? What do you mean by an unplanned incident? Kang In calmly analyzed. They raided the drug party, though Enter had to return to the movie. Within a week, Yoha and Du Chan paled. Kang In continued. But what if that incident didn't happen last week? What if they waited until the movie was ready to be released before reporting it? Then, Director Tiho was stunned. If they waited until the movie was ready for theaters and then reported it? Then, Du Chan and Yoha trembled. The movie would never hit theaters, or it would be pulled immediately. Kang In turned to look at Director Tiho. When the movie fails, the plan is for you to ask your father for support, right? Director Tiho broke out in a cold sweat. Right. He said he would loan me money to protect the shares. Kang In concluded his reasoning. If this was someone's plan, then after the movie failed, his father's company would also become a target. Colin Engineering would fall into a situation where it couldn't help Mr. Lai's film company. The only thought in Director Tiho's head was an irreversible situation. Director Tiho said hurriedly, even if that case happened, I would use all my connections. Even if I had to sell the company, my father's shares would still be safe. Before he could finish, Kang In interrupted. What if Min was kidnapped on that day? Immediately, Director Tiho turned pale with fear. Kang In gritted his teeth and continued. I wonder if Mr. Lai could focus on his stock. Complex thoughts raced through the director's head. He was so scared that cold sweat broke out. Not only would he lose over 10 billion won due to the movie not being shown, but if his daughter were kidnapped again, it would be too easy for him to be distracted and not care about the film company's collapse. If the bonds were tangled in complexity, even Colin Engineering's shares could disappear instantly. Du Chan, sitting opposite, was also confused. So what is the reason those people kidnapped Min? Kang In patiently replied. Because if Mr. Lai is distracted, it will be easier to target Colin's stock. Director Tiho panicked to the extreme. But at first, I didn't intend to go to the set that day. I was supposed to be at my daughter's photo shoot. Kang In replied. Would you have come to the film set after hearing the news that it collapsed on the first day of filming? Director Tiho stuttered, remembering he had been at the scene immediately. Yes, Kang In asserted. They knew for sure Mr. Lai would come to Min on that day. They planned it that way. Yoha angrily slammed the table, leaning toward Kang In. So did someone try to collapse the movie to have an impact on me? Kang In replied. They might be targeting the event itself rather than hurting Yoha. If someone were hurt, it would cause chaos. Even if no one were hurt, the chaos would still happen, making Min's kidnapping easier. They might have thought this was an unbeatable plan in any scenario. Grasping something, Yoha clenched her fists and said enthusiastically, then if we investigate from the kidnappers, we can find the person behind this. Kang In picked up another bite of food and said while chewing, is it really that easy to find out? Scene transitioned to the police station, where the three kidnappers were being held and investigated. A police officer shouted angrily, these bastards don't know anything. All they can say is Their faces were full of large and small wounds. The police officer continued, so they said they just heard a rumor that the girl would be on set that day and kidnapped her. Another police officer standing next to him replied, yeah, her father is a billionaire, and he loves his daughter, so they thought it would be easy to get ransom money if they kidnapped her. The investigator sitting in front of the computer continued, and because this is a mountainous area with no surveillance equipment, they thought they wouldn't get caught. Seriously. The remaining police officer said irritably, so who told them that rumor? The police officer took off his cap in frustration. Nobody remembers clearly, they just said they heard it at some bar. The atmosphere in the police station instantly turned chaotic. Where is that bar? Investigate it now, but there are no cameras there either. I'm going to go crazy. Kang In smirked. Of course this is the scenario if the movie fails. He nonchalantly ate another bite and said, think of it as an interesting story. Yoha reflected. I'm completely hooked. Even Du-chan admired him. Not only are you good at action, but you're also good at writing scripts. Unlike director Tiho, who was in a chaotic mood, Du-chan and Yoha started bickering. I want to be the male lead in your movie. This time I'll be the main character, so you have to be the supporting one. The party was gradually coming to an end, and they said regretfully, the first round is ending too soon. Should we go out for more drinks? Du-chan waved goodbye to director Tiho. Goodbye, sir. Yoha stood to the side, unhappy with Du-chan. Du-chan, Oppa, aren't you going home? The car drove off, and Kang-in watched the car go while pondering. Since I almost hit the jackpot this time, I won't gamble with Colin shares like this again. The protagonist's aura radiated, and even standing there thinking, he looked handsome. Construction must develop, otherwise they wouldn't have made this dangerous thing. Excluding every unlikely possibility, at least everything seems safe from now until the end of the year. Just then, Yoha pulled Kang-in out of his thoughts. She was as beautiful and gentle as a shy princess and opened up. Do you want to go eat with me? Kang-in didn't get the hint and replied, sure, the three of us. Yoha felt extremely uncomfortable. This uneducated guy. Scene transition to a luxurious room, a man was screaming angrily. Hey, you useless brat. He was the CEO of Colin, the father of Lie Dong-min. How could you use company shares to make a movie? Director Tiho sat to one side, head bowed, explaining, but this time the movie definitely won't fail. This movie will be a hit, I'm sure of it. Tiho's father interrupted. Shut up. The CEO of Colin, older brother of Lie Tung, was already in a bad mood. Mr. Dong-min wondered. Mood is bad. Tiho kept trying to convince his father and brother. I heard the company just launched a new, excellent product. Negotiations for equipment exports are going well. Tiho's brother clasped his right hand and said, because of that, there are rumors about an attempt to enter the rivals market. They say someone is trying to make trouble for the company to break foreign bids. Our stock is very firm, so it seems they've all given up. What? That statement made everyone sitting on the side startled. Suddenly, Tiho jumped up, shouting loudly. So could one of them have started the kidnapping of Minjai themselves? Mr. Dong-min held his forehead, and T-sung reminded him. Hey, is this the time to speak up first? T-dung continued. One of those companies could have taken action, but the brokers wanting to take over and sell our company is even more suspicious. Mr. Dong-min sighed while sitting in his chair. First, let's clear everything up. Are you sure the movie won't fail this time? Tiho was silently relieved. Of course, father. Director Tiho said proudly. It's even better than the original. Mr. Dong-min was surprised. Really? Thanks to that actor who was the one who saved you first. Director Tiho explained. Yes, like Nuk Hang-in, I can shoot the movie faster. Regarding Min's incident, today it was thanks to Nuk Hang-in sharing this story. T-dung pouted, only good at saying what actors say. Tiho defended himself. He's not a normal actor. Mr. Dong-min looked toward T-zung. If Tiho's company is stable, then we're still stable even if someone attacks from the outside, right? He replied. Yes, father, we can defend against most attacks, but knowing this situation, we will have to increase our defenses even more. Mr. Dong-min was satisfied. Good. He called Tiho. He hung his arms, looking extremely serious while listening. Mr. Dong-min said, if you dare to touch my shares again, I will give up your department. I'm going to sleep. Saying that, he stood up, turned around, and walked toward the bedroom in Lai T-zung's house. Good night, father. Director Tiho bowed respectfully. Certainly, I won't touch them again. He greeted Mr. Dong-min and silently thanked Kang-in. Thank you, not Kang-in. Just then, Mr. Dong-min turned his head. That action actor, give him a role with more lines. When someone helps you, you should repay them. Director Tiho was stunned. But by then, Kang-in was already somewhere else. Kang-in stared intently ahead. He and director T-min and the other actors were at a premiere. He seems to be beyond the level where I can give him a role. Yoseo blushed shyly when invited. Do you want to go watch the premiere of A Sunny Day tonight? She hesitated, wanting to act aloof. I don't know, I don't have much time today. Kang-in turned around, not caring much because he was just inviting her out of politeness. If you're busy, that's fine. Realizing she had slipped up, she hurriedly tried to fix it. Will many people go? Then I have nothing to do tonight. Adem pointed at himself excitedly. Kang-in, what about me? Seoang Hwan also scratched his head, asking for a ticket. Bro, I'm free too. Kang-in asked. What about your part-time jobs? Don't you still have the night shift? Adem winked. It's fine. A few new employees came to work a few days ago. Besides, now the kiosks do everything. Seoang Hwan added. That's right, the cleaning robots even clean better than us. Kang-in asked confusedly. So what do you guys actually do there? They didn't answer but changed the subject. But it's really surprising, the promotional video that I watched recently is A Sunny Day, which stars Kang-in. Yoseo praised him excitedly. Kang-in is so cool. Adem was a fan of Yoha. Seoang Hwan exclaimed. Kim Du-chan is so handsome. Kang-in was speechless. So that's it. Thinking about the cool video of him saving people, they were amazed and understood why he looked just like Kang-in. Since this is Kang-in's debut work, even if I have to skip my part-time shift, I will definitely go watch it. Kang-in whispered. I'm just a stuntman. The three Net Cafe employees, Kang In's fans, said in unison. That's right, you have to be loyal. Kang In realized. Do you guys just want to skip your part-time shift? Someone asked. Anyway, are we going to meet celebrities tonight? That afternoon at the movie theater, the crowd was bustling. Who is coming? Look at Kim Do-chan over here. At the movie premiere, the main actors stepped up to take pictures with the promotional poster. Below, someone requested, can Yoha do a heart gesture? Yoha happily did a heart gesture, looking very cute. Guests at the movie theater had to exclaim in surprise. There are so many celebrities, and even other famous people came to watch the premiere. Kang In led his three fans along. He asked, is that Kang In? Kang In replied, my face isn't going to appear in the movie anyway. Standing up high, Do-chan was happy to see Kang In. The die-in system notified. Kim Do-chan realized it, and Kang In also gave a light nod to greet him back. Do-chan waved at Kang In, wanting to signal. Kang In is here. Adium excitedly patted his shoulder and shouted, but as she blushed, she slumped down. See that? Kim Do-chan waved and smiled at me. Co Dong Hwan shut down her enthusiasm. He's probably just doing that for the reporters. On stage, Yoha had also spotted the person who had saved her multiple times. She glowed and whispered to herself, Kang In? It seemed the girl had fallen for him, switching to an informal tone. He kept waving toward this side. Down below, it was Co Dong Hwan's turn to get ahead of himself, shouting loudly, the goddess Yoha is waving at me. Adium curled her lip. I'm not sure it's for you, it's for the reporters. Adium and Co Dong Hwan started bickering again, teasing each other. Kang In turned his head to look around. Since we're done watching, let's head inside. But where is Yoon Sol? Finally, they found Yoon Sol and Yoha standing and talking to each other. Oh my god, there she is. Adium ran over to strike up a conversation. Yoon Sol, are you asking for an autograph? Yoon Sol Co turned to greet them. Adium and Co Dong Hwan were both excited and shy to be talking to the goddess. What, you two know each other? Yoha looked surprised. Yoon Sol just softly called out to Kang In. What, you two know each other? Yoha looked surprised. Yoon Sol just softly called out to Kang In. Co Dong Hwan cut in and asked, how does Yoon Sol know Yoha? Don't tell me you're sisters. Yo Sol laughed, but we have different last names. She revealed a bit more. Yoha and I lived in the same neighborhood when we were little. I know all of her embarrassing stories. Yoha went pale and immediately covered her mouth. Yoon Sol, you're really lucky. While Yoha was headlocking Yoon Sol, Do-chan walked over and waved. Kang In, I've waved so much my arm hurts. Kang In asked, confused. Why are you acting like we're close? There are so many reporters here. Do-chan replied. I just wanted to take this opportunity to get you known. It's fine. Adium covered her mouth in shock. Kang In is talking casually to the great Do-chan. Co Dong Hwan was stunned. What, Do-chan? Adium continued. Yoon Sol is also talking casually to the Emperor of Chungmuro, actress Yoha. Co Dong Hwan put on a confident smile. Should I try acting? He turned to see Adium curling her lip, clearly unimpressed, which made him feel a bit sad. That hurts, that expression. From a distance, Minjai happily ran over. Opa. Kang In steadily picked her up and asked kindly, Minjai, how have you been lately? The little girl smiled brightly and replied, very good, you talked to me so I wasn't bored at all. T-ho and his wife arrived and Ma-young spoke up. We've already reserved a seat for Kang In. Adium gushed. Master actress Kang Ma-young is here too, truly a king among leaders, the incomparable Emperor of Chungmuro. Co Dong Hwan complained. Adium, stop using those cheesy internet phrases. Kang In refused, but I already have a ticket. T-ho laughed. Just leave that seat empty. Kang In is the lead actor after all. Adium looked so excited she could stay up for 7 days and 7 nights to work, but her words were the opposite, pretending to be sad. So sad. She shouted excitedly, Yoon Sol, should I learn to cook and take on a side job? I want to sit near famous people. Yoon Sol laughed embarrassedly and pulled Adium away. Kang In, Opa, I'm going first, see you later. Everyone filed into the theater, and it was nearly packed. Director Sun Taemin sat nearby and offered, it would be great if Kang In came up for the stage greeting with us. He refused. I think it would be exhausting to be recognized when I'm not supposed to be. The director replied regretfully. Yeah, that's true. After all, the movie only has one premiere. But without Kang In, it might not have even been released. Taemin turned to bow in thanks again, and Kang In bowed back. Don't mention it. The screen lit up, and the director said, the movie is about to start. Kang In turned and sat up straight, ready to watch the movie he was a part of. The trio of Kang In's fans at the internet cafe watched the movie attentively, looking bright and jubilant. Outside in the cinema hallway, the cleaning staff walked past a screening room. The collective cheers from the theater reached all the way outside. Even though the screening rooms were well soundproofed, the 2 staff members were startled. The female staffer asked, surprised, what's going on? The whole audience was cheering in unison. The male staffer replied, they're usually quiet when they watch. The movie must really be good. There were no lights on in the theater, except for the projector. A while later, the lights came on, signaling that the movie was over. Applause erupted. A viewer stood up and clapped loudly, a profound recognition of the movie's success. Immediately after, The audience in the room stood up in unison to applaud. The system's voice echoed in Kang In's head. Without the help of you and me, the movie would have been just mediocre. Thanks to both of us, the quality was significantly improved. Kang In smiled contentedly. It really was a good movie. The audience whispered among themselves. 2 hours went by so fast. Is this a romantic action movie? It's amazing. No one had stood up to leave yet. The host stepped up to the podium and announced, "Next will be the stage greeting and Q&A with director Sun Tae-min and the cast. Please give them a big round of applause as they take the stage." On stage, the director offered his thanks. "Thank you all for coming and watching the film." He decided to be honest. "Actually, I have a confession to make to the audience about this work." Director Sun Tae-min said, "The scene where the set collapsed was actually a real accident." The room erupted. "Huh," he confessed. "If you all knew, some audience members might say that no matter how important the movie is, you shouldn't have done that." Down below, the internet cafe trio was also surprised. The director's voice continued. "But I assure you we didn't intentionally make it collapse for the movie. We only used the footage of the accident with everyone's consent." Kang In also sat seriously and listened to the director's honest words. "Of course, luckily no one was hurt. If anyone had been injured, we would never have used it." T-Ho had told him beforehand that public opinion could turn negative, but that would be handled by the company's P group later. He nodded pensively. "I knew it." A reporter raised his hand and stood up to ask. "I'm Kim from New Paper. I have a question for actress Shin Yo-ha. Did you receive any treatment after that incident? In the movie, you looked truly shocked, so were there any psychological traumas?" Yo-ha winked and laughed. "No, I am very healthy. They saved me." The reporter asked again, "Was it Kim Do-chan?" This time, Do-chan laughed and replied, "If I did that, I probably wouldn't be in this world anymore, right?" The reporter was curious. "Then who was it?" Do-chan replied, "The guy selling food from the movie crew's food truck saved me." This answer made Kang In frown, unhappy, thinking to himself, "Guy, are we the same age?" On stage, Do-chan looked around the theater and happily answered, "Because the food truck guy has a build like mine, I asked him to be my stunt double and he worked very hard." Down below, Kang In was annoyed and thought, "Don't look over here." He explained, "He's just a normal person, so that's that." The movie ended, and with the successful premiere, the audience filed out of the screening room. Before long, there was a post on the forum. "Has anyone seen A Beautiful Sunny Day yet? I heard they reshot many scenes in just 1 week after casting. I predict this will be director Sun Tae-min's embarrassing work." Everyone who saw the premiere praised it, but they said it was just all part-timers. Someone commented, "I'll go see it myself today and bring back some feedback for everyone." Below, many agreed, of course, it's all staff. How could they finish editing in just 1 week? "It's outrageous to think the audience are idiots." "I think so too." Someone else said, "Feels like a waste of money. Heard there was a real accident in the movie." Bye. But not long after, there was a new post. "I retract all the arrogant things I said before, and now I'm recommending this movie to everyone I meet. It's become my favorite movie for action scenes. I thought this was really a 4D movie. The immersion and impact were amazing. I never thought director Sun Tae-min was so good at action movies. I tried not to cry but still shed tears in the romantic scenes. I think the person next to me saw me. So embarrassing." Director Sun Tae-min is the god of cinema. Director Sun Tae-min is the god of cinema. Director Sun Tae-min is the god of cinema. Seeing the author's name, some netizens were surprised. "Huh, this person usually only leaves complaints. What's going on? Isn't this just a trick to get us to spend money?" Another agreed. "I just finished watching it too. This person's review is real. You definitely have to see it. It will make your dry heart feel wet. This is a divine movie." Director Sun Tae-min is the god of cinema. 2 days later, ADM brought the box office rankings to show off. "Kang In, look at this. Our movie is ranked #1. Kang In didn't really care about the rankings. He was busy cleaning the pan and paying more attention to how she was speaking. "Why do you call it our movie?" ADM laughed loudly. "Because Kang In Oppa is like my family. What my family makes is also mine." Kang In asked calmly, "Since when did we become siblings?" ADM whined. "Oh, come on, Kang In." She asked again, "Why don't you become an actor? That would be great." He replied, "I acted in 1 movie, that's enough." ADM said regretfully, "Such a shame, I thought I could meet a celebrity again." Kang In said briefly, "I'm busy with other work," which she didn't believe. "Aren't you always free?" "Not at all." ADM put her hands on her hips and asked, "Really? Then besides being a cook at the internet cafe, what else do you do?" Kang In looked at her seriously and replied with something that sounded like a joke. "Special mission for the Earth Alliance." ADM was stunned for a moment by his seriousness. A moment later, there was a response inside the internet cafe. "I guess so." T-Ho couldn't stop laughing, tears of happiness streaming down his face. He threw his hands up in celebration. "We did it." In the CEO's office at Thent, the director also smiled brightly. "See, I told you everything would be fine." He gave a thumbs up, full of confidence. "There's no way our movie couldn't attract an audience. I'm sure this movie will reach 10 million views." T-Ho laughed joyfully. Of course, of course." He stood up and praised. "At this rate, the number will definitely reach 10 million. Director Sun Tae-min, director, you're hitting 10 million." The director loved this, his nose flaring with a smile. There were 2 glasses of water on the table, and T-Ho shared his thoughts. The first day of the premiere was so bad I could have cried. The theater was empty, and I thought we wouldn't even break even. Now I feel so happy I could cry. Director Sun T-Min laughed and made plans for the next movie. I'm considering an action movie. T-Ho was a bit surprised, hesitating. But director, aren't you an expert in romance movies? Although the action in this movie is truly excellent. But the director shouted, "Nakangin, right. If we have Nakangin, I will start writing the script right now." T-Ho realized the issue. At this moment, his eyes and face had become serious. Director Sun, why don't you sign that movie with us? We will provide the funding, so we'll make it an action film. The director immediately gave him a like. Deal. CEO T-Ho was satisfied. But have you talked to Nakangin yet? The director replied casually. I'm talking to him now. T-Ho paused for a few seconds. Huh, the director was full of confidence. Nakangin would never turn down such a good opportunity. Since we're talking about this, I'll call him now. The phone suddenly rang. Kangin picked up the phone and looked at the caller's name. He thought it was a wrong number and pressed the decline button. We are bringing you 2 special guests from A Beautiful Tomorrow. Inside the studio, friendly voices could be heard greeting each other. Hello, I am Kim Do-chan. Nice to meet everyone again, I am Yoha. The MC held the script and started the program. A Beautiful Tomorrow is too famous, isn't it? Do you too feel that way? Do-chan replied. Yes, I've received a lot of interview requests and advertising offers. I'm very grateful. The host congratulated them. That's wonderful. She continued to dig for information. Yoha, I actually heard the movie set collapsed. That surprised me. May I ask, was that collapsing scene filmed for the movie? Yoha scratched her head and laughed. Yes, but there was someone very reliable there, so I wasn't in any danger at all. The stunt double tried to protect me from getting hurt. He laughed. I, Do-chan, am a simple guy, he said with a silly grin. He threw me away right before the accident happened. It's not in the movie because I flew out too fast. Opposite him, Yoha frowned slightly, thinking, don't say that, everyone might misunderstand. The MC exclaimed, that stunt double is truly amazing. It seems like he calculated everything and reacted in such a short time. Do-chan confirmed. Exactly, he isn't even a professional actor. He's just a guy selling food from a truck. And he's amazing, isn't he? Hearing that, Yoha didn't hold back her praise for Kangin. Do-chan excitedly continued. He even jumped onto a moving car without a harness and stopped it with just one blow from a metal pipe. The MC, as if she had just found a scoop, asked, wait, what? I also saw A Sunny Day, but there was no scene like that in the movie. This made the 2 guests turn pale. Knowing he had said too much, Do-chan immediately covered his mouth with his hand. Yoha scolded herself. Why are you saying these things? She quickly changed the subject. Does everyone know he's not just good at action, he's also a great chef? The MC looked at the screen and read a new question sent to the program. Is the clip of him stopping the car that we thought was a promo video actually true? Do-chan's face went pale, worried to the point of losing all color. Yoha's heart also skipped a beat. This was a live broadcast and comments were popping up constantly. What, is it true? No way, is it real? Why did he stop the car? What is this? In his office, T-Ho was also watching the program, so angry that his whole body felt like it was on fire. He roared, Kim Do-chan, you idiot. The marketing team leader sighed and patted his forehead. Damn it. T-Ho hit the table and shouted. Where is the manager? We need a new strategy right now. It's just that I'm afraid of teammates as stupid as pigs. The marketing team leader said wearily. I think we'll have to reveal it 20 days earlier than expected. T-Ho still tried to hold on. Is there any other way? The other replied. We need to seize the initiative from this issue. If we waste time, controlling it will be even harder. Understanding the problem, T-Ho could only nod in worry. He picked up the phone, dialed, and waited anxiously. After the first ring, the other side picked up. Hello Nakangin, this is T-Ho. After hearing the director's explanation, Kangin calmly asked. Is that so? The truth will be revealed later than expected, so we can't report it on the day of the incident. I'll consider that lucky. On this side, T-Ho felt a weight lifted off his shoulders, thinking. He always sees the bright side like a true hero. In any case, we only have one way to handle this situation. Kangin was washing dishes while listening to him explain. We will make everyone feel that the video is something very impressive, not in a serious way. Instead of focusing on the fact that Min-jae was terrified at the time, we should focus on how cool you were. Does that sound okay to you? Outdoors, it was blue and clear. On the other end of the line, Kangin replied, Go ahead, just make sure not to mention my name. T-Ho was happy. Yes, thank you very much. At the live studio, the program paused for a moment. Now let's take a break and return for part 2. This is the greeting from White Eagle, the signature music plays. In a corner of the room, Do-chan lost all his vitality listening to the phone, his voice trembling and small as a mosquito's. Yes, I'm very sorry. Do-chan was dejected, burying his face in the wall to accept his punishment. If there's anything I can do right now, tell me. I'll do my best at everything except for retiring from the entertainment industry. The voice on the phone said, reveal everything. Thinking he had heard wrong, Du-chan picked up the phone. Sorry, what? The person on the other end was not pleased. What are you talking about? I said you have to talk about the incident on the live broadcast in the most prominent way possible. Du-chan asked again, is that okay? The marketing team leader reminded him. We plan to announce it in 20 days, but now we have to announce it right now. Du-chan admitted his fault. I'm sorry, the other emphasized. The CEO has agreed. Just finish by saying that the food truck guy handled the incident wonderfully, so it won't be remembered by people as a serious accident. Inside the studio, Yoha opened the door and called softly, hurry up, it's starting. Du-chan signaled that he knew and replied, yes, I won't mention Kang-in's name. The live program started again. The MC looked at the screen, admiring. That video has received an unbelievable amount of attention. The comments are about to explode. Du-chan laughed awkwardly and led the way. So let me tell everyone what happened, something I haven't had a chance to explain before. This is a true story that happened on the first day we started filming on set. While we were busy filming, some people tried to kidnap our child actress Lim Min-jae. The MC was stunned. Really? So that's why he jumped in without any harness in such a dangerous situation. Sitting quietly listening to Du-chan tell the story, Yoha also smiled awkwardly, thinking, I guess they decided to drop this bomb. Du-chan winked and pointed at the camera. The food truck guy caught all the kidnappers and rescued Min-jae safely. You all know when watching the video, right? Comments continue to pop up. Is he even human? How did he survive? Is he really risking his own life? Is he an agent from some agency? Like a story out of a movie. On the internet, comments exploded. The topics revolved around this story and everyone was talking about the professional chef's skills, saying he was no different from an action star. Not just a chef, Kang-in was also praised as a hero. Great! Who is he? That food truck guy from Kim Du-chan? The muscles trained from cooking, revealed in the promo video everywhere. Really, the food truck guy rescued Min-jae. There was even an analysis article. For all the analytical fans out there, let's take a look. The analyst, calling himself a machine analyst, placed 285 views and 3 comments right below. I calculated the speed and distance, concluding it was faster than the Olympic sprint record. Amazing, but that slope was a downhill slope while the Olympics are on flat ground. However, it is impressive that he could run that fast without falling. God, if it were me, my knees would have been shattered. Another post from the White Eagle fan group dissected it in detail. In the kidnapping video, did everyone see how he threw the rock? He threw the ball like a professional player. The distance was really far. His accuracy was terrible. The running speed was no joke. If he were a spy, no one could catch him. They also talked about the scene where Kang-in swung the metal pipe in the movie. If that is his real skill, perhaps he would be a great hitter. Our team needs a hero like him to escape last place. Sign him up now. The system inside Kang-in seemed worried. That video is spreading very fast. Kang-in read the post, read the comments, and reassured it. It's okay, my name and face haven't been revealed. Lying on a small bed in the warehouse, Kang-in asked the system, Die-in, can I go compete in the Olympics? It answered coldly, the host will not be able to pass a doping test. He said regretfully, such a shame, what about baseball then? The system replied. Professional baseball also does doping tests regularly. Kang-in lay down on the bed, sighing. Forget it, I won't do those things. The system gave its opinion. Besides, we need to move from this temporary base to a more stable one. Looking up at the ceiling and the clutter in the storage room, Kang-in nodded. Yeah, this place is a bit rudimentary, the system remarked. Any place is better than this bed in the internet cafe. The host needs rest to maintain combat effectiveness. Money and food are still important. Kang-in muttered. But can we find a new base with our current budget? The system checked the income and reported. The payment for the role in the recent movie has just been transferred. Kang-in asked. How much? Is it a lot? The system reported, 5 million won has been transferred to the account. Kang-in sighed, only that much. At the internet cafe, Adium proudly said, let me tell you something. From the moment I saw the video, I thought it was Kang-in. I mean it. She bragged, I guess my eye for people is pretty good, Seo Dong-hwan exclaimed. I didn't expect there to be such a talented person. I watch it over and over and still think it's top tier. Still watching the video of the kidnapping. Truly amazing. Adium smiled widely. Right. Seo Dong-hwan casually cut off her delusion. Isn't it Kang-in? Adium was curious. Have you ever met anyone like Kang-in before? Seo Dong-hwan leaned on the mop, thinking and recalling the mysterious masked man who once defeated some kidnappers to save him. Yeah, the person I met was also very good. Adium blindly said. Well, whoever they are, they can't be better than Kang-in. Lying on the bed in the room, Kang-in picked his ear, muttering, my ears are burning. The system was indifferent. Is that so? Outside, there were footsteps approaching. A staff member greeted. Hello. A woman wearing sunglasses walked up to the reception counter of the internet cafe. She asked, excuse me, is this the computer room where Kang-in works? Seo Dong-hwan, who was manning the counter, blushed when he realized who had arrived. Yes, that's right. Luckily, Yunsol managed to cover his mouth in time. She greeted her happily. Why did you come all the way here? Have you been busy lately? Seo Dong Hwan inside the counter was as dizzy as a turkey, whispering. You actually, Yoha said. I came to talk to Kang In and I heard the food here is very good. Yunsol happily replied. Oh, is that so? He's in that room. Yoha was surprised. Huh. Yunsol asked again. He lives here. This news surprised Yoha. What? Why does he live here? Doesn't he have a home? Yunsol thought. I don't know for sure, but it seems like he's just staying here temporarily. I even thought about letting him stay at my house. But not knowing what she was thinking, Yunsol blushed. Living together between a man and a woman is a bit weird, right? Yoha objected. No way. Yunsol was innocent. Are you worried about me? I'm so touched. Yoha went black in the face and said indifferently, of course he wouldn't do anything. Yunsol was bewildered. Huh, what do you mean? Yoha felt awkward about Yunsol's intelligence. Nothing, never mind. Yunsol pointed to the warehouse door. Anyway, just go in, he's inside. A knock on the door made Kang In jump up. Who's there? Yoha opened the door and walked in. He was surprised. Huh, why are you here? She replied, I came to apologize. Kang In was even more confused. For what? Yoha explained what Kim Du-chan had said on the radio. Kang In was puzzled. But you didn't say it. Yoha sat down next to him. But I was on the same program too. In any case, he really needs to learn how to keep his mouth shut. She agreed, that's true. Maybe he's being scolded by Ma Young Sunbi. She imagined Du-chan's current situation and both burst out laughing. Ma Young was angry, holding a baseball bat and striking Du-chan, shouting while hitting, You idiot! Du-chan just knew to hold his head and cry. Min-jae sat watching, sighing. Du-chan must be having a hard time. Kang In finished listening and asked, So you just came here to say that? Yoha blushed and hurriedly made an excuse. That's part of it. I also heard this internet cafe is famous for its snacks, so I wanted to try them too. Kang In just listened silently, then stood up and said, I'm not serving food today, I have other things to do. Yoha was surprised. Huh, where are you going? Kang In looked around and said, As you can see, this place isn't very good. I'm looking for a place to stay. She wondered, Oh right, you're staying here. Why do you live here, someone like you? Kang In answered briefly and coldly. I have my reasons. Yoha felt dizzy. What? Kang In thought to himself that explaining would be a hassle, so he should just skip it. His cold face and brief answers made Yoha even more curious. Truly a mysterious man. She told herself and then confidently demanded to follow. Then let me go with you. Having someone help choose is also good. Kang In refused. I can go by myself. But in the end, she still got to go with him. The two entered an apartment. The studio apartment was simple and quite small. Yoha was startled. Huh! Kang In looked around. The fridge, sink, and old air conditioner were all sufficient but very old. Yoha was dizzy. Why is this studio apartment an S studio? You already got your salary, right? Kang In replied. That's right. She was even more confused. Then why choose an S studio? I can't understand why someone as talented as you would live in an internet cafe and now you're looking for an S studio. You were paid a lot for that movie, right? Kang In was emotionless, looking at her. Is that so? Yoha was enthusiastic. How much did you get? Let me help you find the best place with that money. Kang In replied. 5 million won. Hearing Kang In's salary, Yoha froze for a few seconds, bewildered. Huh. Without saying much, she took out her phone and dialed a number. The other side picked up. Hello, Yoha smiled brightly. Oh right, this is Shin Yoha. Ma Young picked up the phone. Oh Yoha, what's wrong? Don't tell me you're trying to ask for forgiveness for Kim Du-chan. Over here, Du-chan is kneeling on the ground in a wooden stockade, pleading loudly. I'm sorry, Yuha, please save me. Tieruha doesn't seem to care much about her co-star, replying, Well, I'll leave it to you to decide how to handle him. Kang In freezes, thinking to himself, What is this? Mi-dung says, I'll let him live, what's the matter? Eroha prepares to get to the main point, but it's not because of Du-chan. She says, It seems Na Kang In only received 5 million in appearance fees from CEO Lo. This news hits Mi-dung like a bolt of lightning. She instantly switches into Usura mode, putting on a smile while the veins pop out on her forehead. What? It looks like she has another problem to deal with. Eroha explains, I just thought Kang In wouldn't say anything, so I'm reporting it on his behalf. Don't get the wrong idea. Mi-dung realizes what's going on and softens. I understand. He saved the movie and more importantly, he's my daughter's benefactor. I'll contact Lai Ti-ho and Kim Du-chan. Who allowed you to rest? Get up now. Hearing the desired result, Eroha smiles happily. Yes, thank you. All right, I'll leave the rest to you. Hanging up, Eroha winks and flashes a victory V sign. While we wait for a response, let's go check out a few better places. The streets are bustling with people, a hurried flow of humanity. Kang In receives a phone call. Ah, Na Kang In, this is Lai Ti-ho. On the pedestrian crosswalk, Eroha tries to cover her face. Kang In comments, Trying to hide only makes people pay more attention. On the phone, Ti-ho says, I looked into it and heard you only received 5 million in fees. I was quite surprised when I found out. The two stop in front of a real estate office, reading through rental flyers. Director Ti-ho adds, Director's son was busy with the movie premiere, so he didn't double-check. The payroll department handled it as usual, but considering your contribution, this is truly unacceptable. After recounting the issue, he proposes a solution. I've recalculated it, under the title of Official Action Coordinator rather than just a stuntman. At this moment, Kang-in and Eruha have entered a bright, spacious house. T-Ho says, I'm transferring 100 million won right now. And just like that, 100 million won hits the account. While the two are still admiring the beautiful, well-equipped house, Eruha exclaims excitedly, the deposit is 5 million won, but for this price, the rent is pretty decent. Kang-in praises, you're quite savvy, aren't you? She brushes her hair confidently. I'm the kind of woman who is very useful to have around. Do you know if I've made your heart flutter yet? Kang-in looks out the window. The scenery is also very beautiful. The system speaks up. I have ensured a clear line of sight to observe if any enemies approach. Now we can monitor from afar. If you install blackout curtains, it will block enemy vision. Watching Kang-in intently gazing out the window, Eruha thinks to herself, this guy is so sweet, just because he got 100 million. She asks, what are you planning to do with the remaining money? The system says, we need to ensure mobility. I suggest buying a car. Kang-in nods in agreement. I need to buy a car. Eruha volunteers again. Let me introduce you to a place. I know a good spot, but with 50 million, it's probably hard to buy a luxury car. Kang-in suddenly calls out, but Eruha. She turns back startled. What is it? Kang-in steps closer, hands tucked into his hoodie pockets, pinning Eruha against the wall, then asks, why do you keep trying to help me? Eruha is stunned. Huh. Kang-in leans his face close to hers and asks directly, you like me, don't you? Eruha blushes, afraid her feelings will be discovered, and blurts out a denial. What are you talking about? Why would I like you? Kang-in turns away. I just wondered because you keep sticking to me everywhere I go. Eruha is furious. What the hell? Stop being so delusional. I'm an actor, okay? My schedule is clear and I just happen to be passing by your area. I'm helping you as a friend, got it? Kang-in picks at his ear. Whatever. If the answer is no, why did you have to shout like that? Oh God, my eardrums are about to burst. I was just joking. Thank you for helping me. The unexpected thank you leaves Eruha stunned. Oh, how embarrassing. I didn't help you just to hear something like that. The system also chimes in. Please thank me as well, not just Ms. Eruha. Kang-in snaps. Shut up. Eruha is surprised. What? Are you talking to yourself? Weren't you thanking me? Eruha slowly opens up. Actually, about that day, if I had been hit by that iron bar, I could have been seriously injured or worse. You were the one who saved me. Kang-in listens silently. Eruha bows her head, fidgeting with her hair, her voice trailing off. Because of that accident, I might not be alive right now. Honestly, I thought I was fine, but when I got home, the house was pitch black, devoid of any sign of life. When I was alone, I started to realize everything. She is afraid of the darkness in her own home. The two-story house is always dark, waiting for its owner to return every night. Back in that dark house, I always think of that moment, and my heart starts racing. Since that day, the house without light has made me very anxious. There are nights I curl up in my blanket on the bed, unable to sleep. That accident keeps appearing in my dreams, so being near you makes me feel safer. If you agree, could I come over often? But Kang-in doesn't seem to care much, making Eruha angry again. Hey, are you even listening? Kang-in stretches his shoulders by the window. The view here is really nice. Scene shift at the old parking lot. The two stand in front of an old car. Eruha is worried. Are you really planning to buy this thing with the rest of the money? There are plenty of used cars that are still good. Why this piece of junk? Kang-in reminds her. That's rude to the seller. She is embarrassed. Ah, I'm sorry. The car seller scratches his head sheepishly. She's right. Honestly, everyone advised me to throw it away because the repairs cost more than the selling price. Eruha advises again. Opa, there are many nicer cars. Don't buy this one. Kang-in ignores her and asks the seller, can I check the car parts? The seller agrees. Go ahead. Kang-in opens the hood, thoughtfully looking at the old engine. He asks the system, can you fix it? The system replies, of course, I even have repair manuals for vehicles from the battlefield. Kang-in is surprised. Even for a car as old as this, you're from 2082, so this must be ancient history, right? The system responds, don't worry, I even have documents for cars from 100 years ago. Just fix the electronics and power and everything will be fine. Kang-in seems satisfied, closing the hood. I like this one. Kang-in seems satisfied, closing the hood. I like this one. The seller is also surprised. Are you really going to buy it? The engine is terrible, the car could stall at any moment and I won't take responsibility. Kang-in is calm. I know, sell it to me for a cheap price. The seller shrugs. I don't mind, but don't come back and blame me. Eruha, standing behind him, holds her head. This can't be real. Switch to the men's restroom. Kang-in asks the system. Jin, is it safe to fix the car in the new apartment's parking lot? The system replies, if you do that, the neighbors will be suspicious. Kang-in thinks while washing his hands. Then I need to rent another place. The system reports, I found a newly closed scrap metal shop which is very suitable. Kang-in is surprised. How do you know? The system reports, I found a newly closed scrap metal shop which is very suitable. Kang-in is surprised. How do you know? The system shows him a promotional flyer stuck on a telephone pole that they passed by earlier. I collected the information while traveling with the host. Yeah, very good, Kang-in praises. Just get the parts and do the repairs there. At the remote scrap shop, the tow truck brings the car Kang-in just bought. He greets the driver. Thank you very much. Kang-in carries his toolkit inside, and Eroha follows, asking, Where is this? Why did you drag a trash car here? Kang-in corrects her. Don't call it a trash car, this is my baby. This place is remote, desolate, and empty. Eroha is scared and tearful. You signed up for a horror movie and didn't tell me, right? Is that why you brought me here? Kang-in types in the password to open the door and replies, That's not it. The lock opens successfully, and the rusty iron door squeaks open. Inside, it is surprisingly bright and tidy. Kang-in walks into the workshop, dumping the supplies he prepared onto the table. Eroha curiously asks, So what is this? Are you? Seeing Kang-in organizing the tools perfectly, she confirms her question. Do you have a plan to fix this car here? Kang-in replies briefly. Yeah, if she can't help, she just needs to sit nearby and ask questions. Do you know how to fix a car? Don't you need a mechanical degree or some kind of license? The system whispers, but only Kang-in can hear. I have repair manuals better than any license. Kang-in finds a quick excuse. YouTube can teach anything. The system competes. I have documents much better than YouTube. Eroha doesn't believe it. Are you kidding me? Kang-in calmly replies. Disassembly is just the reverse of assembly. Eroha worries. What if the car explodes? Are you planning to take back the life you saved? Kang-in asks back. Why did you think you'd be coming with me? She is speechless and angry. Looking at the metal cutter on the table, she returns to her original question. But what is this place? Kang-in replies briefly. This is a metal processing shop. The owner retired, so I rented it for a year. We've been together all day, and you didn't know this. Eroha is surprised. When did you decide to rent it? You rented it for a whole year. Kang-in doesn't answer, but opens the engine cover. He puts on gloves, preparing to fix the car. He turns to look at the girl standing behind him. Eroha doesn't understand why she is being looked at like that. What? Kang-in is indifferent. Are you still here? Why have you been following me around all day? Eroha is shocked. What? Who's following whom? You're the one who brought me here. Kang-in freezes for a few seconds and asks back. Me. Eroha is speechless, frustrated, and turns to leave. Fine, I'm leaving. Don't stop me. Even if you're bored, it's not my business. You idiot, you're turning down a chance to hang out with this super beautiful girl. Kang-in coldly announces a harsh truth. We are in the middle of nowhere. There is no transportation. This makes Eroha worry. What? She nervously takes out her phone to call, but when she turns it on, there is no signal. Kang-in's voice echoes. We're deep in the mountains, so there's no signal. Eroha is tense. What? We're stuck here? Kang-in teases. It's easy to encounter ghosts here at night. This line makes Eroha get goosebumps. Looking around the shabby old workshop, Kang-in turns serious. I've planned everything. His unusual attitude makes Eroha even more anxious. He asks, Why do you think I brought you here? Eroha trembles. No way. In the abandoned scrapyard, her whimpering doesn't stop. I'm not ready for this. Kang-in commands, Hold this. Eroha closes her eyes, sweating like a river, not knowing what she is thinking about. That makes her face blush. What? Kang-in says, Be quiet. She doesn't know when she started wearing gloves and holding car repair tools. Kang-in says loudly, Help me fix the car. She really doesn't want to, but she follows along, even though she doesn't like getting her hair dirty. Jin instructs Kang-in, First, remove the armor in the specified order. Eroha says, You're just playing tricks to keep me here. You could do it yourself. Kang-in replies, That's a funny idea. She rests her chin on her hand, wondering, But shouldn't you number the parts when taking them apart? Just in case. It's easy to take apart but hard to put back together. He is confident. Don't worry, I remember all the steps. Jin is ignored, immediately speaking up. I am the one who remembers all the steps. Eroha admires and exclaims, Really? Your memory is amazing. Jin also praises itself. My memory is truly amazing. Kang-in hears this and gets angry. Stop responding to everything. Eroha begins the flattering mode. Besides, your hands move so fast and accurately like a machine. Kang-in doesn't pay attention, focusing only on the work. Is that so? Kang-in points at her. All right, you sit in the driver's seat. She screams, No way, is this why you brought me here? Kang-in says, Relax, I've fixed it perfectly, try sitting in it. She is still full of suspicion and worry, but finally opens the door and gets in. This thing won't explode on the road, will it? Kang-in is confident in the system's talent. Just trust me. After a test drive, she is amazed. What is this? It's so smooth. The engine is really quiet, too. I thought you were only good at cooking, martial arts. Turns out your car repair skills are also excellent. Kang-in is used to everyone's shocked attitude. Yeah, I know a lot of things. The system is unconvinced. I'm the one who knows a lot of things. She shyly asks, But why did you rent this place for a year? You fix cars so fast. Kang-in thinks about his plan. If the apartment in CEO that we found earlier is the living base, then this place will be the production base. I intend to make the necessary equipment for the mission here, so both places are important. He still answered cluelessly, which made Yuha furious, her face flushed with anger. You don't need to go into such detail. So where are we going now? Kang In replied. I'll take you home. After all, you don't have a car to get here. Iyuha looked surprised. Really, I have something I want to ask you. Do you know how to install a smart lighting system that can be controlled by a phone? Could you do it at my place? Kang In responded coldly. Ask your parents to do it. She said shyly, my house is quite far from here and my younger brother doesn't know anything about it. Kang In, remaining sharp and logical, replied, you could just call the manufacturer to come and install it. Iyuha still tried to coax him. Please, just help me, I'm really scared. She tried to persuade him, then shared the issues she was facing. Lately, I keep dreaming about that scene where the film set collapsed and I can't sleep. At this moment, Jae-in explained to him. Those are common symptoms in soldiers from war zones, similar to how soldiers recently discharged constantly dream about their time in the military. It could be a form of PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Kang In suddenly said something that left Iyuha confused. Rescuing civilians is a fundamental duty of the Earth Alliance military. He remained cold, but his words were incredibly warm. I will help you. Kang In and Iyuha had arrived at Iyuha's home. Upon arriving, Kang In immediately got to work repairing the lighting system. It didn't take long. In a flash, he had finished. Done. She was surprised. That fast? Kang In checked it again and said, try turning off the lights and see. Iyuha quickly went to turn off the lights, then used the remote control on her phone. The lights turned back on. She looked up excitedly and exclaimed in surprise. It works. Iyuha thanked him shyly. Thank you. Kang In replied, it's nothing. After finishing, Kang In immediately wanted to leave. All right, I'm off. Iyuha wanted to hold him back, keeping him there a bit longer. Wait, she asked hesitantly. Are you hungry yet? I'll treat you to a feast. Kang In was surprised. You know how to cook. Iyuha immediately pivoted. Let's eat out. Kang In was taken aback by Iyuha's rapid change of pace. She explained shyly. Actually, I went to that PC cafe because I wanted to try the food you cooked, but since I already owe you twice, I couldn't ask you to cook for me again. There is a restaurant I know that serves great food. The head chef is Ju Chi-won, someone who has appeared on TV. He asked casually. Is that so? The Jae-in system immediately offered an opinion, analyzing local entertainment culture to help with smoother integration, while reminding him, high-end restaurants are currently exceeding our budget. This is a good opportunity to gather information. Kang In realized the system's intent, covered his sleeve and whispered to it, leaving Iyuha standing there confused. You just want to eat, don't you? Kang In suddenly changed his expression, shifting to a more cheerful look. I hope it tastes better than what I used to make. I like good food, too. He and Iyuha had arrived in front of the restaurant. We're here. Iyuha stepped out of the car, closed the door, and excitedly introduced it to him. This place is quite famous. Have you ever heard of it? Kang In kept a poker face, which made her even prouder. He asked back. It's not easy to get a reservation. Not everyone can get in. Did you book a table? Iyuha answered proudly. Yes, since last night. Kang In was surprised. I thought we just made the plan. She confidently flipped her hair. Hey, I'm Shin Iyuha, the hot trending actress. Seeing his reaction, she got angry. Do you want to die? What's with that reaction? As she led Kang In into the famous restaurant, she proudly boasted about her connections. I shot a program with the chef here and got his number. When I asked yesterday, he said he would save a spot for 2. This place is rare, and it's only because of me. Kang In heard the crux of the matter and asked, turning it around and making Iyuha break into a sweat. But who did you intend to bring when you booked it? She was immediately flustered as she remembered her perfect plan. Tomorrow I was going to eat at Bitch Cafe and pretend my dinner plan got cancelled. That doesn't matter. She immediately changed the subject, leading Kang In to the dining table. Don't pay attention to that anymore, let's go. Afterward, at the Jiadu Cafe, Kang In sat with Iyuha. He wondered, wait, I thought we were going to the restaurant. Why are we at a cafe? Iyuha retorted arrogantly. Have you ever been on a date before? We'll chat at the cafe until we're hungry, then head up to the restaurant on the 7th floor. Kang In listened attentively and nodded. He thought to himself, a real date. Can I really live a normal life like everyone else? Why am I in this era, this place, instead of being with the Earth Alliance Army in 2082? Seeing Kang In looking the other way, Iyuha spoke up. I should ask if we can get a seat by the window. She made a call and the person on the other end answered. Hello, this is Penelope. Iyuha replied cheerfully. Hello, I'm Shin Iyuha. I'm calling to confirm the dinner reservation. The person on the other end was silent for a long time, then suddenly screamed, drawing the attention of the entire cafe. She panicked and Kang In looked at her, questioning. What do you mean it wasn't booked? She was angry. No, that's impossible. I booked it yesterday. If it was cancelled, they should have notified me. She slammed the phone onto the table in anger. Iyuha was so angry she was on the verge of tears. She sobbed and said with a sense of injustice. Someone more important than me arrived, so my reservation was cancelled. If they can cancel orders that easily, why did they tell me to pick a room? Kang In remarked. It seems you are the easiest person to get bumped from a reservation. Hearing that, Iyuha was even angrier. Whose side are you on? Kang In waved his hand, looking indifferent, and said, Anyone is fine, we can go eat gyuba pie or something, or I can just cook it myself. I know how to salt things pretty well. Iyuha was angry and didn't accept his suggestion. No way. She reapplied her lipstick, preparing for battle. You sit here and wait, I'm going to handle this. I want to see for myself who their VIP is. Kang In watched her walk away with a flourish. The people around noticed the commotion and realized it was Shin Iyuha. While waiting for Iyuha to return, Kang In sat leisurely on the chair, enjoying a hot, delicious cup of coffee while chatting with Jae-in. How is the coffee here? It replied. Good. While Kang In was enjoying his coffee, something big happened at a place nearby. A security guard looked out the window, puzzled. Why is the window? Before he could finish his sentence, he spotted a group of people breaking into the building. Panicked, the guard asked, Wait, who are you guys? Seeing the strangers covered from head to toe and carrying suitcases, the guard answered his own question. Robbers. As soon as he finished speaking, one of them lunged forward, landing a direct blow to his stomach, which knocked the guard unconscious. A masked leader said in a serious tone, The target is Belop on the 7th floor. From now on, we will monitor every floor and control everyone one by one. On the 7th floor, Yoha was complaining to the head chef. How could you do this to me? You were the one who said you'd book a table for me yesterday. The head chef, a man with a shiny bald head, scratched his head shyly. Ms. Yoha, I am so sorry. This was an unexpectedly important reservation request. Standing opposite the head chef, Yoha couldn't look him straight in the eye because that head reflected light too well. Even though she was wearing sunglasses, she still had to cover her eyes and whisper, Too bright, luckily I brought sunglasses. She continued asking, But why cancel my reservation? Just how important is that guest? I'm special too, you know, he apologetically explained. Ms. Yoha, you were the last one to book, so there was no other choice. Actually, your seat was a last-minute arrangement, not an official booking. Yoha was unsatisfied with the answer. Then you could have told me in advance. I've already come all this way. The head chef bowed 90 degrees to apologize. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. I thought the staff had already informed you, but it seems there was a mistake. If you come back tomorrow, I promise I'll treat you well. Yoha bit her nails, worried and unhappy. I have no reason to come back tomorrow. If I invited him, he'd probably refuse anyway. The head chef asked curiously, Who is this person? She replied coldly, Don't worry about it. Meanwhile, inside the Benlop restaurant, at a table for two by the window, a man was on the phone. You told me to book a room here. I barely managed it last night. Now you can't come. On the other end of the line was Ti-woong, who explained, I'm almost there, but there's an urgent matter at the company, so I have to go back. I really can't help it. The man replied irritably, So you want me to eat here alone? Ti-woong suggested calling his wife, to which the other replied, She's busy with her own schedule. The conversation ended, and the man who was Ti-ho sighed wearily. Eating alone is not something I enjoy. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure talking to head chef Gu Cheon outside. He stepped out. Oh, Shin Yoha. Yoha was surprised. Oh, my CEO Lee Ti-ho. Ti-ho asked, Are you here alone? Yoha replied irritably. No, I came with Kang In, but my reservation was cancelled. Head chef Gu Cheon said sadly, I am very sorry to hear that. Ti-ho suggested, How about this? Yoha raised an eyebrow. What? Ti-ho smiled brightly. Not only was my appointment cancelled, but I was also worried about eating alone. Now I can join you and Kang In. He held up 3 fingers. 3 is still better than 2, right? Yoha looked at his smiling face and was extremely annoyed, thinking to herself, 2 is still better than 3. She asked the head chef, But is that okay? The head chef nodded. Of course, after all, this was Ms. Yoha's reservation anyway. Hearing the news, she asked, What is it? Gu Cheon knew he had said too much and immediately covered it up. Nothing. Back at the cafe, Kang In drank his coffee. The system remarked, The coffee here is quite good. Kang In set the cup down and muttered, Maybe you should perform a chemical analysis to see what's different compared to the internet cafe coffee. The system said, Data input can only be done through the agent's physical body. He complained, My tongue isn't sensitive enough to know. The system replied, So just shut up and drink. Kang In frowned, That's not exactly what I meant. The system was sarcastic. Don't be sarcastic, I know all about it. Kang In picked up his phone and looked at the message screen. Yoha had messaged, Wait, I'll take care of it quickly and be right back. Kang In sent 2 replies. It's okay, go ahead, let's eat soup instead. But he didn't receive a reply. The system asked, Host, do you really prefer beef soup over dishes at a luxury restaurant? Kang In put both hands behind his head. No, I'm just being polite. The system was sarcastic again. I didn't know you were that polite. Kang In was annoyed. Your system must be glitched. Stop pretending you don't understand anymore. Looking at the clock, Kang In wondered, Why is Yoha taking so long? It's been 20 minutes. Suddenly, he became more serious when the system warned. Host, an anomaly has been detected. Kang In frowned. What? People around started buzzing, looking at their phones and computers. The system notified, No signal. The internet has been cut off. What, you too? Kang In asked. The system continued its analysis. All smartphones near the host have lost signal. Anything else? The shutters on the 1st floor are closing. I am analyzing the noise to predict the state of the fire doors. At that moment at the entrance, the shutters were completely closed. Kang In ordered, "Listen to what is happening on the ground floor." The system used Kang In's hearing, recreating 4 different voices that rang out. "What? Why are the shutters closing? Is there a fire, but where is the alarm? Is it broken?" Continuation of 485 voices. "Is it broken?" Kang In stood up. "I must go down and check." The system immediately warned. "Armed individuals detected on the 2nd floor." Kang In was startled. Through his line of sight, he saw 3 masked individuals approaching the cafe. Armed, suppressed gunfire detected. "Guns in Korea," he grew serious. "The enemies will arrive in 10 seconds. Host must retreat." Kang In looked around. "I only have one exit. Where do I go now?" "Smash the window and jump out." Kang In glanced at the window skeptically. "You're showing me a quick way to die, right?" The system replied nonchalantly. "You are on the 2nd floor." Meanwhile, on the 7th floor, the masked robbers had appeared. One kicked the door open. He raised a suppressed handgun and fired a few shots. The bullets shattered the wine rack, causing everyone to scream in panic. "They have guns." The curtains were pulled down immediately. One placed his gun to his lips. "Shh, quiet. Anyone who screams will be shot. Move to the corner of the room." Everyone went pale, raising their hands and moving. CEO Tiho's voice trembled. "What is happening? Is this real?" They looked at the head chef, who was also shaking like a leaf. He nervously swallowed. "Is this real?" Yoha stuttered. "CEO Lee, what should we do?" "Stay calm, do as they say," Tiho said. Everyone moved to one side in unison. As they walked, Yoha whispered, "But Kang In, he's also in this building, right?" Then she nonchalantly took out her phone. "That's right. If I call, he'll come to the rescue." The robber pointed his gun at her head. "Hey, are you blind? The signal is blocked. Do you want to call the police?" Yoha tremblingly threw her phone, frantic. "No, of course not. What is the police number again?" "Mute it and get over there." Yoha and Tiho immediately ran like the wind. In the corner of the room, Yoha tremblingly prayed. "Kang In will come." "Right," Tiho said seriously. "No matter how strong he is, everyone is equal before a gun. If I were him, I would find a way to escape this place right now." On the 2nd floor, Kang In stood in front of the window, silent. After a few seconds, he asked, "Break the door and run." He whispered softly, "Rescuing civilians is the basic duty of the Earth Alliance." He turned his head, his gaze firm. Retreat is not an option. 3 masked men rushed in, raising their guns and shouting, "Don't move, hands up." But everyone in the cafe was not afraid at all. They looked at the robbers as if watching an entertainment show. "Are you filming? Is this a surprise live stream? Is someone about to confess?" The robber was furious to the point of exploding. He fired straight at the cake cabinet. Crack. Everyone screamed in panic. "My God, real GUNS?" "Silence, hands up," the robber roared. Kang In observed the gun. 9 semi-automatic pistol, high-performance suppressor, subsonic ammunition. "Not ordinary robbers," the system said. "Opponent has powerful weapons. Host has no equipment. The firepower gap is too large, must retreat from the area." Kang In raised his hands, as requested by the robbers, but whispered, "Retreat is not a tactical decision. I have other reasons." Kang In looked up at the masked men causing chaos. His eyes were fixed on the 7th floor, where Yoha was being held hostage. In the corner of the room, Yoha whispered to Tiho, "He will come up here." "Right, if he comes up, he will be shot immediately. So, what will happen to us?" Tiho looked at the line of people being held hostage, his face heavy. The masked men split up their duties. One guarded Scarrett, another held the gun on watch. They completely ignored the others. It was clear that the woman was their only target. Looking at Scarrett, Yoha frowned. In her circle of acquaintances, no one looked like that, so she turned to ask Tiho, "Who is she? A diplomat or something?" Tiho introduced. "Scarrett Kelly, CEO and head of research at Omgate, a very famous American military technology company." Yoha excitedly asked more. "Like the Bitnapple Company or the Searchglass Company?" Tiho broke into a sweat. "No, Omgate develops military weapons." He continued, "My father, Lee Dong-min, is the CEO of a company that manufactures military and police equipment. My brother, Lee Ti-woong, is a director. Today, when my brother knew Scarrett Kelly was dining here, he asked me to book a table in advance. My company, though entertainment, is famous in the entertainment industry, so I contacted head chef Gilchin to hold a table. In Tiho's head there was only, my brother didn't come, and I was kidnapped." Yoha spoke up. "If that woman is the target, then this is a dispute between arms dealers, right? So we don't need to be held like this, do we?" The two spoke too loudly, making the masked men uncomfortable. One pointed his gun and shouted, "Hey, you two, shut up. Try making another sound and see." Hearing the sound of the safety being clicked off, the two were startled, instantly falling silent. The gun pointed directly at Scarrett's face. The masked man growled, "Give us the access code and I'll spare you." He kept threatening her, but Scarrett remained chillingly calm. She asked straight out, "How much are you getting paid for this?" "Whatever it is, I'll pay double. No one gets hurt. Let's end it here." The masked man laughed in contempt. "Double, I refuse. This isn't a job for spare change." Scarrett did not back down. "I refuse too. No matter how much you torture me, I will not give you the access code." The masked man gritted his teeth, shifting his aim to someone else. Let's see how long you can hold out. A gunshot rang out. Everyone screamed. He smirked. There are plenty more. I can kill them one by one. Scarrett frowned. On the second floor, Kang In was analyzing the sound. I detected two abnormal noises from above, likely suppressed gunfire, and the sound of breaking glass. He frowned. The first shot was a warning. What was the second one for? The system replied. The sound of breaking glass creates a threatening effect. The ones on the 7th floor are threatening the hostages. Suddenly, a woman screamed. The masked men were hypersensitive, pointing their guns at the slightest noise. The woman sat down, trying to soothe her crying child. The child screamed, "Mommy." The masked man roared, "Silence, anyone who makes noise gets shot." He raised his gun, ready to pull the trigger. At that very moment, Kang In unexpectedly stood up on a chair, intentionally drawing attention. Police. The masked man turned sharply in surprise. Police? Where did they come from? Kang In nervously swallowed. Kang In pretended to pose as if taking a photo. Sorry, I'm not used to this much attention. Everyone in the cafe thought in unison, who the hell is this lunatic? But Kang In continued. The children are crying out of fear, but shooting someone just because they're crying, that's not what humans do. He glanced at his mask. Ah, right, you guys aren't human, you're just beasts in human skin. The masked man went crazy. Shut up, I'll kill you right now. Another whispered, Boss, he's standing behind the glass. He shouted, you think standing behind glass means you won't get shot. Subsonic bullets don't penetrate, but the glass won't break either. He pulled the trigger, die, but before he could fire, Kang In lunged forward, maintaining the same posing posture, and crashed straight into him. The masked man hadn't even realized what happened before Kang In kicked him. What? He screamed in pain, the sound of bones breaking. Kang In didn't give him time to react, continuing with a series of blows. Another panicked and opened fire. Shoot HIM. But the cafe glass was bulletproof. Subsonic bullets couldn't penetrate it. Kang In dodged the hail of bullets, then flipped up. Kang In hid behind the table, dodging bullets. The bullets tore through the air, but all missed their mark. The masked man could only curse angrily. Damn it, he dodged it. Suddenly, two tables were pushed hard by Kang In, rushing straight toward the masked men, leaving them unable to react and screaming in pain. Taking advantage, Kang In continuously landed heavy kicks, leaving the masked men lying scattered, groaning in agony. One masked man tried to stand up, his hand shaking as he pointed his gun at Kang In, shouting angrily, "You lunatic, die!" Kang In cast a glance at him. At that exact moment, a bullet was fired, penetrating straight toward him. The system sounded, displaying the predicted trajectory of the bullet, helping Kang In dodge in time. Everyone watched Kang In amazement. The bullet grazed his arm, only tearing his shirt without causing injury. Kang In flipped up. The masked man's mouth hung open in shock, unable to believe it. One of them fired continuously at Kang In, who dodged every shot. Kang In continuously flipped to dodge. Kang In gathered all his strength and delivered a massive kick to the masked man. The air around them was chaotic. Tables and chairs were shattered. Everyone around was dumbfounded. He actually did it. Everyone shouted in unison, thank you for saving us." Kang In glanced back, seeing everyone still talking about his strength. Kang In suddenly widened his eyes. The system signaled that something was approaching the host. The children who were crying just a moment ago were now happily running to Kang In, excitedly asking, "Mister, you're a hero, right? You dodged all the bullets." Another child said, "No, he got hit once in the arm." A little girl ran over, worried. "Huh, does it hurt, mister?" The masked man lay motionless on the floor, mouth covered in blood. That scene wasn't good for the children's mental health, so Kang In quickly covered the wound. Red underwear appeared, and at the same time, grabbed the red underwear waistband of the masked man and pulled it up over his head. Everyone was confused and puzzled. The elastic underwear pulled from below up over his head, while a few little kids looked at Kang In and asked, "Mister, what are you doing?" Kang In offered an encouraging smile. "It's okay, don't worry, my arm doesn't hurt." The masked man, in pain, could only grumble resentfully to himself. "Damn it, that hurts like hell." Kang In inspected the pile of weapons on the floor. 3 9mm semi-automatic pistols, 3.5 magazines. How on earth did they manage to get this many guns past security without being detected? He silently assessed the situation. There might be another group waiting outside. Escaping through the window would be extremely dangerous, especially for the civilians. The system confirmed. Escaping through the window does not guarantee everyone's safety. You must defend in place. Kang In nodded. Yoha is probably on the 7th floor, and the enemies up there likely don't know what's happening here yet. We need to turn this place into a defensive line before we move up. He discussed it with the system. If we make too much noise, the 7th floor could be in danger. We have no choice but to be very discreet. The system agreed. That's a wise decision. Kang In looked at the 3 masked men lying scattered on the ground, their 3 masks having been tossed into the air. He pulled off their masks, discovering that all 3 were foreigners, though they spoke the local language quite fluently. He speculated. They came here to get something and were planning to escape the country. He reasoned, they came here to get something and were planning to escape the country. The system reminded him, your firepower is insufficient. Equipping the civilians is the best option. Kang In nodded and picked up a gun. Equipping civilians is one of the standard defensive tactics of the Earth Alliance. In any case, it's better than sitting around waiting to be wiped out. He loaded the ammo, and while doing so, he asked, "Has anyone here ever used a handgun before? I need 2 volunteers." 4 men raised their hands. "Me, I know how to use one, I do too." The system warned him to be careful, as there might be a spy among them. Kangin asked about their backgrounds and histories. "I used to operate tanks in the armored brigade. I was discharged as a first lieutenant." Kangin observed them closely and chose the 2 men in blue and green shirts. "I'll leave this to you too," the other 2 asked. "Why us?" Kangin calmly explained. "Both of you don't have children yet. Terrorists wouldn't let a spy bring along young children, so you 2 are safer." Those who weren't chosen looked deflated and could only try to console themselves. Kangin gave his instructions. "I'm going to check the other areas. You 2 guard this sector. Do not give these guns to anyone except the police, and don't let anyone in unless you have verified them with certainty." The 2 men shouted in unison, "We will protect this place with our lives. There could be snipers outside, so don't try to escape recklessly." The other 2 listened and followed his instructions seriously. "Understood." Kangin held the walkie-talkie in his hand and spoke up. "I need to get the radio from this rabbit-masked guy." He examined it carefully, realizing this wasn't a military radio, but one that showed signs of being modified. This was likely a short-range communication device. A noise from the floor above made everyone in the cafe surprised and anxious. "What is going on?" someone asked. Kangin whispered to the system, "Die-in. Do you still remember the voice of the guy in the rabbit mask? Adjust my voice to match the target." He cleared his throat, practiced, and prepared to modulate his voice to impersonate him. Sitting down next to the masked men, Kangin threatened in a gruff voice, "I'm going to teach those who don't know their place a lesson." People around them whispered excitedly, hearing his voice and thinking it was the rabbit-masked man himself. What's going on? That voice sounds exactly like his." Still as impatient as ever, Kangin signaled for everyone to be quiet and then spoke into the walkie-talkie. "We need to show them that there's more than just 3 of us here. I'm going upstairs for a moment." The person on the other end replied, "All right." At this moment, Kangin stood up and asked the girls, "Does anyone have a hand mirror?" A girl with short hair blushed and handed the mirror to Kangin. "Oh, I have one." He smiled and thanked her, making the girl even more shy. As he walked, Kangin said to the system, "They even disabled the elevators. These guys are seriously dangerous." He started walking up the stairs because the elevators were no longer operational. A voice rang out from the floor below where Kangin was standing. "How are you managing those people while telling me to bring more up than we have?" He entered combat mode, suspecting the presence of an opponent. Kangin stood still, his eyes and ears focused on listening. "See, these guys aren't pros. I'll go up first and check." Another voice answered. It seemed like 2 masked men were discussing it on the second floor. One sounded angry, the other confused. In the first-floor lobby, it was clear those 2 didn't know whether their teammates were amateurs or professionals, which proved they weren't long-term collaborators but just gathered for this mission. Kangin thought to himself, "There must be someone important behind this, just like the reason why Sin Yoha's booking was canceled." Kangin stepped lightly down the stairs. At the same time, a figure was coming up from below. Based on the footsteps, he guessed the opponent's position and suddenly lunged, throwing a punch toward the masked man. The guy didn't have time to react, only managing to let out a cry of pain before collapsing right on the stairs. Kangin quickly ran down to the floor below. He opened the door, using the mirror he had just borrowed to check behind it. In the mirror, he saw a man walking and singing. It was the building security guard, but even the guard couldn't escape Kangin's fist, taking a solid hit and lying flat on the floor, not even realizing what had just happened. The guard lay in one spot. The system wondered, why did the host assume they were enemies? Kangin replied, "They are also using modified radios like the guys on the second floor, and the voice earlier was his." The system remarked, "If you hadn't struck accurately, the opponent wouldn't have been knocked out." He whispered, "Do you want a compliment? Fine, you're doing great." The system replied proudly, "I am a state-of-the-art combat support AI, perfectly integrated with the host." At this moment in the cafe, everyone looked at the victims who had been knocked out and couldn't help but be terrified. "What? He already took down 2 people." Kangin replied nonchalantly, "No problem at all." Someone asked, "By the way, who is this guy? And there's no rope here." Kangin explained, "That's the building security guard. He was attacked and just fainted. Just let him lie there. He'll wake up on his own." 2 others discussed, "So there's no one left on the ground floor. Let's run outside." Kangin reminded them, "Don't rush. They might have set traps or positioned people out there. I tried pressing the alarm button in the security room, but it didn't work. They've disabled it. That's why I'm going to the control room upstairs to handle it step by step." The other 2 said in unison, "Okay, that's awesome." Kangin used the mirror to check the outside hallway, but didn't hear any noise on the 3rd floor. The system reported, "All rooms here are offices. It's the weekend, so there's no one." When he reached the 4th floor office, there was no sound either, only the sound of sparks emitting from behind the door. Carefully opening the door, Kangin saw sparks of electricity flashing in the dimly lit space. The system reported, I have found the control room. Inside the control room, everything was a mess. Chairs were overturned, and everything was completely broken. Kang-in observed and realized that they had made it impossible to restore the CCTV system, the phones, and even the internet lines were blocked, paralyzing all the eyes and ears of the building. These guys are not simple at all. The first floor is the lobby, the second floor is the cafe. They only deployed armed forces to the second floor, ignoring other areas. Their goal isn't Yoha, and they definitely didn't expect someone like me to appear, Kang-in determined. The system replied, "Indeed, Sin Yoha has no strategic value." Kang-in laughed. "Hey, Yoha is just a supporting actor, you know that." Outside, the atmosphere remained very quiet. The night air looked peaceful, but it was actually suffocating. A man wearing a hat and a hooded jacket was sitting in a chair watching, and he looked anxiously toward the police car that had just appeared. He was restless and couldn't sit still. "Why are the police here? Communication was completely cut off. How could anyone have reported it to the police?" He immediately contacted his accomplices. "We have visitors, a patrol car." He observed 2 officers inside the car. The person on the other end asked, "What?" he reported. "There are police on the second floor." At this moment, Kang-in also had their walkie-talkie. A voice came over the radio. "Is anyone in the cafe calling for help? Are the police there?" Hearing this, Kang-in smiled smugly because he had gained more information. He silently thanked them and immediately changed his voice to that of the second-floor commander, communicating with the robbers over the radio, pretending to be one of them. In reality, these robbers thought they were communicating with their real accomplice on the second floor, but the one answering was Kang-in. While taking over here, a few people made calls or sent texts. They might have thought something was wrong and reported it when communication was suddenly cut off. The robbers on the various floors thought for a moment, then asked, ground floor, respond." But the remaining radio was also in Kang-in's hands. The system reported, "The intruder is using different channels for each floor." Kang-in whispered, "You heard the voice of the guy who came up from the ground floor, didn't you?" The system helped him change his voice to pretend to be the person on the first floor. Kang-in spoke over the radio. "First floor here, what about the victims upstairs?" "Seventh floor here, I heard the police have arrived outside. They already know what's going on." The robber replied, "Tell them the building is under renovation and all visitors have been asked to leave. The doors are locked because the security system is being upgraded." Kang-in replied briefly, "Roger." The guy on the other end wondered, "What?" Kang-in replied, "Nothing confirmed." At this moment, they were quite smug about their plan, believing that even if the police arrived without a search warrant, they couldn't enter the building. By the time they got a warrant, the robbers would have already left. The robber pointed his gun at the victims, including Scarrett. "Now about the access code, let's continue," he threatened. Scarrett asked anxiously, "Who are you people really?" The hooded leader replied, "If it were easy to know, I wouldn't be wearing a mask. Anyone who sees my face has to die. Do you want to see it?" Scarrett shook her head in fear. "No, I'm not curious at all," he said coldly. "At least you know how to value your life. If you want to live, give me the access code. Say it now while we still have our masks on and you and this woman are still alive." Scarrett broke into a sweat, trying to hide her fear, and looked away. Just then, a girl down below who was tied up spoke up. "Scarrett, I'm okay. Don't tell them anything, no matter what happens." That was Scarrett's secretary, Kelly Jessica. Scarrett bit her lip in confusion, not knowing what to do. Thinking for a moment, she spoke up, giving them everything to protect her secretary. "That's the 3-step access code I already told you about. Now let us go." He pointed his gun and threatened, "Verify it first." Scarrett panicked. "What?" She was startled, worried that communication had been lost. The robber said, "My men outside aren't just for decoration. If that code is fake, your friend dies." Scarrett started to panic, trembling as she stammered, Wait, check it." The walkie-talkie sounded with the verification, and Scarrett kept sweating. "Access denied." Hearing that, the robber immediately pulled the trigger. Scarrett was panicked, and Secretary Jessica had collapsed on the floor in a pool of blood. The horrific scene unfolding right before her eyes left Scarrett stunned and unable to breathe. She screamed, turning pale, while the robber gloated and cursed. "Stupid," he declared coldly. "This game ends right here." At this moment, the police outside still hadn't made a move. One officer asked his partner, "Are you sure this isn't a prank call?" The other replied, "Yes, I'm sure." Both were still hesitant, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, they all looked up and shouted in unison, "Huh." On the window, there were messages taped together to form a complete sentence. "There are terrorists here. Please call the police." The 2 police officers looked at each other in astonishment. One said, "Are you kidding me? Forget it, let's turn back." But the other still thought it was just a malicious prank, muttering, "Who would make a prank call like this? They've ruined my sleep." However, they still glanced up at the house with skepticism and worry, then drove off, not paying any more attention. They got into the car and drove away. The robber outside watched the police leave and breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn it, they just left like that? Oh well, what a relief." He didn't forget to laugh triumphantly, pulling out his walkie-talkie to scold his accomplices. "You idiots. The police on the first floor have left. Everything is going according to plan." He ordered his accomplices to continue monitoring. Inside, Scarrett slumped down next to the body of her secretary, Jessica, and the robber pressed his gun against her face, threatening. You seem to be shaking, huh? I'll give you one more chance. The next time has to be the truth. He squeezed Scarrett's mouth shut, coldly threatening. Behind them, the witnesses who were forced to keep their hands up whispered to each other. I think this is real, not like when they were just shooting at wine bottles. That woman seems to have fainted from shock. The robber released Scarrett. She broke into a sweat, deep in thought, not saying a single word. At this moment, the police car from earlier had reached the main road. One officer asked, "Why did we have to leave?" The other replied, "That is exactly why we had to retreat. The ground floor has been completely blocked. Who knows how many of them are waiting outside?" He continued, "If we acted freely, the situation would only get worse." The other realized, a diversion. That's why we pretended nothing happened and left to call for backup. A moment later, a 7-seater car sped toward the incident scene. Inside the car, they discussed, "Do we have a list of everyone inside the building yet?" "Yes, we've narrowed it down using credit card data, phone location tracking, and video. It's going to be very troublesome if there are celebrities in there." An officer checked the victim information and exclaimed, "Scarrett Kelly, CEO of Omgetch. Oh, excuse me." The other heard the name Yoha and shouted in surprise, "Don't tell me it's the actress Shin Yoha. I'm a fan of hers." Another officer wondered. "Not only that, there's also the CEO of Thor Entertainment and MTE Holly. It really seems to be Shin Yoha. Unbelievable. Why are so many celebrities gathered in one place? Maybe to eat the food cooked by head chef Gu Cheon." An officer worried. "If a celebrity is taken hostage or killed, do you think the media and the public will let it slide? We need to handle this smoothly." Upon arrival, they moved to the building opposite and checked the situation on the rooftop. "Captain, I'm on the roof now. Damn it, they've covered all the 7th-floor windows, and there are explosives at the 1st-floor main entrance. Everyone back up. Don't get near the building." An officer asked, "Captain, what do we do now?" The commander replied, "Terrorism is the field for the special forces. We will hold our position until they arrive. Ready your weapons, guard the perimeter, don't let anyone escape." However, the robbers also knew the special forces had arrived. "What, I thought the police had left," one replied. "The police left, but special forces have arrived." He was depressed but unafraid. "Proceed with Plan E. This is the first time we've gone this far." Hearing this, the robber continued with the new plan, pointing his gun at the others. "You, come with me." Being called, Tiho panicked. Me, why me?" The robber pointed his gun, threatening both Tiho and Yoha. "You're going to walk down the stairs to deliver a message, unless you want to see your girlfriend's head explode." Hearing that, Yoha trembled, stammering without being able to say a word, while Tiho hurriedly explained in a panic. "Ha, you're mistaken. This woman is not my girlfriend. We just happen to be at the same table. I'm already married." The robber glanced over and judged. "Boss, this guy is pathetic." The leader replied, "Leave him, he'll fall in line soon enough." Yoha stood with her hands raised, face pale, mind in turmoil. "What the hell is happening?" She closed her eyes, fearfully whispering a prayer. "Kang Yin, save me." At this time, on Kang Yin's side, he was trying to rescue everyone. "Oh God, what time is it now?" the system reported. "The 5th laser has been detected. The clay charge has been deactivated." Kang Yin threw the deactivated bombs to the side. "From the 5th floor up, they've placed bombs everywhere. If not for us, someone would definitely have been hurt." The system was disgruntled. "I was the one who deactivated them," Kang Yin replied. "We can't let our boss succeed all by himself." Just then, a voice rang out. "Do as you're told. If you say anything unnecessary or try to run, your girlfriend dies, understand?" That was Tiho's voice coming through the speaker system, but Tiho still tried to deny it. "Shin Yoha is not my girlfriend." The robber shouted. "Doesn't matter." He ordered, "Go outside, say exactly what we told you. Say that everything is fine." The system in Kang Yin's head identified the voice. "That is the CEO of Thor Entertainment, Lee Tiho," he whispered. "Got it." The robber continued, pointing his gun in warning. "There's a trap set on the stairs, walk carefully." Tiho was startled. "What?" The other robbers had lost patience with Tiho and shouted, "Shut your mouth, move fast if you don't want to get shot." Tiho trembled as he took each step down the stairs, sweat pouring down, finally reaching the bottom. Tiho shouted joyfully, "Finally made it down." Down below, a voice rang out. "Oh my, isn't this CEO Lee?" Tiho peeked inside, bewildered. He had just seen something, and immediately stood frozen in his tracks. The robbers saw this and were surprised. What? Is that a woman?" They slowly moved down to where Tiho was. "Was anyone left behind on the lower floors? But where did all the traps go?" Nice voice. On this side, Kang Yin signaled everyone in the room to keep quiet and explained. "CEO Lee, what is going on here? I was taking a nap in my office, and when I woke up, the elevator and phone were dead. What is happening in the building? It's so scary." Tiho was still wide-eyed in amazement, unable to speak. "What? That's definitely Kang Yin, but that's a woman's voice." Looking at Kang Yin's gestures, Tiho judged that the expressions and movements were completely different from before, which made him suspect he was acting. Just then, Kang Yin spoke up, surprising Tiho. Observing how the group down there operated, Kang Yin concluded, "Anyway, there's no way to escape. So what counts as a normal woman? The robber outside slowly approached, discussing. Let's take her down and keep moving. The system immediately warned that the enemy would arrive in 1 second. Immediately, Kang In ran quickly toward the door, lunged out and jumped onto the robber. The robber hadn't had time to react before Kang In kicked him in the mouth, knocking him down. He accidentally pulled the trigger, firing backward and hitting his accomplice. But the accomplice was unaffected because he was wearing a bulletproof vest. Another one behind was surprised. What the hell is he doing? Kang In quickly lunged, snatched the gun from the robber who had just been kicked, and pointed it at the accomplices, then shot them in the thigh and arm, making them scream in pain. He continued to jump onto the corner of the wall, aiming the gun and firing rapidly at the remaining ones. The robbers were too surprised by Kang In's agility and sharpness to react. Afterward, he jumped up and landed, each foot landing on a robber's head. T-Ho could only stand with his mouth agape, amazed at the scene that had just unfolded. The robbers were all defeated, lying scattered on the floor. While Kang In was completely unscathed, T-Ho immediately shouted, "Can Shin Yo-ha be Kang In's girlfriend instead of mine?" The system and Kang In answered in unison. Rejected. The masked men lay motionless, trembling in pain. Kang In turned and asked, "And what about the others? Why haven't any additional threats been detected recently?" T-Ho praised him joyfully. "That was wonderful, Kang In." But he didn't care, asking, "The CEO is on the 7th floor, right?" "Yes." He probed further. "I need information about the 7th floor. What is the current situation?" Kang In spoke to T-Ho while stripping the robbers of their gear to take his loot. "They changed the plan when the police appeared and tried to use you to guard a vehicle, right?" "Yes, it's pathetic. I'm sorry using civilians like that." "Are you talking about me?" Suddenly, the walkie-talkie voiced a message. "Jackal from the 7th floor, I heard screaming from below. Report the situation." T-Ho was terrified, thinking he was about to be caught. Contrary to that panic, Kang In calmly mimicked the voice and replied, "Understood." He pretended to report. "There were 2 people on the 5th floor. We already took them out. No casualties." The voice on the other end snapped. "I thought the floors had been checked thoroughly, missed an emergency exit. Keep going, there's no time." T-Ho looked at Kang In confusion. "Why does your voice sound like theirs? You mimicked a woman's voice very naturally earlier, too." "Keep going, there's no time." T-Ho looked at Kang In confusion. "Why does your voice sound like theirs? You mimicked a woman's voice very naturally earlier, too." "And what about Yo-ha?" T-Ho stuttered. She was still fine when I came down, but I think they gave her a special watch." Kang In heard this and closed his eyes to think. "Special watch? Maybe because she's a celebrity, she has high value as a hostage. That's not good at all." Quickly, he picked up the gun, turned, and said, "I'll be back." T-Ho was surprised, pointing his finger and shouting, "Alone? I'm armed too, I'll fight with you." Kang In asked coldly, "Can you do it?" He replied confidently, "I served in the military, I'm a reserve sergeant." Kang In asked back, "What was your mission?" He stammered, I worked in the public relations department of the Ministry of Defense." He said coldly, "Then just stay here. Keep an eye on those unconscious ones, that's all I need you to do." T-Ho laughed nervously and asked, "But what if they wake up?" Kang In answered without hesitation, "Shoot them in the head, it will kill them with just 1 shot." He cried, "I only dare to aim for the torso." At this moment on the 7th floor, Jackal loudly threatened, "Tell me the password right now." Scarrett was pushed to the brink, the gun to her head, but she remained firm. "Even if you kill me, I won't say a word." The robber's eyes turned bloodshot, furious and ready to act. But just then, the henchmen were sent flying away. Jackal and Scarrett both looked back in astonishment. Scarrett breathed a sigh of relief, glad to have survived. With just a single punch, Kang In had taken down 2 of the underlings, sending them flying 10 meters away. Inside the chaos, everyone screamed, "What police?" Another masked man immediately grabbed a girl as a hostage, desperately warning them. He shouted, "Shoot! What are you waiting for?" Immediately, a barrage of gunfire echoed deafeningly. With lightning-fast reflexes, Kang In somersaulted, dodging the bullets with ease. Even more surprisingly, he kicked off the wall and used the momentum to launch himself forward like a flash of lightning. The masked man was his first target, whom Kang In grabbed by the arm to subdue. Then, using the centrifugal force, he swung the man around, knocking the other 2 thugs aside in the process. For his final move, Kang In slammed the robber onto the floor. Realizing that all the masked men were wearing standard-issue bulletproof vests, he quickly drew a gun from his pocket, instantly understanding why he couldn't afford to be careless. He fired suppressing shots, causing them to collapse. The employees standing around were panicked and astonished, exclaiming, "Is that really a cop? This speed and strength aren't human, it's like a superhero." Kang In glanced around as he heard a shout ring out, "Sin Yo-ha has gone missing." He immediately asked, "Where are the others?" A man replied, "The masked men took Sin Yo-ha and a foreign woman away through the emergency exit." Kang In ordered, "Everyone head down the stairs. Also, remember to find the man who was dragged away earlier, Lai T-Ho. There might still be civilians trapped in the 2nd floor cafe. Help them get downstairs together." On the robbers' side, they had taken the 2 girls to find an escape route. One underling questioned, "Boss, I don't think that guy is a cop, But whatever he is, our goal is to escape with the hostages and avoid the police as long as possible. Release the ropes. On the robbers' side, they had taken the two girls to find an escape route. One underling questioned, "Boss, I don't think that guy is a cop, but whatever he is, our goal is to escape with the hostages and avoid the police as long as possible. Release the ropes." The leader explained, "If the police pursue us, we'll throw her away to create a distraction. Besides, she's the perfect leverage to force Omega's access code out of her." Yoha still didn't give up, shouting to get Scarrett's attention. "What are you guys talking about? Stop speaking in that strange language." Just then Kangin kicked the door open, charging inside, and saw the robbers holding the hostages, preparing to make their escape. Two underlings angrily drew their knives and charged. "You bastard! Boss, you go ahead." Kangin closed his eyes, visualizing the trajectory of the knives in his mind, and predicting their attack path. His eyes flashing with sharp vigilance, he leaped behind the two robbers and simultaneously fired two quick shots, sending them rolling in pain. The man holding the hostage saw him jump into the air and fired, sneering, "You idiot! No matter how many times you shoot, it's useless." But Kangin dodged every bullet effortlessly, moving as flexibly as a dancer. He shouted, gesturing with his gun, "Yoha, get down." She immediately crouched, catching the robber off guard. In the blink of an eye, right in front of Yoha, the robber was shot down by Kangin. All eyes turned toward Kangin in sheer amazement. Another bullet grazed the robber's shoulder, and he clutched his arm in pain. Witnessing his men falling, the man known as Jack Ko angrily aimed his gun, not forgetting to keep Scarrett as a hostage, and warned, "Let go." His eyes narrowed, the muzzle of his gun pressed against Scarrett as he threatened, "Can't you sit still?" A gunshot rang out, and blood sprayed, leaving Kangin and Yoha stunned. This time, Jack Ko aimed his gun directly at Scarrett's head, causing her intense pain and fear. He kept threatening, "Keep going, drop the gun, or I'll shoot." Acting like a true gentleman, Kangin immediately threw his gun to the side. Scarrett watched the series of events, frozen and speechless. At this moment, the police had arrived, surrounding the entire building. The ground floor front door was opened. Special agents swarmed everywhere, aiming their weapons forward. And just as they prepared to fire, someone shouted, "Don't shoot, they're civilians." The people inside hurriedly called for help. "Someone help us," the special agent agreed. "Yes, yes." A civilian recounted the incident to the police. "The terrorist with guns stormed into the cafe and tried to shoot us. I thought I was going to die there, but then a man appeared. He was even scarier than the terrorists." The other girls excitedly described Kangin like a Superman. "He dodged every single bullet and took down all the bad guys in the blink of an eye." The two officers asked in surprise, "A hero or a ninja?" Everyone confirmed in unison, "That's right. If it weren't for him, we'd all be dead." Everyone said that he could dodge all the gunfire and single-handedly take down all the terrorists. Some others still didn't believe it, assuming everyone was panicking or hallucinating, or even thinking they might have inhaled chemical weapons. It was also possible they were suffering from a mass delusion. So they prepared the suppression team with orders to wear gas masks. Inside the cafe, Jack Ko was aiming his gun at Scarrett's head and turned to warn Kangin, "If you move, she dies, drop the gun." Kangin immediately complied, throwing his gun straight to the ground. Scarrett was moved and stunned by the action. Yoha screamed, "Opa, are you crazy? Why did you drop the gun?" The system was also indignant. "Has the host lost his mind?" Kangin retorted. "Do you expect me to let him shoot her?" The terrorist pointed his gun at him and questioned, "How did you get up here? I received reports that the lower floors were all secure." Kangin slowly took off his shirt and a bunch of walkie-talkies fell to the floor. He replied with an air of nonchalance, "This." Then he immediately mimicked the voice of the man's underling. "It's me, boss." He deliberately provoked him, continuing to mock, "Boss, are you satisfied? It's me, you idiot." The man was so angry he wanted to lunge at him. "It's you son of a bitch." While cursing, he continuously fired his gun toward Kangin. Immediately, he grabbed a food knife from the table, and while skillfully dodging the bullets, he kept a calm face. After that, he threw the knife straight at the man's head. Jack Ko screamed in pain. Kangin thought to himself as he threw it, "I predicted his movement and hit the target precisely." Jack Ko, in agony, was forced to let go of Scarrett, who almost fell if not for Yunha catching her in time. Kangin immediately ordered the two, "Use me as a shield and slowly back away." Yunha asked anxiously, What about you?" Kangin replied briefly, "I'll finish this." The leader angrily pulled the knife out of his head and yelled, "You're insane." He tore his shirt and moved toward Kangin, his voice filled with resentment. "Where did you crawl out from? What's your call sign?" Kangin bowed his head, acting mysterious, and put a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. "I'll say this once, listen carefully." Immediately after, his first punch landed straight in the man's stomach. He flew backward, and another punch followed. The second punch landed square in the face, breaking two of his teeth. Then a powerful kick from behind struck him right in the face. His body flew into the air, and Kangin used the momentum to throw another kick to his stomach, sending him flying away. After taking him down, Kangin nonchalantly introduced himself. "I am K. Pa." The dying robber asked in pain, "Gep, apa, what is that?" The system immediately warned, The hostage has a gunshot wound to the arm. She needs first aid immediately. At this moment, Ryu Cheon ran in, holding a first aid kit as if he were radiating an aura. YSD, are you okay? Kang In stepped in at the right time. I secured this area, it's my responsibility. Yunha narrowed her eyes. It's so blinding. You were watching from afar, weren't you? Kang In knelt to open the first aid kit. Inside was a needle and thread sewing kit. Scarrett stood frozen, astonished. The system made a quick assessment. The wound is not deep. The bullet didn't go too far, the bone and major blood vessels are fine, it's not life-threatening. Kang In quickly stitched the wound. Done, the wound isn't deep, but you should still go to the hospital right away. Scarrett was moved. Thank you for saving my life. Yunha, standing beside her, was amazed. Oh, so you don't speak Korean? Oppa, did you know? Scarrett explained. My grandmother is Korean. Yunha immediately grew angry. You speak Korean, so why have you been speaking English the whole time? Scarrett delusionally continued. Perhaps he is an agent assigned by the U.S. government to protect me. He is more fluent in English than Korean. Kang In looked confused. I'm just a food truck worker in Korea. Right then, the special agent police moved up the stairs. Everyone became alert. A policeman shouted, Stop, who are you? A policeman shouted, Stop, who are you? It turned out to be Lai T-ho. He cried tears of joy. You guys finally arrived, the police ordered. Drop your weapons. T-ho forgot he was holding a gun and approached, making the special agent recoil in alarm. I'm about to faint from waiting for you guys. Drop the weapons. Lai T-ho's identity was confirmed. They asked, Are the terrorists here? T-ho felt sheepish. Yes. How did you take them down? T-ho immediately reenacted. That person ran in, then bam bam, then foo-hoo, and then they all fell. The police frowned. So it's bam bam foo-hoo? Just then someone shouted, Trap found, everyone get down. T-ho didn't understand what was going on, looked at the object on the floor and picked it up. That's a trap, close it. Ryu Cheon appeared like a chef walking out from stage lights. Welcome, this is Penelope. His shiny head made the police jump back. So blinding. A policeman recognized him. Huh, Chef Gu Cheon? Everyone panicked. Fast. Gu Cheon smiled calmly. Ha, did everyone recognize me? The police shouted. Now is not the time to laugh, the building is still under attack. He pointed to one side. Oh, don't worry, everyone is safe. The police looked and saw Kang In, Scarrett, and Yunha all safe. Yunha shouted, Wow, the police are here, we are saved. The police were amazed. That's Sin Yunha, she's saved. Finally, they saw the group of people tied up nearby. These guys are the terrorists, right? Yunha jumped up to confirm proudly. That's right, we already handled them. There are still many more out there. The police could only roll their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Everyone, including Yunha, beamed and admitted. Yes, all the terrorists in this building have been caught. The officers looked at each other, sweating profusely, unable to believe what had just happened. They laughed at themselves. Ha, why were we so worried when coming here? Another officer added. Exactly. Outside, the area around the building was crowded with people gathering, and the police were urgently carrying out their duties. The terrorists may have disguised themselves as civilians. Search everyone thoroughly. In a transport van in the parking lot, a policeman sincerely said, Thanks to you, we avoided a major catastrophe. He excitedly handed a cup of hot coffee to Kang In, and we've also quickly identified the leader. Here, have a drink. Kang In took it and whispered, Thank you. The officer continued, handing Kang In a report on the identity of the terrorists. The leader's nickname is Jack Ko, an international criminal who has participated in terrorism, looting, and kidnapping for money. He was even on Interpol's red alert list. He asked in surprise, You can really take down a guy like that with just one punch? Kang In calmly took a sip of coffee and replied, Yeah, something like that. The police officer was amazed. You realize that too, it really is the case. He explained further. Jackal only has 3 real henchmen, the rest are mercenaries, some of whom are even fluent in Korean. Meanwhile, Scarrett and Jessica were being questioned by the police. Kang In looked at them and judged to himself. If that's the case, then someone must have lured the American woman here. The officer confirmed. That's right, one of her own staff members recommended the Benelux restaurant. He reassured them, American investigative agencies will handle this. Kang In quietly watched the crowd, thinking, I see. The officer suddenly asked suspiciously, But why did you dare to confront them alone? Kang In answered nonchalantly, as if it were obvious. It was the right thing to do. The officer was flustered, breaking into a sweat. Right, of course, it's admirable, but it's not easy. Even the police have a hard time dealing with armed terrorists. He pondered the criminal's injuries and added, I noticed that no one was seriously injured in a life-threatening way, not even those who were shot. They weren't hit in vital areas. At this moment, Dai-in suddenly spoke up. I calculated everything. Kang In frowned in annoyance. Here we go again. The police officer looked at Kang In suspiciously and asked directly, How did you acquire such skills? I heard you don't belong to the special forces. The Dai-in system immediately rattled off a list of reasons. One born with innate talent, 2 parents were martial artists, 3 born under a lucky star, 4 had the fate to be trained, 5 trained in the mountains, 6 learned from a master, 7 and refreshing the list. The long list left Kang In speechless. Are you serious? He looked down and answered the officer. For the past 2 years, I haven't been in contact with the outside world. The officer remembered and confirmed. Oh, right, there's no record of you at all over the last 2 years. Kang In recounted. I trained by myself in the mountains during that time, sitting under a waterfall for 7 days straight, not eating anything, climbing Mount T-Bitch to practice, and training in a unique martial art that combines the use of water guns. The officer was bewildered. Huh, Kang In crossed his arms and continued. That martial art is called gun fu. The officer was even more stunned, repeating, gun fu. Kang In rambled on eloquently. Training with water guns actually helps a lot when using real guns. This is the power of innate talent. The officer exclaimed. Impressive, but it sounds too hard to believe. The scene shifts to the Sacred Heart University Hospital of Forzit, where 2 doctors were amazed by the stitches on Scarrett's arm. The stitches are perfectly even. It's like embroidery. A doctor remembered and exclaimed. This is exactly like that person I heard about. The image of him suturing a wound with such mastery. He hurriedly asked, who stitched this wound for you? Should I ask in English? Who did this? Scarrett hesitated, asking suspiciously. Why do you ask? The doctor smiled and replied. Just because I found the stitching so beautiful that I was curious. Scarrett frowned, finding it inconvenient to mention Kang In's name. I cannot disclose that to you. The doctor seemed unsatisfied and asked loudly, why not? I'm not suspicious, I'm just a doctor. Jessica indignantly refuted loudly. Doctor, we just went through a terrorist attack. We cannot disclose information so casually. Jessica's firm attitude made the doctor temporarily set aside his curiosity. Yeah, I understand. Immediately after, a loud conversation erupted from Surgeon Lee Dong-ho's clinic. Dr. Dong-ho casually replied to someone. What is it? The young doctor hurriedly presented. I found the person who stitched a wound as if using a sewing machine. Dong-ho was surprised and said loudly, What? Is it the person you mentioned earlier? The doctor confirmed. That's right. Dong-ho pressed him. What is his name? He broke into a sweat and replied in annoyance. I still don't know. Dong-ho wasn't angry, just softly asked. Really? How did you find out? The young doctor explained. While I was performing surgery, a patient who had been shot was brought in. The stitches were identical. Dong-ho jumped up in a hurry. Are they our patients? Go and check right now. The young doctor stopped him. No, they left after receiving first aid. Dong-ho was a bit annoyed, speaking loudly. What? Why did you let them go? You should have held them there. He hurriedly explained. I'm sorry, they said they were victims of the incident and had to leave urgently. Dong-ho scratched his head, trying to suppress his frustration. Fine, fine. The important thing is who did this. Have you asked the police yet? The doctor replied innocently. The police said they don't know either. Dong-ho couldn't hold it in anymore and snapped. If nobody knows, why don't you just call and ask directly? At the same time, at the police station, an officer handed a folder to his subordinate, Kai Woong. The investigation team only allows one person to see this document. He joked, even I'm not allowed to see it, only you. Kai Woong held the folder and complained angrily. Making me do all the work again. This is too much. The team leader laughed. I gave it to you because I trust you the most. Kai Woong indignantly replied. Please stop trusting me so much. The leader continued teasing. If you were a little less stubborn, you'd be a great guy. Kai Woong hadn't even reacted yet, when his eyes suddenly widened in shock at the content he just saw. What? The team leader saw this and asked curiously. What's in there? Kai Woong retorted. Didn't you tell me not to reveal it? He said nonchalantly. That's why I'm asking you directly. Kai Woong hinted. Team leader, you know the movie A Beautiful Sunny Day, right? The team leader replied. The movie with Shin Yo-ha, it's been really popular lately. Kai Woong gripped the folder tighter and continued. The hero of this terrorist attack is said to be the action director of that movie. The team leader was also stunned. Really? My daughter keeps praising the action scenes in that movie. It seems this person is no ordinary guy. Suddenly Kai Woong said seriously, but the most shocking thing is that we know this person. The team leader frowned, his expression becoming serious and somewhat cold. Is he a criminal? Kai Woong turned pale and hurriedly explained. No, that's not it. I just remembered a scene I witnessed. He added, do you remember the high-wire artist? The team leader breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, I remember. A while back, he helped us catch a murderer with a portrait sketch and even helped us improve our case-solving record. Suddenly, he realized something. Wait, is that the same person? High-wire artist, action director, martial arts master. What should we even call him? At the meeting at the Gangnam Central Anti-Terrorism Investigation Headquarters, the atmosphere was extremely buzzing. What, a chef? Does that make any sense at all? Someone else added. Not a regular restaurant chef. He used to cook for a food truck and worked at an internet cafe. That's even more absurd. Another person shouted indignantly. Are you looking down on people who work at food trucks and internet cafes? The other hurriedly explained in a panic. No, I didn't mean that. An officer hurriedly tried to reassure them. Our main investigation target is Jackal. Another retorted. But we can't ignore Na Kang-in. He solved this whole case by himself. Someone pondered the video of Kang-in. I even saw him carrying someone through the burning building. I saw that video too. They split into two factions arguing. It seems he really is just a food truck chef who films on the side, but what kind of chef is that good at shooting? The meeting became noisy. Drop the dismissive attitude. Don't talk like that, you're not that much older than me. A bystander maintained a calm attitude and exclaimed, "Why is he good at everything?" The chairman said wearily, "I don't know either, I just want to go home." He turned to ask, "Have you verified his military background?" The officer broke into a sweat and answered, "Yes, I thought he was a member of some special operations team, so I checked very thoroughly." He clarified, "It turns out he was honorably discharged as a sergeant from an administrative unit." That statement shocked everyone in the meeting. "What?" The officer continued, recalling the information received from the military. "That file must have been just a cover. I even received a photo from his former commanding officer, confirming it was real." The chairman hurriedly grabbed his water bottle, intending to take a big gulp with sweat beads on his forehead. "So the military used a combat expert like this as an administrative clerk. Can someone who can single-handedly take down an entire armed squad just do administrative work? Why?" The person who had just reported frankly admitted. "I have no idea." He continued recounting. "I asked Na Kang-in directly about his 2-year hiatus. He said he was just training alone in the mountains, eating, sleeping, and resting, becoming one with nature." The chairman was so horrified that he spat out his mouthful of water. The person next to him scolded angrily. "What are you doing? Water is everywhere." The chairman was so horrified that he spat out his mouthful of water. The person next to him scolded angrily. "What are you doing? Water is everywhere." The chairman was slightly annoyed. "Why bring up such absurd jokes in a tense meeting like this?" The officer seriously affirmed. "It's not a joke, sir." The chairman suddenly remembered another issue and asked, "Ah, and what about his explosion-solving skills? I heard he only activates the mechanism with absolute precision." "Yes, he learned that under a waterfall too," the officer replied nonchalantly. "Maybe he learned it from YouTube." The chairman couldn't believe it. "Are you kidding me?" "I am serious." He was furious. "Do you still watch YouTube? How old are you?" 2 days later at the office, everyone was focused on their work. Yoha was blocking a guest who wanted to go inside. "Welcome, but I'm sorry you cannot enter this area." The other spoke up, sounding familiar. "Hey, it's me." Yoha was wearing black glasses and playfully greeted back. Ms. Yoha." Diane intuitively signaled Kang-in. Hearing Yoha's voice, Kang-in looked over confused. Yoha walked in, shyly greeting. It's me." Kang-in asked, "Why are you here?" This made Yoha angrily question. "You don't have the slightest bit of sincerity." Suddenly, she handed him a large bag. "Here." Kang-in took it, asking curiously, "What's this?" Yoha was shy, her face bright red, and replied, "Remember last time we couldn't eat together? This time I brought food so we can eat together." Kang-in opened the bag, asking in surprise, "Cooking ingredients?" Yoha stammered, Yes, please cook for me. I heard you're a great cook." Kang-in turned away, coldly rejecting, while Yoha tried hard to convince him. "Oh, come on, I'm starving," he still objected. "Why not eat out instead of buying ingredients and bringing them here?" Then he asked seriously, "Tell me the truth and then I'll cook." This made Yoha freeze. Her face flushed red and sweat poured out. She looked down shyly, and finally found the courage to whisper, I just want to be near you. Just by doing that, I feel at peace and don't have nightmares anymore. That's why I came here." Kang-in said nothing, just checked the ingredients in the fridge. That action made her furious. He hadn't even listened at all. Kang-in looked at the ingredients she brought and said, "You chose some really fresh stuff. I'll make some seafood dishes." Yoha gritted her teeth, thinking to herself that she hated it but still sat and waited. After a hard time preparing, delicious dishes were laid out on the table. Yosio couldn't help but admire, and Yoha exclaimed. Yosio tried a bite, then burst into tears because it was so delicious. Yoha was also shocked and exclaimed, "Oh my god, why is it so good?" Kang-in just thought to himself, "Just eat if you're going to eat." Suddenly someone asked, "Can I try some?" Scarlet appeared, surprising Kang-in. Yosio looked at her and asked, "Who are you?" Yoha also shouted, "Oh, it's the American woman from before." Scarlet smiled and greeted, "Haha, luckily I found the right place." Kang-in was curious, "How did you know about this place?" Behind Scarlet were 2 hulking bodyguards. She replied, "I have some friends in Korea." Kang-in frowned, showing he didn't like being investigated. Scarlet hurriedly explained, "I only looked for your name and workplace, don't be angry." Diane spoke firmly, "The government would have checked your background already." Kang-in nodded, "They definitely would." Diane spoke firmly, "The government would have checked your background already." Kang-in nodded, "They definitely would." This made the 2 bodyguards behind her jump. Diane reminded him, "If the host accepts, other activities will be limited." Kang-in pondered for a moment and replied, "I refuse." The 2 bodyguards breathed a sigh of relief. Scarlet persisted in convincing him, offering a high salary and attractive benefits, but Kang-in still refused. "I don't have financial difficulties," Diane exclaimed. "What a shame." Scarlet wasn't upset, smiling. Then I'll just buy some food. I can get hungry too, right? Some time passed at the restaurant where Kang In worked. The dishes on the table had all been devoured. Everyone had nothing but praise. Excellent. Scarlett was amazed at the flavors of the dishes she just tasted, exclaiming, "This is better than anything I've ever eaten at the most high-end restaurants." Yoha was angry, slightly irritated. That should have been mine. Scarlett approached Kang In and said appreciatively, "Thank you for the meal. I have to go right now. I have a flight today." Kang In replied perfunctorily, "Safe travels." Scarlett immediately handed him a business card with information about Omega technology, winked and continued to invite him. "If you can't be a bodyguard, can you be a part-time chef? I'll be hosting a yacht party in Korea soon." Dae-in constantly advised Kang In about possible future financial troubles, arguing that taking her number wouldn't hurt. Kang In paused to reflect, then took the business card and replied, "I'll let you know when I decide." Scarlett smiled and suggested, "Thanks, text me, I'll save your number." Yoha heard this and couldn't help but get angry, raising her voice. "What? You're giving away such a valuable number again." Scarlett suddenly remembered her presence and hurriedly apologized for the awkwardness. "Ah, that?" Yoha was even angrier. "You only notice me now, even after we ate together." Scarlett quickly admitted her fault. "Sorry, I was overly focused." Yoha pointed to herself, firmly asserting, "Make sure you remember me too. I'm a part of the movie with him. I'm Shin Yoha, the super hot actress of Sunny Days." Scarlett pondered and then laughed. "That's the name of the movie. Okay, I'll remember." Immediately after, Scarlett left the restaurant and got into her luxury car. Jessica asked carefully from the side, "How did it go?" Scarlett leaned back on the bench and replied, "As expected." Jessica understood, sadly, so it didn't go well. Seeing this, she asked curiously, "But you seem happy. Is there something going on?" Scarlett happily shared, "I got some new information." Jessica was eager. "Oh, did you find out which Special Forces unit he came from?" Scarlett exclaimed, "No, he's a wonderful chef." This left Jessica stunned. "Huh." Scarlett blushed, explaining thoroughly, "His cooking level really surprised me. I'm very much looking forward to the next meeting with Kang In." Just as they arrived at the quiet airport, Ti-Woon was waiting. "Oh, Miss Scarlett Kelly." Scarlett asked in surprise, "Who are you?" He hurriedly introduced. "Ah, I am Ti-Woon, leader of the Sogwaigong group." Scarlett replied. "Oh, Sogwaigong, nice to meet you." He asked gently, "I heard you just had an unpleasant experience. It's fortunate that things didn't get worse." Jessica heard this and, feeling confused and irritated, said, "What are you talking about? My boss only sprained her hand." He panicked. "Huh, I heard it was a terrorist attack." Jessica immediately questioned. "The fact that my boss was there was top secret information. Did you investigate beforehand?" Ti-Woon was embarrassed, sweating, and explained, "No, that's not it. My younger brother was also there, caught in the incident while having dinner. I heard it directly from my brother." Jessica asked next, "Your brother? He is the guard on the stairs between the 5th and 6th floors. Didn't you see him?" Everyone realized, "Oh, that person." He hesitated, intending to take the opportunity to talk business, but then changed the subject. "My younger brother runs an entertainment company for film and performance." Jessica laughed, satisfied. "Ha, the restaurant's head chef is also a famous internet figure and knows my younger brother." CEO Scarlett brushed her hair, emotionless. "Really?" Seeing the atmosphere seemed cold, he tried to continue. "My younger brother recently invested in a movie, and it became a huge hit." Jessica asked, "Do you know about the movie A Beautiful Sunny Day?" CEO Scarlett was also surprised. "A Beautiful Sunny Day? That's the movie starring the top star Shin Yoha." Jessica adjusted her glasses and said coldly, "Scarlett, it's flight time. Sorry, we should end the conversation here." Ti-Woon bowed his head. "Yes, this is my business card. I hope to see you again." Jessica handed the card to him. Scarlett smiled. "Sorry, I can only use one hand right now." He stood frozen in astonishment. "Yes, that's fine. I'll call later." Early the next morning at the hospital, a voice rang out while looking at an X-ray photo. "Look at these two photos. The suturing technique is exactly the same." A doctor sitting next to Dong-ho continuously remarked. "Clearly done by the same person. The distance, the knot style, everything is identical." Dong-ho stared tensely at the result sheet, while the other doctor continued to analyze. "The precision and speed of these stitches. There is no doubt it's the same person." For a long time, he was deep in thought, wondering if he should report that he had found a clue. "We don't even know that doctor's name. The police refused to provide information." Hearing this, the doctor said angrily and loudly, "You aren't going to give up, are you? We need this doctor for Genji's surgery." With a gloomy expression, Dong-ho worried. "There's no way I'm giving up. Even if I have to use every connection I have, I will find out that doctor's identity." At that moment, he clenched his palm angrily, causing the paper to wrinkle. Whoosh. He looked up and sighed, wondering what that doctor was doing now. Moving to Kang In's workplace, Yoha walked in, hands behind her back, leisurely asking, "Kang In, what are you doing?" He worked while answering, "Fixing some broken stuff." She asked blankly, "What stuff?" Kang In explained clearly, "A metal cutting and processing machine. I need to fix this before I can fix other equipment." Yoha, as if hearing it for the first time, asked curiously, "Now you're also working with metal?" Just as she finished, the cutting machine suddenly bumped into itself. emitting a terrible electrical explosion, making Yoha startle and scream out loud. What was that? Are you okay? Even so, Kang-in remained very calm. Trust me, I'm actually very good at fixing these kinds of things. He shouted, look at this, rise up, cutting machine warrior. As he inserted the screwdriver to tighten a few things, the saw suddenly billowed black smoke, leaving both of them frozen. Immediately, he asked his system, Diane, you said this could be fixed, didn't you? The system replied. The device is completely broken. Kang-in was furious. What are you talking about? You promised it was fixable. He kept trying to communicate with the system, while Yoha, just by reading his expression, guessed. Oh no, is Dad angry? The system continued to explain. The device is more heavily damaged than expected. The host needs to purchase additional tools and materials. He muttered a curse under his breath. You. Yoha was surprised when he glared at her and asked, What? Why are you glaring at me like that? With tears welling up, she continued. It's not my fault it broke. This is so frustrating and unfair. Kang-in replied. I wasn't glaring at you. I was glaring at the crazy part of myself that broke the machine. The system also admitted its fault. It was Diane's doing okay. Yoha realized what he meant. Ah, you mean that deep down madness everyone has, right? I have it too. Sometimes thoughts just pop into my head. Kang-in quickly changed the subject. Forget it, let's go shopping. Her mood shifted as quickly as an actor's. Hearing this, Yoha jumped with excitement. Shopping? Since when do you like shopping? So you go shopping when you're stressed too? That's awesome. They both walked into a hardware store stocked with all sorts of items, tools, and soundproofing materials. Upon entering, Yoha looked around, confused. What? A hardware store instead of a mall? Kang-in, focused on selecting items, replied. This is my shopping mall, not your hobby. She relented. Fine, I'll wait here. Just then, Yoha's phone rang. She picked up. Hello, the voice on the other end asked. Yoha, where are you? Just walking around outside. It was her manager from Seent Entertainment, who was also Sin Yoha's representative. He advised, don't drink any alcohol, remember to take care of your health. She retorted, have you become my mother now? The manager announced the schedule. You've just received an offer for a commercial shoot. Yoha's face remained expressionless as she replied, yes, manager. Oh, wait, I mean mother. The moment she hung up, she danced with joy. Really, mother? Thank you, I'll take it. Definitely taking it. What kind of commercial is it? Cosmetics, contact lenses, shampoo. But this time it's a beverage commercial and you won't be shooting alone. Kim Do-chan will also be participating. On the other end, the manager, Gu CB, holding the phone and hearing Yoha's decision, said, great, sign the contract immediately. But I don't have Kang-in's number. You need Kang-in's number. The advertising team wants to add some spectacular action moves to the CF, and they want the action director from Beautiful Sunny Days to stage this part. She asked back. A beverage commercial with action scenes. Kang-in stood inside, looking out, not understanding a thing. The two continued their conversation. Yeah, they took inspiration from the action scenes in our movie. Goodbye. Well, action is definitely the highlight of the film, so give me his number. Yoha turned to Kang-in. He's right here, let me transfer the call, he's so impatient. What? Where are you two together? Yoha flared up. Why are you yelling? There's nothing weird about it. He changed his tone to something softer. But if there is, that would be interesting. Kang-in reached out, asking, looking for me, who is it? Gu CB yelled in frustration. If a scandal breaks out right now. Yoha explained. There's no way there'll be a scandal, we're just at a hardware store. As soon as Kang-in picked up, the person on the other end changed his tone. Is this Kang-in? Kang-in replied. I am Kang-in and I'm at a hardware store, not on a date. Sin Yoha is just coincidentally following me. She also stood outside and shouted, that's not true, I just happened to stop by. Right then, Yoha's manager made an offer. Sorry for the late introduction, I'm Yoha's manager and also the director of SA Entertainment. I'd like to discuss the beverage commercial. Kang-in replied simply, yes. The system inside him reported. Host, expanding the equipment at the production facility will require a larger budget. Kang-in looked at his phone screen and thought to himself, so they want us to take this CF. Aren't we currently on an infiltration mission? Right then, he thought about it and switched to speakerphone. The system said, as long as you don't show your face, it's fine. He nodded in agreement. Oh, right, humans really are genius at making money. Kang-in suggested, if I don't have to show my face, it should be fine. Gu CB said happily. Don't worry, just like in the movie, you'll only be in charge of staging the fight scenes while the actors will do the performing. But as soon as he finished, he frowned, sweating as if reconsidering and added, but the costume is a bit special. Yoha peered in, curious. What are you talking about? What is it? Gu CB continued. Your face won't be exposed, but you have to wear a spandex suit. At the SA Entertainment cafeteria, Yoha happily greeted. Uncle Gu CB, I'm here. Kang-in, following behind with a less than enthusiastic look, also greeted everyone. Gu CB hurried over to shake his hand, overjoyed. Oh, Kang-in, welcome, so glad to meet you. Yoha, standing behind and being ignored, flared up. What about me? He scratched his head awkwardly. If I knew you were coming early, I wouldn't have eaten already. Kang-in didn't take it to heart. It's okay, Gu CB added. Next time I'll treat you to a proper meal. Yoha, still being ignored, said helplessly, "What about me?" After that, his face lit up as he introduced himself to Kang In. "I am Gu CB, the director of Saw Entertainment and also Yoha's manager." Gu CB clasped his hands together, his face expectant of Kang In's approval. "I hope you can help with this advertising project. As discussed, your face won't be shown, so don't worry, please." The system quickly reminded him, "Accept it, you need to upgrade your equipment." Kang In nodded. "All right." Suddenly, Yoha raised both hands and shouted, "I'm hungry, let's eat first." Gu CB led them to the food counter and introduced, "My company's food is quite tasty and high quality. If you like it, feel free to drop by any time. Especially for you, Na Kang In, it's always on the house, I guarantee it." Kang In replied without changing his expression. "Oh, thanks." Dian chimed in, "The food looks delicious, I'll be dropping by often." After that, Gu CB picked up his plate and said, "Yoha, you two go ahead and eat, call me when you're done, I'm heading upstairs." Yoha was startled. "Just the two of us." On the outside, she acted reluctant, but her face flushed, and in reality, she was extremely satisfied. Her haughty face secretly rejoiced. "Yes, eating alone." Suddenly, Zeong-Hon appeared from out of nowhere, recognized Kang In, and called out, "Huh, Mr. Kang In, why are you here?" Yoha was annoyed that someone else had interrupted her private meal with Kang In. "What is this? Another intruder." The three sat down at the table, and Zeong-Hon said happily, "Goddess Yoha, are you with Saw Entertainment too?" His face reddened with excitement as he kept saying, "I'm your die-hard fan, it's such an honor to eat with you." Yoha replied calmly, though she was still annoyed inside. "Right. But why does someone always interrupt whenever it's just the two of us? This must be a conspiracy." Kang In quickly asked, "Sung-Hon, what are you doing here?" He replied immediately, "Oh, I came to check the server security system. Recently, another company got hacked, so Saw Entertainment heard the news and called me in." Yoha heard this and was alarmed. "What? Is this company crazy? This is a serious issue. They should have hired experts instead of being so cheap to call a PC cafe part-timer." Zeong-Hon heard this and was disheartened. "Nuna, that hurts my feelings." Yoha realized she had slipped up and quickly softened her tone. "Sorry, Sung-Hon." He was about to put a spoonful of rice in his mouth when Kang In said, "Sung-Hon is a white hat hacker. He's very skilled." Yoha was surprised. "Really? Why would someone as talented as that work at a PC cafe?" Kang In answered while eating. "Yeah, I wonder why. I don't know either." She questioned reality. "That PC cafe is really suspicious. First, Inopa, a super talented person working there, and now a master hacker too. Who exactly is the owner?" Kang In asked, bewildered. "What are you talking about?" Zeong-Hon was surprised that Kang In knew his identity, and he stammered, "Wait, I never said I was a hacker." "Kang In, how did you know?" The system explained to Kang In after saving Sung-Hon. "Usually, he and that agent should have met for the first time at the PC cafe," he exclaimed. "Oh, right." Kang In didn't say much, shoved a spoonful of food into Zeong-Hon's mouth and said, "I just have a good gut feeling. Sung-Hon, try this, it's delicious." Yoha saw this and laughed out loud. "What are you doing?" Suddenly, a voice called out to Yoha from behind. "Sin Yoha Sunbi." 1, 2, 3, 4 beautiful girls approached to greet them. "Yoha, hello, we are BPGS." Zeong-Hon stared excitedly, unable to blink or even open his mouth. The 4 girls said in unison, "Hello, enjoy your meal." Yoha replied happily, "Thanks, you too." Zeong-Hon's face flushed as he exclaimed, "Nuna, you're amazing, you can talk so naturally with BPGS." She heard this, rested her chin on her hand, and flared up. "I'm a celebrity too, you know. You said you were my fan, but your reaction is completely different." Zeong-Hon heard the accusation and pulled out a lightstick, but it was for the group BPGS. He went on a rant. "I'm your fan, but actually I'm a crazy fan of BP. When I got the hacking request and found out it was for the BP company, I was so excited, but I was devastated because I couldn't meet them. Seeing them in person before leaving is just too wonderful. I can dye content now. I even brought my lightstick." Yoha heard this and tears streamed down her face, sobbing, "I hate you." Kang In thought to himself, "A true die-hard fan, but one of them looks so familiar. They look alike but aren't sisters." After that, he turned and asked, "Sung-Hon, are you done here?" Zeong-Hon happily. "Oh yeah, I came early this morning and finished everything. Luckily, there were no hacks. I just needed to reinforce the security." Kang In nodded. "Is that so?" he asked back. "Come to think of it, why are you here?" he replied nonchalantly. "To shoot a commercial." Zeong-Hon was surprised. "Oh, you're shooting a commercial right after the movie," Yoha explained. "Actually, I'm the one shooting the commercial. I need Oppa for the action scenes." He smiled mischievously and asked Kang In, "Can I be your temporary manager today?" He replied while eating, "No need, just stand by and watch if you want." Zeong-Hon cheered with joy. "Thank you." Yoha was frustrated because she couldn't be alone with Kang In, and she cried inwardly. The date was ruined again. At the commercial set, the producer came out happily to greet them and introduced, "Oh, the weather is beautiful today. Martial arts director, so glad to meet you. I'm the PD of this beverage commercial." Kang In greeted him back. "Ho," he turned to greet Yoha. "Yoha, welcome too." She immediately greeted him happily. Suddenly, the producer was so happy he almost burst into tears, grasped Kang In's hand and said, Martial arts director, the previous action expert, was injured, and we almost had to cancel the shoot. I'm very grateful you accepted at the last minute. Kang-in asked in surprise. Starting today? Why is everyone in this industry always getting injured? Gu Sibi looked at Kang-in looking pathetic. I thought the shoot was tomorrow, but time was tight, so we had to do it now. I'm truly sorry for the sudden request. He raised a finger imploringly and stammered. Is your schedule okay? Please help us this one time. Kang-in whispered to the system. Is it okay? It replied immediately. No problem, earning money first and fixing the equipment later is a reasonable strategy. Kang-in heard this and didn't hesitate to answer. I have time. Yoha pulled her manager aside to talk privately. What is this? You should have told me first. Gu Sibi scratched his head, stammering. Sorry, I didn't know beforehand, but this is a good opportunity for him. Anyway, he doesn't have any other schedule. The producer led the way. Please follow me this way. Zhang-hon was curious. I have to see this. Gu Sibi stood behind, laughing and saying, Kang-in, I'll take care of the contract while you shoot, and I'll supervise everything to make sure they don't take advantage of you. Just like that, Dayan immediately added Uncle Gu Sibi to his list of good people. Kang-in was surprised. You have a list like that? After that, Gu Sibi announced. All right, please go change your costume. At the dressing and makeup room. After changing, Kang-in stepped out with bright green legs. He didn't expect to be forced to wear a flashy green spandex suit, as tight as an alien's. Standing before the mirror with a look of helplessness, Kang-in whispered to the system. This is even more ridiculous than I imagined. Is it really 2082 and we still have to wear things like this? Dayan exclaimed. Technology is so advanced, why do we still have to wear these embarrassing outfits? Kang-in quickly asked. Did you just say embarrassing? The system retorted proudly. The host is the one who should feel embarrassed. The host is the one wearing the green spandex suit. But Kang-in innocently said, It's just that in this situation, the person who should feel embarrassed isn't us, but someone else, right? A while later, Kang-in, Yoha, and Du-chan were already standing outside waiting. Du-chan saw Kang-in in his tacky outfit, his face going blank like a monkey's, and then he suddenly burst into laughter, though he tried to hold it back silently. Kang-in asked innocently, Are you laughing? Du-chan held his laughter until tears streamed down. He suppressed it and complimented him sarcastically. Sir, you look amazing in that tight suit. Yoha was embarrassed, covered her face, and dared not look, grumbling. Opa, are you stupid? Why did you go out in just that spandex suit? At least you should have worn green shorts over it. Kang-in looked down, then put on a pair of even tackier polka dot green shorts and asked, Are you two done? Yoha turned away in shame. I don't know anything. Du-chan couldn't hold it in anymore. He laughed out loud so hard he lost his cool. That pair of shorts doesn't match at all. It's not even underwear. Kang-in was helpless. Today's shoot is going to be tough. Du-chan still couldn't stop laughing, covering his mouth and saying, Is the spandex suit uncomfortable? We've only just started and you're already suffering. He replied coldly, No, but his eyes sparked brightly with killing intent. You're the ones who will suffer. Du-chan heard this and was terrified, hurriedly apologizing. We're sorry. Yoha also jumped up. I wasn't laughing, go easy on me. Kang-in stood with his arms crossed and asked, By the way, is this really the costume for everyone? It doesn't look like it fits those spectacular action scenes. The two didn't explain, but peeled off their outer capes. Both of them were wearing outfits just as tacky as Kang-in's. Du-chan said confidently, Actually, we have to wear this too. Yoha was embarrassed. I hate this so much. Kang-in thought to himself, the pot calling the kettle black. Gu Sibi suddenly approached. Kang-in, I've prepared the contract. You just need to sign it electronically right here. Then suddenly he seemed frantic. Oh, wait, the Wi-Fi just lost connection. What? It was working fine just a moment ago. Zhang-hon asked from behind. Director, did your laptop lose the network too? After that, he sat down to fix the computer, and Gu Sibi exclaimed, Oh, Mr. Security Expert, did you install a security program on my laptop earlier? Check it out. Zhang-hon said anxiously. It's not good. It seems like that security program just shut off the internet as well. The manager asked in a panic. Didn't you tell me to install it? You asked for it, so I did. Now what's the problem? Did you install something weird? Zhang-hon hurriedly defended himself. Why would I do that? That's not it. The program detected a cyber attack, so it immediately cut the internet connection to prevent it. Gu Sibi was absolutely panicked. What did you say? A hack. The employees behind them encountered the same case. A person above said loudly, Wait, my laptop lost the network too. An employee below panicked. Me too, all computers are offline. At another location, a hacker was invading their system. His face wore a sly, filthy smile, as if he had achieved his goal. A frantic shout echoed throughout the commercial set. What do you mean? The executive director asked in a panic. Are all the computers hacked? Good God, this is the director of the CF production company. Zhang-hon explained in confusion. The manager's laptop lost its internet connection, so I checked and found that all the computers here were also disconnected. Recently, a hacker has been targeting management companies, and now they're targeting CF production companies too. The director clutched his face and yelled. What? No. He didn't believe it was the truth, trying to verify it many times. Are you sure this is a hack? Really? Zhang replied tremblingly, confirming it was certain, but the last thread of reason in his head seemed to have snapped. The director grabbed Zhang by his shirt, screaming in despair. What crazy person is doing this? Aren't you a hacker? Answer me. Zhang was scared. I don't know that much. The director was furious. You're a hacker and you don't know? Are you kidding me? Zhang sobbed. I specialize in defense, not track. Du-chan was also trembling, whispering to Yoha, damn, this situation isn't good. Yoha also went pale. What should we do now? Kang-in silently observed the situation. At this moment, the director shouted loudly, do something. If it's a money issue, I'll pay you 10 million gun, take my money. Hearing about money, even though his face remained emotionless, Kang-in secretly thought to himself, 10 million gun. Zhang cried. Tracing isn't something anyone can do. To do it, we need the cooperation of investigative agencies. With that much money, it's better to hire a professional company. The system spoke up. Host, you truly are a man who can read minds. Hearing about money, the system can't stay still anymore. Kang-in asked it. I recognize your voice now. Are you planning to pocket that money? The system replied. I will immediately demonstrate the powerful hacker defense capabilities of a military-grade combat support AI. Kang-in walked over to Zhang and the director and said confidently, leave this to me. Zhang was startled. Mr. Kang-in, are you kidding? The director was surprised. What? Zhang advised. If you say things like that in this situation, people will actually believe you. Kang-in replied, I'm serious. Zhang was stunned. Even I can't do it, so how can you? The director grabbed at it like a life-saving blade, yelling, that damn hacker, you can find their location, right? My God. Kang-in replied calmly, maybe 10 million gun is more than enough. The director hurriedly urged. Then please check it right now, right now. A laptop was pushed over to Kang-in. He plugged in a USB. Thinking to himself that he was lucky, he still kept the trace program from last time. His skilled fingers glided over the keyboard. The system manipulated Kang-in's hands while saying, tracing won't take long. Time remaining for the trace, 240. Zhang looked at the screen in astonishment. Yoha didn't know anything, just curiously peered in to spectate. Kang-in kept a calm face, thinking, 10 million gun for 240 minutes, so easy to earn money. The system started counting down, 239, 238. Kang-in secretly startled. Wait, so fast. The screen displayed complex lines of code. Zhang was surprised time and again, only able to gasp. Huh, what? Wait. How did the result already appear? How could he penetrate the security layer this easily? Kang-in still typed clatteringly. Yoha stood with her eyes wide open watching. Zhang asked in admiration, how did you do that? Kang-in thought indifferently. I don't know either, buddy. A while later, Kang-in stopped, turned, and announced, the hacker's current location has been identified. The director was shocked. That fast. He stared at the laptop, unable to believe it. Found it, are you sure? Can we call the police and conduct an investigation? Call the police. Zhang was even more impressed by Kang-in. That's amazing, Kang-in said faintly. If you don't trust me, verify it first before transferring the money. The director was anxious and curious. How could you trace a hacker within 4 minutes? Did I set the price too high? My money. Kang-in turned and glared at him. Do you think it's expensive? This issue could decide the fate of your company. If you want to be hacked again, don't pay me. Hearing this, the director was terrified and said loudly, tracing a hacker is even cheaper than a pair of shoes. At an apartment somewhere, 2 policemen stood in front of an apartment door. Police officer Kai-dung knocked on the door and waited. Inside, a person came out to open the door for them, looking worried. What's going on? Kai-dung held up his badge to introduce himself. We are police, we have a report about a cyber attack, so we're doing a quick check. Saying that, he and the team leader hurried into the house. Excuse us, the suspect groaned in fear. Kai-dung stepped in front of the computer. It's still intact. The hacker started sweating. I didn't mean to use it for bad things. Kai-dung sighed, looking at his panic. The hacker tried to justify himself. I was just curious, so I only took phone numbers, I swear. Police officer Kai-dung cursed under his breath, then asked, what were you planning to do with those phone numbers? Hack phones to steal photos, eavesdrop, and sell numbers, right? Like being hit on a sore spot, the hacker panicked. I'm sorry, I just wanted to see if I could hack a phone. It was just a prank, I only hacked one. Kai-dung pulled out handcuffs and asked, team leader, shall I cuff him? He handcuffed the hacker, led him away, and said, you have the right to a lawyer, you know this lesson by heart, right? The hacker sobbed pitifully. I'm sorry. Kai-dung didn't soften at all. Go up to heaven and apologize to the Jade Emperor. He quickly handed the hacker over to another police officer, then put his hands in his pockets and asked the team leader, how did that company know the hacker was here? They aren't a big company, just a CF production company. The team leader held a cigarette and answered, they said they hired an expert to trace it. Looking at the clear blue sky outside, Kai-dung exclaimed, must be some terrifying skills. Back at the studio, the producer burst through the door happily and announced, boss, the hacker's been caught. He recounted the incident that some crazy person hacked in just to dig up information on celebrities. Gu Sibi stood nearby and exclaimed, Kang-in, you're not kidding, good at martial arts and now a master hacker too. Is there anything you can't do? Just asking. But Kang-in answered honestly, a very confident answer. The only thing I can't do is fail. On this side, not knowing what Zeong-hon had told Yoha, she kept exclaiming, "What you just did was really that impressive." Zeong-hon looked serious. "Impressive? No, that's insane." Hearing that, Yoha turned to look at Kang-in, her face reddening, her heart pounding. "What is this? Is he the perfect husband?" After settling everything, the studio lights were turned on. The producer spoke up. "All right, thanks to the martial arts director, we have some extra time. Let's start." The staff replied in unison. "Yes," he thought to himself. "We can't delay any further." The producer approached Kang-in. "Kang-in, we want to finish the shoot today. Is that possible?" The system looked at the outfit and shamefully used him. "I can't wear this weird outfit again tomorrow." Kang-in muttered to himself. "Is he embarrassed for the both of us?" Then he said firmly, "At all costs, it has to be finished today." His eyes flashed with determination. "But we're turning on super brutal mode." The producer cheered. "Perfect." But Du-chan and Yoha cried inwardly, "We're doomed." The soft drink commercial began. Set in a video game, Du-chan appeared wearing a blue costume, swiping his hair back with a confident smile. Player 1 Du-chan. Opposite him, Yoha stepped out gracefully in a pink skin-tight outfit. She licked her lips playfully. "Greetings, Player 2, Yoha." Round 1, both got into position to unleash their moves. Above their heads were health and mana bars, with the soda can in the middle. The countdown for this round was 99 seconds. Fight! Player Du-chan lunged to attack, throwing a justice punch. But his punch hit thin air when Yoha ducked to dodge the blow, and countered with a punch straight into Du-chan's stomach. He backed away to gather momentum, and threw another punch. But Yoha blocked it. She raised 2 fingers to her lips and blew. Flames erupted, forcing Du-chan to do a backflip to dodge. But unfortunately, his pant leg caught fire, and Du-chan started hopping around like he was doing the cha-cha. Player Yoha offered a cold smile, and started getting into a fighting stance. A straight kick to the stomach sent Du-chan flying high, followed by a punch to the chest, ending with an incredibly beautiful flurry of kicks. Game over. Du-chan was defeated, lying sprawled on the ground. Afterward, Yoha stepped forward to claim the prize. A strawberry-flavored soda can. Popped the can open, took a refreshing sip, and didn't forget the commercial lines with a super satisfied expression. So refreshing. When you want to feel refreshed from the inside out, choose B. Everything was quickly resolved, thanks to Kang-in's golden hands. After watching the newly filmed footage and the high-end effects, the director couldn't help but marvel. "Hey, this is insane." He was beaming with joy, thanking his savior Kang-in for the timely assist. As someone who has shot over 50 commercials, I recognize Kang-in as a god. Everyone in the editing room glued their eyes to the commercial, unable to stop marveling. "I can clearly see where and how to apply the CG effects. I can even see the flames coming from his hands. Is that an illusion? I can even see the background of the scene." In everyone's eyes right now, Kang-in was nothing less than a hero descending to Earth. They had filmed 2 winning scenes for Shin Yoha and 2 for Kim Du-chan in just a few hours, an unbelievable achievement. The martial arts director is truly amazing. After finishing his stunt scenes, Kang-in also wanted to hear their opinion. "Was the footage okay?" Everyone replied. "If it's Kang-in, there's definitely nothing to complain about. It's beyond perfect. You really worked very hard, Kang-in. Let's check the footage." And now, the final step was also the most satisfying for them. Even in the scene where Shin Yoha performed a leg kick, when Kim Du-chan threw the prop, when Shin Yoha flew into the air. It didn't stop there. When Kim Du-chan jumped high, everywhere there was the mark of Kang-in. Du-chan confidently raised the fresh strawberry fruit drink can to his lips, as if preparing to unleash the ultimate refreshing move for the audience. As the sip went down, he immediately showed a mesmerized expression, his energy exploding as if he had just been instantly recharged. His health and stamina bars were filled up, making Du-chan as happy as if he just found a resurrection potion. "Huh, is my health bar full again? It's all thanks to this fresh fruit drink straight from the garden." Du-chan pointed straight at the camera with the style of a commercial star. "This is the miracle you need when you're completely exhausted." After the director shouted cut, everyone broke out like a beehive, bursting with excitement. "It's done, filming is complete. Thank you all for working hard. Clocking out on time is the best thing ever." While everyone else was full of energy for their shift end, Du-chan and Yoha were as limp as overripe bananas. "Thanks, you two really worked very hard." After the two completed their commercial parts, Yoha also checked in on Kang-in. "Oppa, aren't you tired at all?" Kang-in replied flatly, "Teachers aren't allowed to be tired." Hearing that, she couldn't help but admire his beastly stamina. "Your endurance is monstrous." Yet after filming finished, both of them felt as if their life expectancy had dropped by a decade. "I was completely deceived. I thought filming this commercial would be as fast as a movie. I thought so too." Unable to work with their aching bodies and sore joints, Yoha went to ask for permission. "My muscles are going to kill me tomorrow. Manager, can you clear my schedule for tomorrow?" But he firmly refused when he heard. At that moment, Seo Dong-hwan brought a soda can over to Kang-in. Kang In, you really worked hard. Thanks to you, I witnessed something amazing. He didn't take it, politely refusing. I've already had some. However, right then, a strange feeling suddenly rushed through Kang In, leaving him frozen for 5 seconds, blankly unable to understand what had just happened. While Kang In hadn't even regained his composure, Dayan spoke to him. Host, based on my observations, the Kwaku Science sound system is about to run into trouble. It warned of a massive shock, detecting a risk of electrocution. Sure enough, the sound system at that moment was leaking electricity. Someone was about to get shocked. According to Jayan's temporary observation, the power source was 220 V, and the control unit was unsafe. The only way to save her was to immediately cut the power to the device. Hearing this, Kang In didn't hesitate, grabbing a nearby utility knife, throwing it at the sound system at rocket speed, hopping to save her in time. However, he was still a step too slow. Rusian finally touched the power source and was electrocuted on the spot. Immediately after the cut electrical wires fell to the ground, the power was temporarily cut, and there was no more danger. But Sian's condition remained unclear. Seeing her collapse, everyone ran over with immense worry. What is it? What happened to her? Kwaku Sian has fainted. Every second of delay was life-threatening for Jayan. Kang In rushed toward her, and Jayan reminded him to check the injured person's condition first. After confirming the power was cut, Kang In dared to gently place his hand on her neck to check her pulse, then opened Jayan's eyes to check her pupils. After a preliminary check, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. She was electrocuted, but the exposure time wasn't long enough to be fatal. Her body's reaction is still normal. When the director ran over, his jaw dropped. What? Are you sure she's okay? Kang In reassured him. She's still alive. This level of shock is not lethal. Hearing that, the director felt relieved, even though his heart had almost jumped out of his chest earlier. I was scared to death. He still wanted her to get better care, so he suggested. Still, she should be taken to the hospital. It was already dusk. They didn't delay and called for an ambulance. Of course, call 911 immediately. Remembering what happened, the director couldn't help but get goosebumps. What is this? If something had happened in the final minute, we'd all be finished. Yet he was also quite curious, asking, but Kang In, how did you know someone was about to get electrocuted? If it hadn't been detected in time, a disaster would have occurred. Naturally, Kang In couldn't just blurt it out, so he replied, I just had a cold shiver gut feeling. Like a marksman cutting a wire with just a single throw, the director was skeptical. Is it really possible to cut it with a throw? Du Chan then draped his arm over Kang In's neck, acting familiar. Our teacher always has amazing abilities. During filming, he even dodged falling props before they hit us. Thanks to him, we're still alive. Yoha looked at Kang In with an admiring gaze. Is he human? He's fallen in love, hasn't he? Having his thoughts called out, she shyly denied. No way, I don't. Truly, the 7,749 calamities never let the director have a moment of peace. A moment later, someone else came running over in a panic. Director, there's a problem. What now? The equipment that Kwaku Sian was in charge of isn't working anymore. Naturally, the wires were cut. Didn't you see that? But not just that device. The computers we were working on are fried too. Hearing this, the director panicked. What? Wait, does that mean all the edited footage is lost? Clients are very superstitious and care deeply about luck. If they know there was an accident, they might move the project to another company. We can't let all our hard work go to waste. Suddenly, in the midst of the crisis, the director heard a melodic sound coming from somewhere. He turned around immediately, standing blankly. In front of him, Kang In was holding a guitar, humming a song. When you want to feel refreshed, and that was the lyrics to the strawberry fruit drink commercial earlier. His handsome side profile and immersive acting made everyone glue their eyes to him. So Kang In sat playing the guitar, while the other two stood like statues, unable to take their eyes off him for even a second. The next moment, Kang In continued playing and singing joyfully with all his might, ignoring whatever was happening in the world out there. The ensemble cast shouted in shock. Director, are you serious about replacing the original track with the live version from the stunt performer? The director answered enthusiastically. Who said we were going to use the unedited original? First, sync the footage with the audio, then touch it up to match the original. Of course, we'll record Kang In's vocals separately, but we should still be careful. His tone grew more resolute. The director declared, In's voice needs to sound great first. Who knows, the live version might even sell better than the original. The set erupted in chaos, everyone talking over one another. The director was anxious but decided to give it a try. The two actors had just finished taking off their makeup, and Yoha curiously turned to ask Du Chan, is Kang In Oppa's singing voice really good enough to make the director react like that? Du Chan sheepishly rubbed the back of his neck and replied, I haven't heard it yet, I was too busy changing. Yoha excitedly exclaimed, Kang In Oppa, can you play the commercial jingle from start to finish on the guitar? Kang In was still wearing a costume that looked just like a green monster, plucking a few notes on a pink guitar. He turned his head and whispered to the system, Jae-in, play it perfectly from start to finish and play the guitar too. The system responded immediately. Understood, activating guitar performance program to boost squad morale. Kang Yin added, I'll sing and you adjust the tone to fit. I'll take care of the guitar parts. The system replied, understood. Suddenly, the atmosphere transformed into a real concert. The system screen displayed modern scales, separated by gender, showing the lyrics of the commercial. Kang Yin complained, this feels way too much like a karaoke screen. The system retorted, personalized karaoke mode for the battlefield. The screen counted down, 3, 2, 1, start. Kang Yin opened his eyes wide, his spirit ready as if he were about to head into battle. His hands plucked the strings without actually touching them, yet sounds resonated. It was absolutely mind-blowing. He began to sing, his voice smooth and clear like honey. When you want to refresh your mind, be and bang. When you're drained of energy, be and bang. When you need a finisher, be and bang. Strawberry bang is sweet and sour, grape bang is juicy, the crust is crispy on the outside and soft on the inside. Everyone was stunned, mouths agape in amazement at the melodic tune. Dachban bang is spicy and chewy, 59.1 different flavors including the roe flavor. Some people were slapping their own faces due to the emotional surge, while others had their eyes rolled back as if they were high. Kang Yin finished the song with an incredibly sexy expression. Everyone cheered loudly, chanting his name like a famous idol. Na Kang Yin, na Kang Yin. Everyone crowded around him, exclaiming, are you really a singer? But why am I suddenly hungry? Perfect synchronization, the rhythm was almost spot on. The system played a congratulatory tune, giving a perfect score of 100-100. Perfect singing skills, Kang Yin, compliment. Die-in, that was amazing. The system boasted. The robot's performance mode is so good that it makes people forget the ugly costume. A staff member excitedly said to the director, the pitch was so accurate it was a pleasure to listen to. I even got goosebumps on my legs. As expected, the PD's plan. He stopped mid-sentence. Seeing the PD not reacting at all, he called out, PD. The PD stood frozen, motionless, shedding tears of happiness, as if he had just witnessed something incredibly moving. The director clenched his fists, raising them with determination. We must use Kang Yin's version for the commercial. The staff member next to him asked in surprise. But what about the original version? The director beamed, giving a thumbs up. If the live version is this good, just imagine how great the studio recording will be. We'll use both the original and Kang Yin's version. The two chatted a bit more, agreeing that this would add variety, which the advertisers would love. This was going to be a huge hit. All right, let's pull an all-nighter tonight? No way. A week later, Dai was sitting and watching a YouTube video. Suddenly suspicious, she asked Seo Young Hwan behind her. This singer's voice sounds just like Kang Yin. Seo Young Hwan pushed his glasses up, smiling mischievously. Why would you think that? He leaned back in his chair, bragging. Dai, don't you know, that's actually Kang Yin singing. I even heard him perform live. Dai shrieked in surprise. Really? Take me with you next time. Seo walked in, not understanding what was happening. After watching the video, Seo giggled. Are you serious? Kang Yin Oppa is truly talented. That's so cool. She leaned in closer to get a better look at the video, then said, Yoha Uni is revealing her true self again. Dai asked out of curiosity. Seo was about to tell her, but just as she finished the sentence, Yoha appeared out of nowhere behind them, sweetly calling out. Seo didn't dare turn around. Her bones felt frozen, her face turned pale, and her jaw nearly dropped off. She immediately raised her hand to her head, like a soldier saluting a captain, and tried to excuse herself with a trembling voice. I was only going to tell her about your legendary stories. Yoha, acting like a grumpy elder, threatened. If you want to stay safe, choose your words carefully. Seo shouted clearly like she was roll-calling troops. Of course, loyalty. The other two just huddled in the corner, not daring to utter a word. Yoha asked, where is Kang Yin Oppa? He's out for a meeting and isn't back yet today. Yoha was a bit disappointed and just replied, is that so? She pouted and grumbled to herself. What is this? I was even planning to invite him to lunch to celebrate his debut as a singer. He didn't even bother to pick up the phone. Where could he have gone? The scene cuts to a fairly luxurious restaurant. Kang Yin sat opposite a girl. She said gratefully, thank you, really. She tucked her hair behind her ear, her mouth still pouring out sweet words. I am very grateful that you saved me, and also appreciative that you let me treat you to this meal. Kang Yin replied coldly, anyone would have done the same. The girl covered her mouth and smiled charmingly, teasing. So modest, but only you were the one who saved me. Kang Yin asked, but is this place okay? It seems a bit too expensive for a sound engineer's salary, doesn't it? She replied politely. You saved my life, this meal is nothing. As she spoke, she held up a powerful black card sparkling in her hand. My brother is paying today. Kang Yin thought to himself, oh, thank fate. The system urged, I rarely get a chance to eat a luxurious meal without spending a dime lately. Eat, stop talking. Kang Yin thought to himself, Dai wants to eat good food because we share the same sense of taste. He raised a piece of cake to his mouth and said politely, in that case, I will enjoy it. Midway through, Du-chan walked in, recognized his master, and called out loudly. He ran to Kang Yin's table under the attention of everyone around. Master, are you eating here too? The chef approached and Du-chan greeted him. Chef Ren Dongxian, it's a pleasure to enjoy your cooking again today. Du Chan turned to greet the girl. You're that sound engineer who lost control last time, right? Are you feeling better? The girl replied shyly. It's a real honor that actor Kim Du Chan still remembers me. Du Chan joked. I just have a good memory. He continued the conversation. So you're treating him to a meal to thank him for saving you? The girl nodded. That's right, I heard this place is delicious. Du Chan turned to praise the chef. That's true, Chef Ren Dongxian's cooking is amazing. The chef curled his lip and growled. Gourmet. Du Chan rattled off. I thought you came here to gather information about food as a chef. Then he corrected himself. Oh right, you don't even need to gather information to become one of the best chefs, right? The chef pulled his hand back after placing the plate of food down, his face losing its politeness toward the customer, replaced by an arrogant look. He asked bluntly, Are you a chef? The chef frowned, glancing at Kang In. He silently judged. Did he come to spy on my restaurant? This kid is just trying to steal my secrets. The system spoke up. The chef doesn't seem happy. He thinks we're here to steal his recipe. Kang In frowned and explained directly. I think you've misunderstood. We aren't spies. The chef got angry. Who would believe that? Where did you learn to cook? The system also got annoyed. Battlefield tactical cooking was developed by the top chefs, scientists, and engineers of the Earth Alliance. Kang In replied coldly. In other words, self-taught. The chef curled his lip in contempt, holding his head high. So that's it, he thought to himself. Kim Du Chan is just buttering him up. What top-tier skill? He's just an amateur. Du Chan held his stomach and lamented. I'm hungry. I really want to eat the desserts and the food from that food truck again. It was so good. The chef laughed when he heard food truck. Du Chan clarified. Yes, he drove a food truck to the movie set. The chef laughed loudly, almost acting crazy. A truck, a food truck. He looked down at Kang In, arrogantly offering unsolicited advice. So you're an ambitious young chef wanting to succeed. If you want to succeed, start with your attitude. Drop your ego and be honest. Admit you want to learn my secrets. Kang In looked at him coldly. Just then Chef Gu Qian appeared from somewhere, waving happily. Dongxian. The chef, who was standing on the pinnacle of cooking, immediately turned around in confusion. Gu Qian, you're here too, the other replied. I heard there's good stuff here today, right? I'm really looking forward to it. The chef bowed 90 degrees. You're too kind. Compared to you, I am nothing. The master chef suddenly froze and shouted, No way, look who it is. He immediately knelt on the floor. Greetings, Chef Na. Chef Gu Qian shed tears of emotion. I didn't expect to meet you here. The other chef stood dumbfounded, wearing a crooked smile, his face full of question marks. Kang In asked curiously, Since when am I a chef? Gu Qian explained. CEO Tiho told me the other day. Gu Qian recalled. He walked up and asked Tiho, Are you okay? Tiho answered happily, Of course, thanks to Na saving me. Gu Qian teared up. Just as expected, he is truly wonderful. Tiho stroked his chin and thought, What should we call him? At first, I thought he was a talented chef, but he's also very good at action scenes, voice impersonation, and fighting. We might as well just call him a god. Gu Qian's mouth dropped open. You mean? He's also good at cooking, Tiho nodded. Unquestionable, it's not a stretch to say he might be on the same level as Chef O. Back to the present, Gu Qian was as respectful as if greeting a king. I don't know what kind of food you cook, but I would really love to try Chef Na Kang In's cooking one day. And thank you for saving me from dozens of terrorists. The chef was in deep shock, pointing at Kang In, stuttering. That brat, the food truck chef, saved you from terrorists. Gu Qian replied with a radiant smile. That's right. If you had seen that scene, you would be amazed. The sound engineer added, He saved me too. Du Chan pointed at himself. And me too. A burly, loud-mouthed man suddenly interjected. And he saved me too. The chef nearly fell over at the shout behind him. Who are you? An embarrassed voice sounded. It's nice to meet you. The man introduced himself. I am the composer Quack Cho Chan, Jian's older brother. Kang In was surprised. Did you compose that commercial song? Cho Chan replied warmly. That's right. Du Xian was also the sound engineer for that commercial shoot. She said she wanted to treat you to a meal, so I thought we could meet. Though actually, I wanted to meet her privately more. Anyway, you remixed my song, right? It sounded pretty good. Regardless, you saved the life of my precious little sister. I am truly very grateful. The system evaluated. Although he looks like that, he seems to love his family very much. Kang In muttered. One shouldn't judge a person just by their appearance. Jian eagerly held out her phone. Na Kang In, may I have your number? Kang In agreed, taking it. Sure. Duan was overjoyed. Thank you so much. The brother, doting on his sister, whispered a reminder. Do see if you plan to text him, create a group chat and add me too, okay? I just want to know what you two are talking about. Duan immediately resisted. No way, I'm just texting him privately. Kang In stared blankly, thinking to himself, this is definitely a person you can judge by his appearance. Du Chan looked at the table next to them, laughing and chatting happily, and spoke up. Na Kang In really saved everyone's lives. Gu Qian smiled brightly and said to the chef, That's right, you should have seen the scene back then. He took down more than a group of armed terrorists in a flash. Vaillant asked Han in surprise, Dongxian, are you okay? You look so pale. Dong Xian stuttered in reply. I am fine. He secretly glanced at Kang Yin, thinking to himself, is he really that formidable? I was almost torn to pieces. Kang Yin noticed his gaze and turned to look back. The murderous glint he had hidden suddenly flared up, and the killing intent he radiated made the chef feel as if he were being threatened. Kang Yin had just intended to remark that the food was good, but the chef, feeling guilty, rushed to the table and said loudly, it's on me today. Du Chan looked on with admiration. Treat us too. At Eagle Iron Works, Kang Yin muttered, now that my stomach is full, let's get to work. The system continued. The new equipment and machinery have arrived. Kang Yin probed. Are you excited? The system said bluntly. According to my standards, these are models that have been obsolete for 60 years, so I have no expectations. Kang Yin didn't believe it, teasing. But your voice sounds more enthusiastic than usual. All right, let's start by cutting the metal. The sound of a keyboard echoed as he pressed the cut button on the control console. Kang Yin watched thoughtfully. Cuts pretty smoothly. Do you know how to use these machines too? The system replied. I learned how to use them by searching online. He wondered, I want to make some personal gear. What should I make first? The system reminded him. Currently, you have no weapons. We need one. Kang Yin thought of it. A sword. If we cut the metal right, we can create a blade. The system argued. No, a gun is better. Make a gun first. Kang Yin was dumbstruck. A gun in Korea? Are you trying to get us arrested? The undying system said. As long as we aren't discovered, it's fine. Kang Yin cleared his throat as a warning. Be careful with your words. He continued. Let's make armor first. That's not illegal. With this equipment, what kind of armor can we make? The system analyzed. Based on the current situation, I suggest a custom-tailored dragon-scale armor. Kang Yin wondered. What is that? Bulletproof vest. The system explained. It is a bulletproof vest that protects the shoulders, chest, and abdomen. Kang Yin evaluated. It looks like 100 thin armor plates assembled together. He observed meticulously. Why is the shape of each piece slightly different? The system interpreted. They are calculated precisely to disperse impact force based on the body structure of each person, so they must be assembled extremely accurately. Kang Yin concluded. So basically, this is a high-end masterpiece made just for me. The system corrected. More like a personalized bulletproof vest. Kang Yin pondered. Can we make it thin enough to wear under clothes without being noticed? The system presented. The thicker type will provide better protection, but we can make it thin. You can choose the suitable type. One type can completely disperse impact force and block a 5.56 or 7.62 sniper round. The other type can withstand multiple shots from a 9 handgun. Kang Yin decided while hauling the equipment. I doubt anyone in Korea uses a sniper rifle, right? The Gangjakko gang is a special case, so let's just choose the handgun-resistant type. The system proposed. Should I calculate it based on your body size? Kang Yin suddenly remembered. Go ahead and measure me. Wait, human bodies can change over time, right? If my muscle mass increases after making the armor, what happens? The system replied. Small changes in the body have been calculated in the design, but if your body changes significantly, the protection capacity will decrease. For example, if you gain weight, the defensive rating will drop sharply. Kang Yin got annoyed. Do you have to be so blunt? So if someone orders custom-made armor and then loses weight, the armor won't fit anymore? The system confirmed. Exactly, major changes could significantly reduce the protective capacity. That is why dragon-scale armor is considered personalized equipment. Kang Yin considered. They must be very expensive, right? With the current equipment, can we make it? The system replied. We can cut regular metal plates to manufacture it. The problem is the budget. With the current balance, we can only cover about 15% of the cost. Kang Yin wondered. Haven't we earned quite a bit of money? The system replied cheekily. I've already saved it. Saving isn't about setting money aside, it's about forgetting it exists. Because I've forgotten it, we can't spend it. Kang Yin was furious. Give me my money back right now. Just then, a call from CEO L appeared on the phone screen. Kang Yin answered. Kang Yin, it's me. I heard you're good at finding hackers. Kang Yin thought to himself, rumors really spread fast. He replied, that was just a rookie, that's all. T-Ho explained the situation over the phone. They say there are still many hackers targeting entertainment companies, so we have increased security with professional companies and firewalls. Kang Yin clicked his tongue. I guess it isn't just that one guy. T-Ho asked next. So, can you check our upgrade system? Kang Yin was silent for a moment, held the phone away, and whispered to the system. Jae-in, can you handle it? The system replied. My hacking skills are only for forging identities and specific tasks. Kang Yin whispered, if we do a good job, we might get paid. The system immediately flipped. Thor Entertainment's system is high-end, so we can check it by hacking the defense. Kang Yin was speechless. You're the reason that Actually, I'm still fine. The next day, at Thor Entertainment, CEO T-Ho went down to the lobby to greet the special guests. Welcome, na Kang Yin. Kang Yin stepped forward to greet him. CEO Young H-Wan, who came with Kang Yin, also replied. Hello. T-Ho wondered. And this is Kang Yin. This friend checked the security for the management server of EHA before. He is a white hat hacker. Thanks to him, the CF production company quickly discovered the hacker's attack. CEO Young H-Wan greeted them shyly. I am Seo Young Hwan, very nice to meet you. T-Ho led them praising. You're young but very talented, please this way. The receptionists huddled together, whispering. No way, is that Na Kang-in? Really? He made our film a success and helped us get bonuses too. I heard he used to be a stuntman for Kim Do-chan and his body is just a celebrity standard. He is exactly my type. Does he have a girlfriend? The system spoke up shamelessly. She's nothing special either, don't like her. Kang-in was at a loss. I don't even like her. T-Ho led Kang-in and Seo Young Hwan to a room. This is the company's IT room. We just strengthened the firewalls recently, but the hackers won't stop attacking. Even though we have IT staff in charge, since we don't have a security expert, we have to rely on an outside company. Kang-in thought to himself, why am I even here? Two security experts from an external company were standing nearby, reporting to T-Ho. We detected abnormal traffic again today, but they still haven't managed to breach the system. Our latest security patch can block most attacks, so there's no need to worry too much. Kang-in asked T-Ho, if the experts have already handled it, then why call me in? T-Ho explained with a bit of difficulty. Even though the firewall has been reinforced, I still feel like something isn't right. I trust people more than systems. The two experts from the external company grimaced, speechless, and thought to themselves. Why does that sound so worrying? Did he just say that right in front of us? The two men spoke up to reassure him. Since the patch was just installed, there shouldn't be any issues, right? Exactly, is it really necessary to double-check a perfect patch? They sounded smug, scoffing. Sorry, but even if you take a look, you'll just be standing there watching. There's no way our system has any vulnerabilities. T-Ho remained firm, turning to Kang-in to the shock of the two experts. Kang-in, just check it again to be sure. The system chimed in. Printer. Oh, I mean it's best to just do as T-Ho says. Kang-in wondered, was it just about to call him a money printer? Before Kang-in could finish his sentence, T-Ho happily waved his hand, cutting him off. Thanks a lot. Kang-in stared intently at the code on the laptop and began inputting commands on the keyboard. Seo Ang-hoon cautiously stepped over to Kang-in's side, whispering to the system. Did you find anything? The system detected. There's a vulnerability that's known in the tech world, but it hasn't been officially disclosed yet. Kang-in concluded. Well, then it's understandable that they didn't detect it. Kang-in didn't understand, so he asked. What do you mean? The system continued to explain. Some hackers have already exploited this vulnerability, and fewer than 10 people in the world know how to take advantage of it. Meanwhile, the two experts remained arrogant, challenging them. Go ahead and try to break in, I dare you, the system replied to Kang-in tersely. Of course. Kang-in seriously rolled up his sleeves. I can't just ignore this vulnerability anyway. Are you ready? Since this is just a penetration test, don't touch anything else. Just leave a message after we get into the system. I'll write the content myself. The system followed his instructions. Lines of dense code flooded the computer screen. Seo Ang-hoon couldn't help but shout in excitement. Wait, you actually got in. Your typing speed is insane. I can't even keep up. The two experts were also skeptical, shouting. There's no way it could be that easy. T-Ho turned to them with a menacing look, gritting his teeth in warning. We spent a ton of money, and it's still this easy to break through. Under his gaze, the other two backed off, becoming really small, not daring to make a peek. Kang-in explained. It's not the security company's fault. I exploited a vulnerability that hasn't been disclosed yet. I mean, fewer than 10 people in the world know how to use it. T-Ho asked back in surprise. Really? The two experts chimed in urgently. Can you explain how you did it? If we understand how it was breached, we can find a fix. Kang-in was a bit hesitant, but T-Ho quickly cut in. Wait, are you guys planning to ask for this for free? The two were left stunned, speechless. T-Ho questioned. Do you guys have any idea how much money I spent on this firewall? Is any of you capable of paying him for that? The two experts hurriedly bowed their heads. Sorry, I will report this issue to the company to consider compensation. Having said that, they turned to Kang-in. Is there anything else unusual? By the way, as you mentioned, it would be great if you could share more. The system commented. You have many other vulnerabilities, but revealing them all might hinder your information-gathering operations. Just keep quiet. Kang-in replied coldly. These types of vulnerabilities aren't common, and I never said I would reveal them. The other two immediately flipped their attitudes, pouting and muttering. How stingy. After the employees left, T-Ho kindly offered advice. Kang-in, you could sell that information and make a fortune. Kang-in replied. I'm going to make it public for free. T-Ho was so touched he nearly cried. Na Kang-in, I'm looking forward to. Kang-in had a giant question mark on his face. Looking forward to what? Seo Ang-hoon was dizzy. Wait, if you make it public, what if other hackers take advantage of it? Kang-in quickly added. That's why I'm only sharing it within the security community you usually frequent. Give me the laptop. What's that community called? Seo Ang-hoon was wary but still handed him the laptop. There are still a lot of masked hackers there. Kang-in asked further. You talked to the admins there, right? Is there any way to contact them? Seo Ang-hoon quickly explained. You just need to become an official member. Once recognized as an official member, you'll have access to a board that only displays for admins, where you can report issues. All the admins are IT experts, so you can trust them. The condition for becoming an official member is answering 10 user questions correctly. T-Ho was surprised. That's difficult. Even experts don't know everything. It probably takes a lot of time. The system spoke up. Easy. T-Ho and Seo Ong-Hoon simultaneously dropped their jaws looking at Kang In as he said confidently. Probably only takes a few minutes. He began manipulating the keyboard, typing away feverishly like he was swatting flies. What is this? A robot? A genius hacker appeared. How can he be this efficient? Who exactly is Dorabit? The screen displayed exclamations of admiration. This is insane. How can he solve these like this? Maybe someone hid the answer because this is valuable info. If you follow Dorabit's method, the resource cost will drop significantly. It's surprising one person answered all these questions. Seo Ong-Hoon, who was watching from the side, couldn't stop complaining. I've never seen anyone type that fast before. Behind a computer screen, a curious voice echoed. Dorabit, who is this person anyway? The administrator of the Himasu security community said firmly. We can't not approve this person. Should we approve Dorabit as an official member? A notification for a new Himasu community official member appeared. The system reported. Host has just become an official member of Himasu. Kang In said, I'm officially a member now. T-Ho and Seo Ong-Hoon looked on, eyes bulging in excitement. That fast. Kang In quickly continued. Then let's report it. He clicked the command for the security vulnerability report board. Seo Ong-Hoon hesitated. Are you sure it's okay to make this public? Kang In responded indifferently. It's fine. Building relationships with cybersecurity experts has its benefits too. Seo Ong-Hoon wondered. So now you're planning to build relationships? Kang In didn't even look up as he replied. Take it easy. The administration on the other side received the notification and scrambled to open it. The security report board has been quiet for a while, hasn't it? Urgent security report. Vulnerability report for Mo website. Hello, I am Dorabit. I am posting this to notify website administrators and security experts about a critical issue. Please check and fix it immediately. Need a quick fix. Thanks. The administration was excited. Wait, isn't this the person from earlier? Did he rush to become an official member just to report this? If that's the case, it's serious. I have to check it out. The sound of clicking keys echoed through the room. He gasped in surprise, only thinking words he couldn't say out loud. The firewall installed by the security firm is being breached way too easily. If we don't fix it fast, it'll be a disaster. If information is leaked, it won't just be one or two servers being compromised. He called somewhere. Hello, have you checked the security vulnerability report? The system offered an opinion. Exchanging information with IT experts will benefit your operations. That was a wise decision. Kang In replied. I know, that's why I made it public. T-Ho looked at the calm and handsome Kang In and exclaimed, if you had sold this information to the security firm earlier, you could have made at least a few thousand, yet you gave it away for free. You really are too generous. Kang In opened his eyes at the mention of a few $1,000s, and the system immediately shouted in excitement. With that money, we could buy brand new equipment. Hurry, take it back. Kang In stood up while reminding it. Jae-in, you have to have some self-respect as a human. How could we do that? You almost swayed me. He told himself. Connecting with IT experts is very important for the future. Kang In spoke up. If only one security firm knows about the vulnerability, hackers will just keep exploiting it. Making it public is the right decision. The system advised. But don't reveal every single vulnerability. Undisclosed vulnerabilities can be useful in emergencies. The two of them looked at Kang In's back with sparkling eyes, full of praise. That's amazing, Kang In. They looked at Kang In like he was the Buddha incarnate. Now, Kang In, what kind of person are you really? Handsome Kang In stood with his back to them, and Fok Dong thought to himself. But losing out on a few $1,000s still hurts a bit, doesn't it? The system reported back to Kang In. I have confirmed that an emergency security patch has been installed on the server. There's a high probability this is the patch we notified them about. Kang In indicated he understood, and with a bit of admiration he praised. The administrators at Himasu are doing a great job. The system continued its report. Additionally, the performance testing equipment for the bulletproof armor is finished. Kang In carefully evaluated the equipment while trying it on his arm and commented, it doesn't feel uncomfortable. The system replied, it was also designed with usability in mind. As your muscles contract and expand, the armor expands with them. Kang In moved his arm, observing it. It's made of metal but has good elasticity. It's really effective. Jae-in explained. Instead of welding, it uses an assembly method that allows for slight body shape changes by controlling the parts. Kang In questioned, but if the shape changes, won't the defensive power decrease? It replied, considering combat scenarios, I set the standards based on moderate muscle tension. It can withstand a bullet from a small caliber sniper rifle. Kang In associated the thought and had a question. Wait a second, isn't it supposed to withstand multiple handgun bullets? Jae-in gently explained. To disperse impact and increase defense, we need to cover a larger surface area with more components. The fact that it can block a handgun bullet with such a small surface area is proof of my engineering. Kang In finally understood, then added, "You sure are quick with your mouth when you're bragging." He asked next, "So we're going to make the armor right away, right?" Jae-in responded, "The design is finished, but with current resources, errors in production will lead to wasting components." Kang In didn't understand and asked back, "What are you talking about?" It replied, "Buy better equipment." Kang In put his hands on his hips and calculated. "If we combine the remaining money, the money from the CF shoot, and the payment from the security audit, it should be enough to buy the high-end equipment you want, right?" Jae-in denied, "Master, we need to make more money." Kang In was left speechless, resolved. "From now on, I'm calling you Money Jin." Just then, his phone screen showed an incoming call from CEO Lee Tae-ho. Jae-in said in a lucky tone, "Perfect timing, our money source is contacting us." Kang In was at a loss for words. "You're really treating him like a money source now." Jae-in instigated, "Try saying, 'Dear client, investment is love.'" Kang In threw that idea to the back of his mind. The voice on the other end said, "Kang In, it's Lee Tae-ho." Kang In replied, "Yes, Mr. Lee, you're calling every day. Is there another problem?" Tae-ho on the other end laughed awkwardly. Kang In steered the car while listening to his explanation of the situation. "My family runs a company called Yan Enzing. My brother is the CEO there, and after hearing about what happened at our company, he wants you to check the server at Yan Enzing as well. Can you come now?" Kang In stepped on the gas and sped off. "I'm on my way." At Yan Enzing, Lee Tae-ho explained briefly. Izan Enzing mainly produces equipment for the military and police, so their security system is extremely strict. The system suggested, "Host, if we get a hold of a few guns, we can increase our firepower." Kang In muttered a scolding. "Are you cutting out?" Tae-ho thought he was talking to him and asked back. He changed the subject. "It's nothing, what do I need to do here?" Tae-ho finally remembered. Yan Enzing has a separate research server, different from the general servers that are easily accessible. We need you to check that server. Kang In sealed the deal. "So, just like checking the firewall for Thor Entertainment the other day," Tae-ho squirmed, expressing his feelings. "Exactly, I'm counting on you." Besides Lee Tae-ho, he introduced, "I heard you checked Thor Entertainment's firewall a few days ago. This is the IT security team leader in charge of entertainment." Kang In politely returned the greeting. "Nice to meet you." The team leader raised his nose to the sky, pointing at himself with his thumb. "Yan Enzing has already updated the latest security patches." Kang In didn't even look at him and replied, "Yes, I've confirmed that." The team leader continued to boast. "It seems like you knew about that vulnerability before the patch was released, so that's how you broke in. Do you know any programmers?" Kang In replied tersely, "No." He kept rambling. "So where did you get that information to focus on looking for that vulnerability?" Jae-in reported, "Host, the current firewall here cannot be easily breached by modern hacking techniques. According to today's standards, it's rated A. If we reinforce 3 areas, the defensive level will be raised to A+. Kang In whispered, "These are all known weaknesses." Jae-in confirmed that was correct. He decided, "Then let's write it down, I can't explain it all." Jae-in acted as if he understood. Kang In told the two of them, "Security here is quite stable, the security level is A-." The team leader was confused. "Why is there a minus?" Kang In replied gently, "Because there are a few weak points." The team leader hurried, "Tell me what the problem is." He pointed to the computer. "I've already written it here, you read it." The team leader glanced sideways at Kang In, thinking to himself, "I told you to say it, but you just gave me a piece of paper, how rude. Kids these days, it's just a few lines, what could there possibly be?" He looked at the computer, stunned, eyes widening as he pointed at the screen, shouting in excitement. "Wait, there's a weakness like this." Kang In kindly offered advice. "If you want to fix all these problems, you'll have to work overtime for a few days." He finished his sentence before the man's gaze. The team leader, shameless, smiled awkwardly as he asked for a favor. "Can you help us?" Kang In was speechless. "Are you really planning to push the work onto me right after we just met?" Lee Tae-ho said to the team leader, "Maybe we should hire Kang In instead of your company." The team leader hurriedly nodded. "Sorry, sir, I'll take care of everything." Kang In thought to himself, so shameless. Moving to another place, Tae-ho called Kang In, and he was worried about Yan Enzing's security issue. "Is it dangerous to delay the work?" Kang In reassured him. "Not immediately." Tae-ho let out a sigh of relief. "That's good." Afterward, he opened the conversation. "By the way, since you finished so fast, I have a place I want to take you. If you have time, Yan Enzing has a shooting range for outside guests." The system spoke up. "Host, testing different types of weapons will provide valuable information, and this is the closest opportunity to experience it in practice. Go try shooting guns." Kang In thought to himself, Jae-in is excited again. At Yan Enzing's test shooting range, Tae-ho introduced. Yan Enzing specializes in manufacturing weapon accessories like scopes and bulletproof vests as well. They hold test guns and of course have government approval. Kang In asked curiously, "Does Yan Enzing produce guns?" Tae-ho told him, "We just developed a type of gun, but it's still just a prototype, not delivered yet. My father's dream is for the military to be equipped with weapons and accessories produced by us. but we still have a long way to go. Kang Yin seriously observed his surroundings. The system, without being asked, answered itself. This area has CCTV surveillance, no blind spots, you can't bring weapons out. Kang Yin didn't bother reacting, just muttered, "Don't get ahead of yourself." He picked up a rifle. T-Ho put on his headset and cheered. "Kang Yin, you're good with a rifle too." Kang Yin replied, "Who knows, let's try it." T-Ho said he might need to adjust the aim. Kang Yin replied, "It's okay." He continued to suggest, "Static targets might be too easy for you, let's try switching to mobile mode." Kang Yin checked the equipment and pushed the latch. He was ready in the shooting stance, replying curtly, "Sure, why not?" The shooting range manager used body language with T-Ho, signaling to start at level 1. But T-Ho immediately held up his whole hand, meaning level 5. The shooting range manager dropped his jaw dizzy. The speed test level for the scope is at level 4. Is he trying level 5? He assumed for sure that Kang Yin was a professional shooter. The static target now moved back and forth like lightning, so fast that even the observers couldn't see where the target was. Start shooting. Activate weapon testing mode. Kang Yin shot wildly at the targets like he was firing blindly. But actually, when he aimed at the target, even if it was just a small deviation, Jia-Yin would automatically correct it. The testing phase ended, smoke from the gun hovering hazily. The bullets were fired accurately into the vital points on the body, the head, and the heart. Kang Yin commented, "This gun works well." The two of them stood outside watching, unable to close their mouths, drooling. For Kang Yin, trying out this gun was a piece of cake. "I'm not sure about the durability, but it shoots targets really well." But T-Ho just gaped at him. "This is insane, I thought that was impossible." He had witnessed such a surreal scene for the first time, so he couldn't believe his own eyes. "Did you really hit all 30 shots? And in just 10 seconds. Meanwhile, Kang Yin glanced over at someone else who was shooting guns nearby. The dummy that the person was shooting at wasn't the regular type, but one integrated with a bulletproof vest. Seeing this, Kang Yin was a bit curious. Testing bulletproof vests? But in the next second, T-Ho denied it. "Ah, that wasn't made by Yan Enzing. An individual brought their own bulletproof vest to test." An individual. Seeing that Kang Yin was still curious, he explained more clearly about this creative style. "There are still people who make their own gear from time to time. They each have their own theories and then make equipment their own way." However, based on what he knew about the laws here, Kang Yin was even more confused. "But isn't it very difficult to use guns in this country?" T-Ho didn't hide anything, answering directly. "That's why they come here. We maintain this place so everyone has a chance to take their experience to the next level. Before, my father also faced many difficulties with equipment testing. So now we provide a rental service for testing spaces to make it easier for others. If they register, they can rent guns, target models, and test areas." Before the diverse services of this place, Kang Yin couldn't help but admire it. And naturally, as a slave to capitalism, money was T-Ho's main goal. "Of course you have to pay a fee. Bullets and target models aren't cheap. Those dummies are expensive." While exchanging with T-Ho, Kang Yin received an unexpected notification. A request was immediately put forward. "Agent, we also need to conduct live-fire testing with Dragon armor." Kang Yin immediately asked for confirmation. "Don't you trust your own product? Is the production equipment of such low quality that we need to confirm performance?" Although Kang Yin wasn't very interested in this, after a bit of back and forth, he had to accept. "Do you have to go that far? Does the host want to get shot?" "All right, we definitely have to test it. You make mistakes all the time anyway." After receiving this mission, Kang Yin turned to T-Ho with a disgusted face. "Can I watch?" Contrary to Kang Yin, T-Ho was very interested. "Of course, let's go." Next, Kang Yin and T-Ho went toward the owner of that bulletproof vest to talk more. "Hello." Kang Yin looked at the fancy item in front of him, his face blank as if his brain's signals were glitching. "Did you make this yourself?" He didn't hesitate, confirming immediately. "Of course." Without waiting for anyone to ask more, he casually introduced his product. "The dragon armor I created can withstand a 7.62 bullet perfectly." Hearing this, Kang Yin froze for 5 seconds. Huh. Regaining some composure, Kang Yin immediately conferred with the system, as if about to expose a national secret. "Jia-Yin, what's going on? That bulletproof vest has the exact same name as ours." After observing it, the system revealed. "That is a prototype of the dragon scale armor." Kang Yin was completely shocked, a wild theory rising in his mind. "What? So that's the original developer?" But the system quickly dismissed it. "Sir, many people have made similar things before. The name dragon scale armor is also quite common." "Oh, is that so?" Looking more closely, Kang Yin realized the difference. "It looks a bit different from mine, like thick plate armor." Jia-Yin wasn't too surprised to see the design in front of them. Early versions usually had that shape. After holding the rifle in his hands, Kang Yin decided to pull off a stunt that would open their eyes. "Let's test it, watch closely." The muzzle of the weapon rapidly fired a burst of rounds, the sharp, deafening sound echoing throughout the courtyard. The dummy wearing the bulletproof vest in front of them began to shake violently after the barrage, as if struggling to maintain balance in a storm of metal. Look at that, even though it was attacked with such high intensity, the bulletproof vest still performs well. It completely blocked the rifle rounds. "Look, The model didn't even break. He laughed triumphantly at his top-tier treasure. If this were a real person, they'd probably have broken ribs. As long as they don't die, it's fine. Watching from the sidelines, Kang In wanted to get in on the action. Can I sign up to test it too? T-Ho naturally supported him wholeheartedly. Mr. Na Kang In, you are free of charge, no need to ask. After all, we owe you a lot. Take any bulletproof vest or helmet you want, you can test them all. But the one thing Kang In wanted to test most, he didn't have. I don't have a bulletproof vest yet. He then noticed the small piece of armor wrapped around Kang In's arm. Oh, what is that? Kang In didn't want to explain, so he brushed it off. I just made it for fun. A bulletproof gauntlet, let's call it that for now. With a brain housing 749 scenarios, T-Ho couldn't help but speculate. Don't tell me that thing can block bullets and shoot spiderwebs too. If so, I could be Tom as perf. Kang In immediately shut down that thought. No, it doesn't do those things. Without further chatter with T-Ho, Kang In stepped forward and strapped the small piece of armor onto the dummy's arm. Since every person's size is different, he faced some difficulty, as it didn't fit quite right. In the midst of the challenge came the solution. Jae-in immediately offered a suggestion. The model's arm is shaped differently from yours. If we adjust it with silicone tape, we can obtain valuable data. Kang In followed suit, taking out a roll of tape and preparing to change the dummy's appearance. While he was meticulously working, T-Ho peeked in to watch. Will this work? Are you molding it to your arm using silicone tape? That's right. Being a manufacturing enthusiast, he couldn't overlook Kang In's cute little armor piece. May I ask, what did you make it from? Titanium alloy, thin metal. But Kang In's answer left him completely stunned. I used a laminated structure of aluminum alloy and stainless steel. What? Kang In explained further. The interwoven structure of those two materials helps absorb impact force by fracturing. He listened with his jaw on the floor. Wait a minute. Stainless steel is hard, but how does something as thin as cookware block bullets? Not to mention the aluminum. Seeing the man's skepticism, Kang In didn't say much. We'll find out through the test. Although he hadn't seen how effective it was, the man scoffed. There's no way that thing can block a bullet. Well, I guess you have to fail many times to learn. Well, I guess you have to fail many times to learn. I've already passed that stage and created a completed product. He laughed smugly, holding his pet project in his hands. Although Kang In was calm and didn't hold a grudge, Jae-in found it unbearable. Even the logistics core of the Earth Alliance wouldn't bother using something like that. By today's standards, it's both expensive and heavy, with no competitive edge compared to modern body armor. Jae-in seemed to have its pride hurt. But when mentioning their own treasure, it was full of pride. Our dragon-scale armor is thin, flexible, and light, and doesn't hinder combat. Kang In remembered something and asked, So I'm wearing body armor from 2082? Jae-in immediately denied it, then switched to capitalistic mode. Not exactly. With the current production level, we can't manufacture high-end protective gear like that, so go make some money quickly. Urged by T-Ho, Kang In put on his headphones, preparing to blow everyone's minds. Jae-in provided a suitable suggestion. Glock 17, a 9 pistol very suitable for testing. I know. After full preparation, Kang In pointed the muzzle at the dummy's arm, his eyes filled with determination. Trusting completely in the quality of the armor piece he had crafted, he didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. T-Ho and the other man stood nearby, unblinking. As if watching a world championship final they had bet everything on. But unexpectedly, the result wasn't what Kang In had hoped for. Damn it! The armor piece was completely destroyed, every part crushed. After the failed test, the other man became even more smug. See, I told you mine was stronger, it didn't break. But looking closely, there was a small crack where the bullet hit. T-Ho was removing the armor piece from the dummy when he suddenly froze. Wait, why is this? The other man asked. What's the matter? T-Ho's eyes widened. The dummy's arm, it's still perfect. After a careful inspection, the result left both men completely stunned. The arm is still intact, without any damage. The man stammered. Of course, the gauntlet stopped the bullet. No, what I mean is, it's not damaged at all. He gaped, speechless. Meanwhile, Kang In remained extremely calm, as if he had anticipated the result. It completely absorbed the impact force. You saw the sparks, right? The bracelet shattered, but it still stopped the pistol round. To make the results sound more convincing, Kang In spent 3 minutes of his life explaining it to the man. But the man was still stubborn, refusing to believe the miracle happening right before his eyes. How could something as thin as that bracelet do that? How? Facing the man's extreme bitterness, Kang In didn't bother explaining further, only smiling, satisfied with the test results. After the meeting at the training room, Kang In walked alone through the crowded streets. He hummed as he walked, looking extremely peaceful. The 1 million gun from today's security check had been transferred, a pretty good profit. When Kang In finished a task, Jae-in immediately urged, I've saved a list of good restaurants in this area. Perfect to stop by for a meal on the way back. After a brief argument with the system, Kang In realized the truth of life and concluded, Don't you like home-cooked food? I'd rather eat food someone else cooked than the steak I make myself. Jae-in agreed. Sounds reasonable. Since we've earned money, let's go eat something good. Scene change. T-Sung was sitting looking as sad as a wilted dragonfly at his desk. When his subordinate walked in, he grilled him. 1 hour of inspection for 10 million gun? 10 million per hour. Based on what he had gossiped, the subordinate quickly reported. But he pointed out 3 issues in the security system. T-Sung's face twisted as if he'd bitten into an unpeeled lemon. And you said, it wasn't urgent, right? Even seeing his boss's expression, the employee still boldly said, but it was truly worth more than 10 million gun. With no other choice, T-Sung had to rule. All right, pay him, but it doesn't end there, the employee continued. And there's something strange at the public shooting range. Someone brought in a new tool. He pushed the tablet forward. Sir, you should take a look. At the John Tekup CEO's office, Junin was inquiring about the situation with T-Ho. So, are you treating actor Na Kang-in well? T-Ho followed his father's advice, taking care of Kang-in like royalty. I had him check our security yesterday, paid him 10 million gun. Dong-min, hearing that, didn't like the move. Security check. If you want to repay him, give him a good role. Don't make him do security checks. After interacting with Kang-in, he had to respect him a bit. I introduced him because you asked, father. Kang-in is very good at fighting, but his hacking skills are even more terrifying. Just as they were talking, T-Sung stormed in, startling both of them. Oh my God, not again, don't you know how to knock? But the urgency this time had a reason. Father, you need to see this. He played the clip of Kang-in testing the toughness of the armor. T-Ho watched, completely excited. Oh, that. From yesterday's test, I was there too, still very impressive. The fire looked like a movie effect. But T-Sung stared at T-Ho with eyes of existential doubt. Movie effect? Just that. T-Ho was confused. What else do I need to notice? It blocked the bullets pretty well. T-Sung rewound the video. He pointed at the screen. When the bullets hit, look closely. T-Ho looked until his eyes nearly popped out, but still saw nothing unusual. They hit in different spots, the chest and the arm. The arm should have vibrated violently when hit by the bow gun, but it didn't move. T-Ho was startled, his heart pounding, his face frozen like a frame. T-Sung explained with his wealth of experience. The Jafa rounds and the bow gun rounds have different power levels. They hit different spots, the chest and the arm. The arm should have vibrated violently when hit by the bow gun, but it didn't move. T-Ho's eyes widened as if hit by snow from Mars. What's going on? Dong-min began to speak seriously. You saw it with your own eyes, then you should know better than anyone. What kind of gauntlet is this? T-Ho, despite being a normal person, couldn't understand. I don't know. It stopped 1 bullet and then shattered. T-Ho, despite being a normal person, couldn't understand. I don't know. It stopped 1 bullet and then shattered. Dong-min pondered, then speculated. So it disperses the impact force across the entire device. After a moment of analysis, T-Sung finally understood part of it. So the impact force isn't just absorbed at the point of impact, but spreads across the entire forearm. Even T-Ho didn't expect that the small, dumpy-looking armor piece would be so terrifying. I didn't expect such a thin structure to absorb force so well. Dong-min was lost in thought. A moment later, he made a decision. T-Sung? Yes. Seeing the potential in the treasure, he couldn't let it slip. Find out where that technology comes from. If you can, buy the whole thing. If not, get a license. As a slave to capitalism, T-Sung immediately supported him. I'll do it right away. Not letting the prey escape, T-Ho immediately called Kang-in. Kang-in, my brother is the director of Yontech, Lai Tung, and he wants to meet you today. But the plan didn't go as they hoped, because he refused immediately with the excuse. I'm busy with a project. I can't leave right now. The father and son were determined to go all the way, so they invested in a car to pick him up. Then we'll come to you, you drive. But T-Ho turned into the driver for T-Sung. Why do I have to drive? Remember your car. Do we really need to be this careful? To avoid messing up, they had to be careful with every single move. If we don't track down where that technology comes from, the competitors won't know either, so we have to keep it that way. Without losing a second, they hit the gas as if chasing a discount combo. The car roared, rushing toward Kang-in, braking hard as if avoiding a banana peel in the street, stopping right in front of him. Just stepping out of the car, the scene before him caught T-Ho's attention. You're here? Yeah, but right before their eyes was a super weird sign, as if Marvel had accidentally sent a temperator to Earth. The sign read, Earth Alliance Workshop. What is this? Earth Alliance Workshop? Is Kang-in also into movies? Seeing that they were present, Kang-in politely stepped out to welcome them. You're here. Oh, Kang-in, hello, I am T-Sung Lai from Yont. Please come in. To make it easier to talk, Kang-in invited them inside. As they walked, both looked around to see if anything interesting caught their eye. Everyone was overwhelmed by the variety of equipment in this place, old and new mixed together. I didn't know you had a hobby like this. He didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Well, now you know, so why did you guys come here? T-Ho heard that and answered immediately, as if hitting an automatic button. About the bulletproof bracelet tested at our shooting range. But T-Sung couldn't wait and interrupted. Which company is that product from? Kang-in was handing them 2 cups of coffee and replied directly. Oh, straight to the point, It's just something I made myself. T-Sung didn't think it was that simple, so he asked again. Wait, you mean here? Since Kang Yin wasn't bluffing, he pointed to the armor piece behind him to show them. T-Sung rushed straight there as if seeing a treasure. His eyes glazed over in a moment of surprise. Unable to hide his curiosity, he asked, "So what platform is this technology based on?" Jae-in was also very enthusiastic in suggesting how Kang Yin should answer. "I used the shock absorption device from Nado's Roboxer. It's used for situations where standard equipment is severely damaged and cannot be resupplied, so we were forced to use self-made equipment." Although the suggestion was very detailed, Kang Yin replied concisely, "I just made it myself." Feeling something was still missing, T-Sung asked again, "Yeah, I understand you made it, but what technology did you use?" Kang Yin's answer remained the same. "I developed it myself, too." Hearing that, T-Ho and T-Sung's faces froze. The expression was like, "What the hell? Am I mishearing things? Huh, you invented it yourself." The meeting suddenly turned into an interrogation. "Do you have any degrees?" "I didn't go to school." "Then where did you learn?" His brother saved Min. Don't interrogate him like that. Seeing Kang Yin didn't seem to want to answer, they didn't beat around the bush anymore and made an offer. "We want to buy that technology." The atmosphere suddenly became awkward as silence filled the room. Of course, before discussing deeply, Kang Yin needed to understand their purpose. "What do you intend to use it for?" He answered immediately without thinking. "Of course, to mass-produce bulletproof gear, sell it on the market, sell it to foreign armies, police, and civilians. We will also sell it to other countries." Afraid of making a bad decision, Kang Yin asked the system for support. "Jae-in, is this feasible?" It understood the nature and disagreed. "In this deal, the dragon-scale armor is custom-made. With current technology, it cannot be mass-produced." Kang Yin explained to T-Sung, "Custom-made, equipment that doesn't fit properly can't stop bullets. Mass production is not enough." He listened and stammered. "Custom-made." Kang Yin continued, "Because this is an exclusive product, it is personal and has extremely high precision. We measure the body size precisely and handcraft each part before assembling it." T-Sung understood the problem but was still determined. "So it's a high-end handmade product?" "Exactly. Then sell us the measuring and calculation methods. We will use it to develop a mass production process." Kang Yin was determined not to change his mind. No, they thought he was also a slave to capitalism, so they made an attractive offer. "Huh, why? We will pay you handsomely." Kang Yin kept his sharp gaze and said flatly, "That is a secret I want to keep to myself." When T-Sung proposed buying the handmade method from Kang Yin, he replied, "I will not sell the measuring and calculation methods. We will study the technology carefully and find a way to mass produce it." He was a bit confused, asking Jae-in for support with the price. "Calculation methods, huh? Jae-in, actually, I don't know." Even the system gave up. "What? What do you mean you don't know? You're the one who made it," Jae-in explained. "With Naturobotics calculation skills, now I can create products. I can teach you how to use those skills." It turns out Jae-in also has its own limits. "But those calculation skills exist in an independent library, so I can use them but cannot express them in formulaic terms. Most of the skills I've referenced so far are independent modules." He was also speechless at this, but still had to ask. "So what exactly do you do?" It replied. "Regardless, I am just an artificial intelligence product. I think and make decisions like a human. Replicating cognitive abilities at a human level is a completely different level from an independent module." Getting more annoyed, it seemed Kang Yin had to fend for himself this time. He concluded, "In short, you don't know anything." To avoid bringing trouble upon himself, Kang Yin gave a refusal. "That is a secret of my own. I don't want to share it with anyone. I rely on intuition, so it's very difficult to present it in formulas or theories that others can understand." T-Sung didn't expect the owner to say something so vague. "What did you just say? Wait, are you saying you actually invented and developed the bulletproof bracelet yourself? Alone? I mean, how did you do it?" In truth, the bracelet was created by Jae-in, but Kang Yin still had to stay calm to avoid being exposed. "I'm sure I'm not the only one who thinks that. You even built a firing range. Shouldn't you understand that better than anyone else?" He was also stunned by this awkward situation. "That's true, but no one has ever tested a technology of that caliber by themselves." As someone born with a silver spoon like T-Sung, he always thought money could buy anything. Is there really anything impossible in this world? As long as there is enough budget, there is always a way to learn. Does he not want to share the real technology? Or is he trying to raise the price? Would he sell if I offered a huge technology transfer fee? While T-Sung was still confused about what to do, something caught his attention. It seemed someone was calling Kang Yin right then, and what made T-Sung freeze was the caller's identity. Scarrett Kell from Omgat. He put their conversation on hold to answer. Hello, Kang Yin, it's Scarrett. What's wrong?" Turns out she called today to announce, "I'm coming to Korea, want to meet up. Do we need to meet?" Hearing the voice on the phone, T-Sung also started breaking out in a cold sweat. It really was her. But Scarrett on the phone reminded him of an event. "I'm talking about the yacht party I mentioned. We're planning a huge event. Come help Lur prepare the food." Kang Yin, an introverted guy who refused everything, said, "No, thanks." Hearing that, she continued to persuade him. "I'll pay a handsome consulting fee." She was a real player. The master just needed to give advice and get paid, plus eat well. Come on, say yes. After considering it, Kang In nodded. Should I agree? Since Jaein asked me to, all right, send me the schedule. T-Sung couldn't hear the content of the conversation, so he just imagined. What is he saying to that woman? Omget is famous for robots and military technology. Does this guy really have bulletproof technology? We need to get ahead of Omget. Let's try. If it doesn't work, we'll drop it. Not let the chance to get rich fall into someone else's hands. T-Sung continued to probe Kang In. So what do you intend to do with the technology from that bracelet? Clearly, he was still aiming to bite off a piece of Kang In's technology for himself. Obviously, it's bulletproof armor. Just as I predicted, the design is already finished. After failing to persuade him, T-Sung threw away the mass production idea, replacing it with a more flexible offer. Then how about this? Instead of mass production, let's make high-end handmade bulletproof armor. We'll find customers and get body measurements. You design it. We'll handle the manufacturing. The equipment here is pretty good, but it can't compare to Istek's facilities. The efficiency will be on a completely different level. At this point, Kang In started to consider. Well, it really does take quite a while just to make a forearm armor piece. Is it okay to just take the design and let them handle the rest? Jaein, when asked, gave its view. Istek will have to test and adjust many times, but since that's not our problem, it's still fine. Seeing it think so thoroughly, Kang In commented. You've become a decent human being. After persuading Kang In for all of spring, they both got in the car to go back. This time, T-Ho sat in the passenger seat and celebrated with T-Sung. Congratulations, brother. It's not official yet, but the deal is practically closed. Suddenly, he remembered something. Isn't Kang In a stuntman? He confirmed and added a few of his side jobs. Yeah, at first, but now he's also an action director, a cybersecurity expert, and a chef. In T-Sung's eyes, Kang In was no different from an alien. Is there anything that guy can't do? But why would someone like that be talking to Scarrett Kelly? Seeing him like someone who just came down from a mountain, T-Ho enlightened him. Oh, you don't know. In that tire-blowing incident, Kang In was the one who destroyed the robbers and saved her. The smile on T-Sung's face vanished when T-Ho turned so sharply that he nearly lost half his soul. Are you crazy? Why would you drive like that? We nearly crashed again. Why didn't you tell me until now? Without a moment of silence, they both fought like they were acting in a spotlight-stealing match. Top secret information, the police said not to spread it to avoid revenge. Even so, you should have said it. Well, I just said it, didn't I? Iyuha held her phone like a ticking time bomb. Her eyes glued to the screen while her mind spiraled through every possible scenario. Her face clearly showed her annoyance, as if she had just heard the news that Kang In had gone missing in space without sending a single signal back. She then took her frustration out on the bed after being left on read so hard. What? Seriously? How could he do this? Just because I didn't text him first, he couldn't be bothered to send a single message. Am I not even worth his time? Her face was clearly pouting, as if every second Kang In didn't reply was another scratch on her growing resentment. After waiting on pins and needles for what felt like forever, her phone finally buzzed, and the reply was simply, working. It was so brief it felt like a joke after she had waited so long. Iyuha bolted upright, triggered by the sudden emotion, her mouth agape in surprise. What on earth? He replied instantly. Oh my God, this is so embarrassing. Meanwhile, Iyuha's mother scolded her. Why are you muttering to yourself? Stop it. But the next second, she scrambled to the door and said, Mom, I'm going out to eat. You should eat with Dongwoo. Seeing that, her mother asked suspiciously, Who are you eating with? A boy. He's not a stranger, is he? Don't you dare stay the night. Faced with her mother's wary gaze, she hurriedly explained, It's not like that, we're just having dinner. However, her mother already painted a dark scenario in her head. Just dinner, you say? Iyuha felt 3 parts helpless and 7 parts determined to justify herself. I already told you it's not like that. After explaining until her tongue was practically tied, she finally reached Kang In's place. Iyuha walked in and looked around in awe. What is this? This place has completely changed. It looks like a secret base. Seeing she had arrived, he came to greet her. Ah, you're here. But before he could say another word, Iyuha snapped at Kang In. What's with that tone? As if you knew I was coming. What are you working on? Kang In didn't hide a thing and said straight out. Making bulletproof armor. Iyuha was surprised. Bulletproof armor. Is this because you almost got shot last time? First you were fixing cars, now you're making armor. Kang In didn't hesitate to reveal his business to her. I signed a contract. I'm getting paid for this design. Iyuha finally understood the situation. So it's not just a hobby anymore? Nope. Suddenly, looking at him, she compared him to an onion. The longer you peel it, the more layers you find. But this guy had more layers the further you went. Since Iyuha had gone through the trouble of coming all the way there, Kang In showed her the finished product. All done. What is this? Iyuha touched it lightly and asked curiously. Oppa, this isn't bulletproof armor, it looks like a tank top. Can you actually wear this in a war? A bit helpless before her curiosity, he patiently explained. This is the standard version. It's designed to be worn underneath clothes. So why did you ask me to come here anyway? Seeing he finally cared about her, she pouted. You're only asking now? I came to eat, what else? Who would have thought Kang In would just hand her a cup of noodles? I have cup noodles, do you want some? Seeing that she had worked so hard to get here just to get this, she was extremely dissatisfied. No way. Do you think I traveled all this way just to eat instant noodles? You said you're getting paid for the design, buy me grilled pork belly. Faced with this demand, Kang In immediately said no. Do you think I'm a wallet? Besides, eating grilled pork belly will make you fat. After the two of them yelled at each other, Iyuha had to take initiative because she wasn't some damsel in a romance novel. Grilled pork belly doesn't make you fat. That's just the logic of cult leaders. If pork belly didn't make you fat, it would be a modern miracle. Fine, I'll buy it myself. Deal. The Trio Lining Company started producing bulletproof armor based on Na Kang In's design. Although many initial tests failed, thanks to his guidance, the work gradually progressed smoothly. Kang In constantly explained to everyone, that's not it. 1 week later, 2 test bulletproof vests were completed. The secretary walked inside and quickly reported. The custom-made model can withstand a maximum of 5 handgun shots. The first shot was blocked completely, and the subsequent shots hit the dummy. The director heard this and looked over with a suspicious gaze. What about the 6th shot? The secretary continued to report. The armor was completely destroyed, and the 6th shot caused direct damage to the dummy. He seemed to have understood something. So it can withstand a maximum of 5 shots. She nodded in confirmation. Yes. He continued to ask, have you tested it with a rifle? She nodded confidently. Yes, it blocked 1 shot perfectly, but the 2nd shot pierced the armor. However, even the 2nd shot had its power reduced, enough to avoid causing fatal injuries. The director's face became thoughtful, focusing on the calculation. So it can block 1 7.62 bullet, and even if it pierces, it still prevents serious injury. The secretary nodded in confirmation. Exactly. He quickly asked next. So have you figured out how such a thin piece of bulletproof armor can have such high defensive capabilities? The secretary sighed and shook her head in response. I'm sorry, I understand the defense mechanism of each part, but applying it to the whole thing and calculating it is beyond my capabilities. Hearing this, he tried to hide the anger on his face. There are people out there making these bulletproof vests in nothing but a metal workshop. Why can't we do it, even though we have the designs and prototypes in hand? Is that person just too good, or are we truly incompetent? The secretary pondered before slowly replying. I think perhaps our laboratory. He hurriedly interrupted. Watch your words. The secretary stuttered. I'm sorry. Immediately after, the scene shifted to Incheon Airport. Scarlett's voice echoed, carrying a feeling of returning home. The secretary asked in surprise, but this isn't your hometown, is it? She replied uncomfortably. My hometown is wherever I say it is. The secretary probed curiously. Since when? Scarlett didn't answer, just kept walking forward. Anyway, all the preparations for the party had been finished since noon. The secretary nodded hurriedly. The yacht rental has been prepared for quite a while, so there's still plenty of time before the yacht party starts. She kept asking, what about the food? Scarlett nodded, reporting. We signed a contract with a top-tier catering service. All the invitations have been sent. Na Kang In declined. These words made Scarlett thoughtful, just as I expected. He what? Why? The secretary answered hurriedly. He said he was too busy to enjoy it. These things made her go completely crazy. Enjoy it? I invited him as a guest chef, not just a party guest. Wait, I actually only invited him as a party guest. The secretary started to explain. He's someone we still don't fully understand. How can we just invite him randomly? Scarlett was still stubborn and made a suggestion. Call him back, this time invite him as a party consultant. The secretary sighed, a bit tired. You're beyond help. Fine, so you mean you want him to be in charge of the food for the day, and then cleverly invite him to attend the party, right? Scarlett smiled and nodded in confirmation. Yes, Jessica really understands. Right at this moment, a voice echoed from behind, and Set saw Lan standing there, which startled her slightly. Director of Trio Lining, J.L. She suddenly asked, You come to Korea often, don't you? She replied coldly, I have some business here. Train Nian asked next, Didn't you receive an invitation? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, we will send a representative. Scarlett asked curiously. A representative. T.Y. continued to explain. My younger brother will go in my place. As you can see, I have to go abroad. Hearing about his younger brother, Scarlett instinctively remembered the man who had been mentioned. It was that guy, always running into him. Understood. The story was retold. Seo Ong-hoon left the country to attend a special equipment bidding event for Southeast Asian governments. Chin Enning was competing with 3 foreign companies, and today was the day for the presentation to high-ranking officials. Tesser Yan turned back and instructed seriously. We truly owe you a favor. Manager boss, sir, thanks to you we were able to participate in this presentation. The man, who was a government official, manager boss, sir, smiled gently and replied. This is the minimum the government can do to support private businesses. I helped, but I wonder if this will cause more trouble for your team. There's a rumor that the Thang Thao company has already been chosen. T.Y.'s expression didn't seem to care at all. I know, but I still think our efforts won't be in vain. Results often come from the most unexpected places. Right at this moment, A woman slowly stepped out of a luxurious supercar. Everyone around immediately buzzed with gossip. "She's here, it's sheer, hurry up." An announcement echoed. "S5 from Diaz has arrived." A woman with white hair appeared. She was the daughter of a powerful government figure, a MIT graduate, and extremely capable. She also had decision-making power in this bid. Tian saw this and smiled happily. "Let's welcome her." Suddenly, a group of people ran forward. "She's leaving." The crowd was still constantly surrounding her, making him freeze for a moment, and the harmonious scene of her with the people made him suddenly take notice. She seemed particularly close to someone. Could that company actually win? Right at this moment, a sound from behind made everyone pay attention. Simultaneously, another supercar appeared in this place, making everyone bewildered. What is that? A gun was drawn directly from the car, aiming straight ahead, and T. So-Yan's face immediately became serious. Is anyone hurt? S-Fi on one side was startled, realizing the situation wasn't quite right, and the gun was suddenly aimed straight ahead, making everyone freeze. What is that? Right after that, everyone around hurriedly ran in every direction. It's a terrorist attack, run. The scene in front of him made T. So-Yan stand completely still, unable to move. What? Terrorists? Why are there terrorists here? Their target is S5 from Diaz. Their target is S5 from Diaz. Simultaneously, her face at this moment had become extremely frightened. Seeing the situation was not good, he hurriedly rushed forward. As the bullets were fired, his face became extremely confident. S5's eyes widened in amazement, as if she couldn't believe what was happening right in front of her. Not wasting any time, Tess So-Yan immediately pulled her in another direction. Simultaneously, right at this moment, police cars were rushing over. Seeing the situation, the terrorists only had to drive away. After reassessing the situation, S5 from Diaz was worried and hurriedly asked, "Are you okay? Call an ambulance quickly." Tian gently placed his hand on his body. "I'm fine." He slowly opened his vest, and it turned out he had already worn a bulletproof vest made by Kang Yin. Tess So-Yan silently thought to himself, "Bulletproof vest? I never thought I'd test this vest in actual combat. I didn't expect its performance to be this impressive. I knew it could block most bullets, but I didn't think it would hurt this little." Why? Because it fit perfectly. Right at this moment, police cars were continuously rushing straight toward the terrorist's car, standing still there. Simultaneously, black cars were continuously blocking them, not letting the terrorists escape. The scene gradually became extremely chaotic, and the crowd around continuously discussed with each other. "The terrorists have been controlled, well done." The bodyguards finally hurriedly ran toward Ja. "Are you okay?" She suddenly turned to look at So-Yan and asked, "Thank you. Are you from Chio, Lian and Zin?" Seeing she was paying attention to him made him suddenly startled, bewildered. He very quickly placed his hand on his chest, introducing, "I am Lur Yan, director of Colin Enning." She heard this and laughed in surprise. "Your movements aren't normal. It looks like you used to be a special agent." He shook his head and recounted, "I'm used to this equipment because I test it frequently." Her face immediately became expectant. "Testing it yourself? Then can you explain about that bulletproof vest?" Seeing his opportunity had arrived, a satisfied smile appeared on T. So-Yan's lips. He stood in front of everyone and introduced, "This product is called the Dragon Platter. This is the latest bulletproof vest model from our company. So let me begin the presentation." Jessica pointed at TN's video and asked, "Set, have you seen this? This part right here, when Lai Yan from Colin Enning was shot, he took 3 shots but was completely fine." She heard this and nodded in understanding. "His movements are also very natural, and this outfit is the one he was wearing at the airport. It means this ultra-thin bulletproof vest has such defensive capabilities. If it's launched on the market, the current bulletproof vest manufacturers will have to close down." Jessica on the side nodded in agreement. "According to information, it has a weakness." Scarlett heard this and was curious. "What weakness?" She pondered and said what she knew. "It has to be custom designed to fit each person's body perfectly, so it can't be mass-produced." These words made everyone silent and thoughtful for a moment. "I see. Then, is Nuk Hang In coming to the yacht party?" Jessica turned to look at her in surprise. "Why did you suddenly change the subject to Nuk Hang In?" She excitedly explained, "I've decided that it would be hard to invite him, so we're going to his place right now." Although a bit helpless, she still declared, "I've already found his address. I'll do your makeup perfectly." Scarlett was overjoyed and couldn't stop screaming, "That's Jessica for you." Sometime later, seeing the 2 people right in front of him made Kang In extremely confused. "What brings you here? I don't remember giving you my address." Scarlett hurriedly explained, "You kept refusing, so I came to ask directly, at least invite us in for tea." Jessica on the side was a bit helpless. What a thick-skinned Scarlett. With no other choice, Kang In had to invite these 2 inside for tea. Kang In picked up the teacup, brought it to his mouth, and asked, "So what's this about?" The system screen suddenly chimed in, "Too hot." She started to explain, "I came to invite you to the yacht party." The system kept talking in his ear. "The open sea helps heal, but you don't care much about these things. I'm a bit busy. I hope you can find a good chef." Even though Kang In had refused, Scarlett still wouldn't give up. "Of course, we've hired the best catering service. Kang-in, I know you wouldn't mess it up, but please help check the food. Right at this moment, the system suggested. The host needs to eat the best food to recover energy and learn more cooking secrets. He looked at the situation and could only sigh, thinking, if you want to eat, then go. With no other choice, he said. If it's just to taste the food. Scarlet nodded excitedly. Exactly, and while you're at it, attend the yacht party as well. But what is this? Is he into cosplay or what? Time shifted to the next day, the day of the yacht party. On the boat, the wealthy people were still happily chatting with each other. Kang-in walked around looking, and the system suddenly offered praise. There are so many famous faces here. Right at this moment, a voice called out, "Na Kang-in." He turned his head in surprise, seeing Yuha appear made him extremely bewildered. What? Why did you follow me here? She replied shyly. Sorry, I'm the one who should be asking that. Just you appearing here raises the party's status. Get it? I'm an A-list star. Kang-in looked at her bewildered. Aren't you embarrassed to say that out loud? She angrily shouted. Whatever, what are you doing here? He explained seriously. I'm here to check if there's any issue with the food. I'm going now. Let's meet later at the party if we run into each other. These words made Yuha freeze for a moment. Her face suddenly turned red, but she still nodded in agreement. Sometime later, Yuha walked near the railing and said to herself, coming out here makes me realize the West Sea is really beautiful, the wind is cool, and it looks nice. Kang-in also, right at this moment, heard a voice calling from behind. Yuha, she hurriedly reminded. Forget what I just said. At this point, everyone probably thinks they're trying to set me up on a date. Du-chan was startled, bewildered. What are you talking about? CEO Ha was also there. Seeing that, she was startled and turned her head, and seeing she had appeared made the CEO extremely surprised. So all the main cast members of our movie are here, looks like fun, she angrily said. Watch your mouth. Du-chan didn't forget to chime in. Exactly, I'm the lead, you're the supporting role, get that clear. She was so angry she stood frozen. Should I punch him and go straight to jail? Seniors Jiang Mi, Daiyong, and Min were here too. CEO Lai heard that and laughed as he recounted. They said they could bring their family along. Right at this moment, a little girl seemed to have realized something. The little girl excitedly ran toward Kang-in. In Opa, he gently looked at the little girl. Min, long time no see. The little girl nodded, glancing at him. I'm still healthy. He gently reached out to pat her head. Good girl, I prepared some delicious desserts, let me go get them. Kang-in's face became extremely radiant while chatting with Min, and this scene made Yuha stand frozen for a moment. Noticing her strange expression, Du-chan suddenly lost his teasing mood. I was wondering why you were spacing out looking at the sky, so it's because of Kang-in, this little stray cat. This remark left her incredibly embarrassed. What are you talking about? It's not like that. He still refused to give up and kept asking. Aren't you the one who invited Kang-in? She shook her head, hurriedly explaining. Mr. Kang-in came as a culinary consultant, see. A while later, Kang-in brought a tray of delicious pastries to the front. Little Min saw this and marveled in surprise. Joyfully pointing at the pastries, she asked, Big brother, what is this? He gently answered, Mixed pastries and mixed candies, give them a try. Driven by curiosity, she took a bite. The flavor exploded, causing her to widen her eyes immediately. So good. It's crunchy yet buttery, soft and sweet. Seeing this, everyone around immediately turned their attention to the new dessert. They crowded around Kang-in's food truck. Where is this from? Can I have some? Give us some too. Everyone ate happily, whispering, This is really delicious. Which company makes this? It doesn't look very eye-catching, but the taste is top tier. Everyone chatted happily with one another, forgetting all their worries and fatigue. A joyful atmosphere filled the yacht. The sea waves started to get larger. Sailing alongside the giant yacht was a small boat that could capsize at any moment. The man on that boat was none other than the pirate leader, Nak Gui. He stared coldly at the luxurious yacht ahead. On the yacht's deck, a sailor held a rope, swung it a few times, and threw it straight toward Nak Gui. He held the rope tight for his accomplices to climb up. Seizing the opportunity, the pirates climbed up. Just a moment later, Nak Gui's footsteps landed on the deck. His expression became deeply contemplative. His gaze was cold as ice, observing his surroundings before heading straight for the cockpit. Up above, everyone was still laughing and joking, as if nothing were wrong. Suddenly, the ship shook slightly, catching Scarlett's attention. Is our ship stopping in the middle of the sea again? What event is this? Jessica shook her head. There are no events on the schedule. She checked her phone and was startled. No signal. Scarlett sighed. We are quite far from the mainland, but I have a bad feeling about this. With no other choice, she took out her radio. After calming down, she reminded, Attention! There is no plan to stop in the middle of the sea. Someone go to the control room to check the situation. Just then, the yacht made some strange noises. Everyone started to get anxious. Everyone panicked, hearing what sounded like gunfire. What was happening? A man screamed in terror. Look, there are suspects. Hitting their eyes was a man holding a gun. His voice was chillingly cold. Everyone down, move and you die. Even his gaze seemed ready to devour them whole. But just as he finished his sentence, his accomplice beside him was hit by a bullet. A bodyguard standing nearby had fired and taken him down. The remaining pirate was startled and cursed. Hey, you said they didn't have guns. I didn't know. A firefight immediately broke out. Two bodyguards fired back, but one was hit in the arm and fell down in pain. The other bodyguard was also gunned down. Everyone screamed, "Please spare me." The pirate yelled, losing his cool. "Shut you, P. Whoever screams, I'll shoot them dead." Everything went dead silent. On this side, Kang Yin also felt something was wrong. In the kitchen area, Kang Yin heard the gunshots. He frowned. "Gunshots?" The system spoke up immediately. "Someone just fired a gun on the ship." Kang Yin was confused. "What?" The head chef called out. "What was that loud noise just now, and where is the temp?" The cook replied, panicked. "He said he was going to the restroom." The head chef called out. "What was that loud noise just now, and where is the temp?" The cook replied, panicked. "He said he was going to the restroom." Kang Yin nodded. "Likely, let's go." He immediately turned and left, ignoring the cursing behind him. "Where is he going again? Isn't he just a temp worker?" The system warned. "Wait, the enemies are quite numerous. We need weapons." Kang Yin turned back, puzzled. "Where am I supposed to get weapons now?" The system replied. "No guns, but plenty of knives." At the same time, on the deck, Nak Gui roared, angry. "This is South Korea. How do the bodyguards have guns?" An underling hurriedly knelt. "Sorry, boss," he growled. "With such sloppy preparation, do you want me to throw you into the sea?" The underling trembled. "Please spare me." Beside him, someone whispered. "The American government has already interfered." Nak Gui sighed. "Contact with the control room has been completely cut. Those on the ship can no longer call for help." After a moment of thought, Nak Gui gave a direct order. "Put it on." The underling nodded, intending to say something more. The original plan was to handle everything here and escape by boat. He hadn't finished speaking when Nak Gui interrupted. "But we've lost the target. The situation has changed, so the plan must change." He continued. "Once we cross the territorial waters, South Korean planes, warships, and helicopters won't be able to interfere. Order the ship to head toward the concentration area of Chinese fishing vessels. Once we blend in, we can escape." The underling nodded immediately. "Understood." His eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation, glancing downwards. "But before that, we need to capture the target." He looked around, feeling annoyed that he hadn't found anyone yet. Suddenly, he gripped his gun tightly. After a moment of silence, he spoke coldly. "Let's use the classic way. Until the target appears, just take them out one by one and throw them into the sea." His smile gradually became terrifying, making Min panic. She cried out miserably, "I'm scared. I hate these ugly old men." C, standing nearby, was extremely worried and tried to comfort Min. But a terrorist pointed his gun straight at the little girl's head. The terrorists grabbed Min tightly and reported, "We've got the hostage, boss." Everyone around was extremely worried, screaming in panic. Yoha and Duchan were also frantic, not knowing what to do. Seeing the situation, Nak Gui ordered coldly, "If the target doesn't appear in 10 seconds, throw the kid in first." The underling responded immediately. "Yes, boss." Just then, Scarrett suddenly shouted loudly, "Wait." Everyone turned their heads in surprise to look at her. Without hesitation, Scarrett took a step toward them. Nak Gui laughed gleefully when he saw her appear, staring with a look of smugness. "Using hostages to threaten is always the most effective way, isn't it? Omega T." Saying that, he slowly moved toward the railing. Scarrett's face remained tense, unsure of what was about to happen. Then she saw something, but at that exact moment, while Nak Gui was laughing, his underling behind him was suddenly pushed down from above. He turned around, startled. Below, things were continuously being fired toward them, catching the terrorists off guard. Scarrett's mouth dropped open in amazement, while Mindy smiled happily. Everyone knew the key player had arrived. Nak Gui's voice cracked, desperate when he saw Kang Yin appear. "Who are you? What the hell is that guy? Shoot him." Kang Yin's cold eyes stared at them. As the bullets flew toward him, he quickly jumped up, nimbly dodging them. Then he landed easily. Kang Yin's speed was too fast, taking them down one by one. Realizing something was unusual, Nak Gui asked softly, "That guy, who is he?" His expression shifted from confident to desperate fear. Seizing the moment, Kang Yin threw two knives forward. The knives quickly struck the weak points of the terrorists. Kang Yin coldly held the knife, spinning it continuously in his hand, his gaze remaining terrifying. "There are so many," the system reminded. "The number of enemies is less than a platoon. Hard to call this a large group. No preparation for the police station. Kidnapping on a ship in our waters? What is this? Pirates? I have to do another emergency shift outside of today's plan." Inside the police station, everything was in chaos. "Emergency? Where is the Coast Guard? They'll be here in 30 minutes. Full speed ahead." The captain was angry. "We will coordinate with the Air Force," he continued to ask. "What about the ship's info?" The officer replied, "The ship is heading toward Chinese waters." The captain yelled, "Damn it, we have to stop them at all costs." "Sir, we found the guest list for the party." The captain shouted, "Check if there are any celebrities, absolutely no mistakes allowed." The officer looked at the computer screen, startled. "Sir, Nuk Kang Yin is also on that ship." He froze for a moment. "What? Why is he there?" Those around him gossiped. "Don't tell me he was in that Gangnam rescue incident." "That's right, it's Nuk Kang Yin himself." Back on the yacht, Nak Gui was furious, thinking constantly. 3 men had been taken down in a flash, not with guns but with kitchen knives. He growled an order. You take out the brat over there, and you take out the woman next to him. The underling was startled, stuttering. Isn't it the guy with the knife? Nakgui roared. He's the South Korean agent who took down the Gangnam Gang. I heard he can even dodge pistol bullets. Seeing the situation, Kang In secretly calculated. I thought it was ridiculous, but he has the strength to pierce body armor with just a kitchen knife. Nakgui yelled, "Shoot, make them panic. The rest go take him out." Immediately, the pirates used their guns to attack. Yes, the bullets flew straight toward Kang In. But at the same time, Yo-Ha and Mindy were standing right next to him. Kang In's eyes widened, realizing the targets weren't him but them. Mindy looked at the incoming bullets with a terrified expression. But in that dangerous moment, Kang In lunged to pull the little girl out of the line of fire. Seeing her daughter in danger, Mai Desai also quickly rushed out to shield her. Mai Deong whispered, "Wait, Kang In signaled for us not to move, we have to trust him." Just then the pirates aimed at Yo-Ha, causing her to scream in fear. Fortunately, Kang In's knife appeared just in time, preventing him from hurting her. She hurriedly hugged Min tightly, as if to protect the little girl. On the ship, Kang In continuously knocked down pirates from many different directions. His speed was extremely agile, catching them off guard. Nothing going according to plan made Nakgui so angry he ground his teeth. Damn it! Realizing his intent, Kang In's gaze flickered to the side. Without hesitation, he turned to act. 2 bullets flew toward them, but he successfully protected Yo-Ha and Min. His expression became as serious as if nothing had happened. But that scene left Yo-Ha and Min frozen for a moment. Then they hugged each other and screamed. Before anyone could recover, Kang In suddenly raised his hand high into the air, decisively slamming it down onto the table, making all the tools on the table fly up. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Kang In quickly observed, then tools like knives and sharp objects disappeared from sight. Kang In utilized them all, throwing them straight toward the pirates. Their numbers were thinning out. In just a short time, the bodies of the intruders lay scattered on the ship. While Kang In was still thinking, the system suddenly announced, "Agent, the enemy commander is nowhere to be found. We think he escaped." Hearing that, he immediately walked toward Yo-Ha, asking. Yo-Ha and Min watched him worriedly, their eyes full of suspicion. "You were shot." Kang In quickly pulled back his outer shirt, revealing the bulletproof vest underneath. This scene left Yo-Ha stunned, and she asked bewilderedly. "What was that?" He replied seriously. "Bulletproof armor." Hearing this, she startled, remembering what he had told her about the armor he was crafting. "Is that the one you said you were working on?" He nodded in confirmation. "Yes." Her voice faltered. "I actually thought you were really shot. I was scared to death, you know." Kang In was at a loss for words, only reminding her. "Calm down, you're making me dizzy." Mai Jai, standing beside them, also looked at him with starstruck eyes. "Oppa, thank you so much. That was so cool. But why didn't you dodge the bullets? My dad said you could dodge them." The system suddenly chimed in to explain. If he had dodged, both Shin Du-chan and Lee Min-jai would have been hit. Kang In smiled. "It's just that I didn't feel like dodging today." Min's eyes lit up. "You're so strong, so you even have moods like that." Just then, the people around started buzzing with excitement. "What just happened? Did he take down those armed guys with just a fork? I even saw him use a knife. Did everyone see that? Anyway, we survived. We actually survived." While everyone was still hugging each other in relief, Scarlet stepped forward and called out loudly, "Mr. Kang In, thank you, I owe you once again." Kang In glanced at her, puzzled. "Were they targeting you again?" Scarlet laughed and nodded. "That's right, they wanted the access code for the top-secret server." These words surprised Kang In. "Top secret?" Scarlet sighed wearily. "Yes, the company's top-secret server. I can't disclose it, but there are classified documents in there." Yoo-ha, standing nearby, was confused. "What are they talking about?" The system continued to report. "There might be information we need in there." Kang In's gaze became suspicious. "Isn't that speculation too vague?" The system replied. "Natick's hidden grafts evolve through experience." While Kang In was still pondering, Scarlet suddenly suggested, "Do you want to know more? There are too many eyes and ears here. Let's meet privately later." Yoo-ha, seeing this, spoke up. "Why do you have to meet privately later?" Scarlet looked at her in surprise. "Aren't you the superstar actress from A Sunny Day?" Yoo-ha replied angrily. "Just call me Yoo-ha. More importantly, why do you two have to meet privately?" The two of them kept arguing. "Mr. Kang In saved me. He saved me too." These words left Kang In standing to the side, exhausted. Yoo-ha pointed at him. "He even took a bullet to save me." Scarlet was surprised. "What, a bullet? He even got shot when I was being evacuated. It must hurt a lot. Where was it? Your chest. Oh my God." Seeing the two of them fighting over who got to check the bulletproof vest made Yoo-ha so angry she was trembling. "Is the bullet still lodged in there? It's this hard? How interesting." Seeing the two of them fighting over who got to check the bulletproof vest made Yoo-ha so angry she was trembling. "Stop touching Kang In's chest. I haven't even touched it yet." Kang In was speechless, thinking to himself how things ended up like this. Scarlet stared at Kang In thoughtfully. "I'm not exaggerating. His body is truly as hard as steel. Could he be a robot?" When she lifted his shirt, she was startled. "Could this be the dragon platter?" Kang In nodded in confirmation. "That's right. Now please put my shirt down." Yoo-ha, standing nearby, kept shouting, "Just because you're a foreigner doesn't mean you can show off your body in public like that." the system reminded him. Please don't misunderstand. Kang In nodded. I'm not misunderstanding anything. Scarlet was intrigued by his armor. This is a prototype from Yonka, isn't it? Kang In quickly pulled his shirt down. You're quite knowledgeable, but Yonka's mass-produced models are a little different. Scarlet's eyes lit up when talking about this. Does it work by dispersing the impact force when the metal structure fractures? Yuha suddenly called out. Miss, excuse me, but there are a lot of people watching right now. Scarlet was the type that once she got interested in something, she couldn't stop. Yuha heard that and angrily scolded. What the hell are you two doing? The system kept reminding him. It's not over yet, move aside. He didn't know what to say to this situation. Great, now even you're jealous. The pirate captain hadn't been caught yet. Kang In quickly approached one of them and pulled out a gun. Scarlet asked curiously, Where do you think he is? He replied. He's probably running toward the cockpit. I'll head there. Everyone here, please hide in the safest place possible. Yuha's face became anxious. Can't you stay here? It's dangerous, it's not safe. Kang In didn't care about that at all. They've accelerated. At this speed, the ship will leave Korean waters soon. Don't they plan to dock at a safe port? We have to stop them before their plan succeeds. After a moment of silence, Yuha suddenly held out a tray of chopsticks in front of him. Then at least take this. A weapon, I mean. You fought with chopsticks earlier. Kang In explained seriously. That was when I was far from the target. In tight spaces, I don't need to use them. She nodded in understanding. Oh, I see, I thought I could help. Her face immediately became sad, which caught his attention. With no other choice, he took a chopstick and instructed. I'll take it as a backup, it might come in handy. I'll be right back. These words made Yuha blush instantly, and she nodded hurriedly. Okay. Sometime later, Kang In calmly walked down a wide hallway. This must be the cockpit, the system confirmed. According to the ship's layout, it must be here. Feeling that something wasn't right, he suddenly looked to the side. The system also detected something abnormal. There are enemies on a speedboat. They're fleeing out to sea. The rest were trying to escape. Kang In quickly got into position with the gun, not wasting a second, aiming directly. The system continued to inform. If the cruise ship keeps running straight at this speed, the Chinese Coast Guard will seize the ship. We need to turn the ship around. He muttered irritably. Deal with those guys first. Bullets quickly flew toward the fleeing speedboat. The system didn't forget to remind him. Hitting a fast-moving target at sea from this distance isn't easy. Kang In hurried to run toward the cockpit. The Coast Guard will act as soon as they hear gunfire. It reminded him. Don't pretend to miss. Hitting them is part of the plan too. On the other side, the sound of gunfire made Yuha startled. She worried, I just heard many gunshots. Could Mr. Kang In have been shot? Zhou on the side comforted her. No, don't worry. The ship is changing direction. It was heading toward China, but now it's turning back toward Incheon. He has to go to the cockpit to help steer the ship. Maijai heard that and was confused. Can't Kang In handle it on his own? He nodded in confirmation. Yeah, I want to see it with my own eyes too. The people around, seeing that, suggested. I'm going too. Jessica, let's go, shall we go too? A group of people quickly ran toward the ship's cockpit. While everyone was still bewildered, a familiar figure appeared. Before Yuha could react, a hand suddenly yanked her forward. Nak Hui had taken her hostage and was screaming frantically. Stay back! Everyone drop your weapons now. Seeing this situation, everyone was terrified. Just then, a familiar voice echoed. So the ones fleeing on the boat are your henchmen. Chan heard that and was startled. Seeing Kang In standing there leisurely, he was furious. You bastard! Kang In slowly jumped down from above, landing perfectly. A leader letting his underlings run first. That's hilarious. These provocations made Nak Hui go crazy. Shut up. Take another step and I'll blow this girl's brains out. Kang In sighed, quickly holding his gun out in front of him and asking. Or how about trading the girl for my gun? There's still ammo in it, need to check. He screamed, slide the gun over here first. His voice remained calm but skeptical. Suspicious. Fine. Without hesitation, Kang In threw the gun forward, startling Nak Hui. Seriously, you're really giving me the gun? He hurriedly picked up the gun from the ground, confirmed it was loaded, and a wicked smile appeared on his face. You idiot. Move, not just this girl. All of you are going to die, you understand. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a chopstick suddenly flew at him, completely shattering the gun, making him scream in anger. You crazy chopstick bastard. Damn you, I'll kill you. Yuha screamed in fear. But no matter how hard Nak Hui tried, the gun wouldn't fire a single bullet. It was at this moment that he realized the truth. Kang In had secretly attacked from behind. He decisively used his strength to kick him hard, throwing him forward. Before he could react, he had already lunged to grab him by the collar. Time seemed to stand still as everyone held their breath, watching the fight between the two. Kang In's gaze seemed like he wanted to devour his opponent. If the magazine is empty, the weight of the gun would be different. Not recognizing him, Kang In coldly pinned him down despite his desperate explanation. But you clearly said it was loaded. He didn't care, kept holding him down, making him scream in fear. No more games, who sent you here? Kang In continuously pushed Nak Hui down toward the railing, making him even more desperate. He asked coldly, so who sent you here? His voice sounded like a plea. I don't know, please save me. This annoyed him and he pushed him back. If you don't know, then fall into the sea. he hurriedly replied. The broker said he'd pay a lot of money if I found the access code, so I did it. I don't know anything else. He continued. Sir, actually I do know. If you save me, I'll tell you who the broker is. Deal? Sounds tempting, right? While Kang In was still considering, the system suddenly issued a notification. He's lying. Immediately, he used all his strength to slam his head into the ground, making Nak Hui sigh in relief, thinking he had survived. But before he could react, he was completely knocked out. Everyone stood stunned. The sight made the pirate Nak Hui's plan easily broken by Kang In. Meanwhile, the chefs were still completely oblivious, focusing only on cooking. The Coast Guard had arrived, but at that moment everyone on the yacht was happily enjoying dessert, making the police surprised. Are they drinking champagne and partying? What? Wasn't there just a pirate attack? What on earth happened here? Very quickly, the scene shifted to the police station. The pirates were quickly taken to the ambulance, and the police also announced that those who looked like pirates had been neutralized, none of them unscathed. The captain calmly asked, "Were they all stabbed?" A young officer shook his head to explain. "Sir, many were taken down by chopsticks." This made him skeptical. "Really? Are you kidding me? Weren't some stabbed with forks too?" He nodded in confirmation. "It's true, there were forks too." While the police were still discussing, a man hurried over and called out, "Ms. Kelly, this is the second time already. If this keeps happening, maybe you need more bodyguards." He was a staff member from the U.S. Embassy. The embassy. Scarlett stepped forward and replied seriously, "I've already hired some." He continued to remind her, "I mean, you should hire more. Luckily, this time everything ended well, but what if next time it turns into a disaster?" Scarlett suddenly turned her head to look behind her, her voice firm when she realized Kang In was still standing there. "It's okay. I already have special protection. I'll always be safe." The embassy staff asked curiously, "Are the injured bodyguards okay?" Scarlett nodded. "Yes, luckily they weren't fatal wounds." He nodded in understanding. "I can request permission for you to use weapons, but we need more personnel." She shook her head. "It's okay. We've raised the security level of the top-secret servers in the lab by 2 levels. Now, even if they get the access code, they can't do anything. Even if they capture me, they can't access it from the outside." The embassy staff was surprised. "Then why are they targeting you, Ms. Kelly?" Scarlett laughed and gently asked back, "If you don't know, then how could they know? Can you relay a message for me? Capturing me won't achieve anything now." The scene shifted to a meeting at the Interagency Counterterrorism Investigation Headquarters. A high-ranking official spoke up. "The Jiak Go incident isn't even over yet, and now the pirate Nak Hui? First robberies, now pirates. This is serious. What's next, warriors or mages? Why do these things keep happening wherever Nak Kang In is? Is there any possibility that Nak Kang In is the one behind all of this?" Another person hurried to answer. "Sir, both incidents occurred because of Scarlett Kelly." The person opposite nodded to add, "Scarlett Kelly hired Kang In as a baker." The high-ranking official paid attention. "Not a bodyguard, but a baker." He immediately nodded. "That's right, Nak Kang In was hired to check the food at the party." The high-ranking official heard this and seemed to understand something. So Kang In was disguised as a baker. Everyone in the meeting discussed. "Not a disguise, his cooking skills are actually very impressive. I heard the food was delicious." Investigation reports confirmed Kang In's cooking skills were excellent. "I've already read that report too. Then why would someone like him sell food at an internet cafe? He has quite a few connections in the entertainment industry. Recently, he occasionally drops by internet cafes to check them. Is that important right now?" Anyway, according to witnesses, Nak Kang In was wearing bulletproof armor. Exactly, even if it was worn under his clothes, it's hard to notice. The high-ranking official's face showed clear confusion. "Where did he get that?" The secretary quickly replied. "It's a new product from Yontek, a very expensive custom-made item because mass production is impossible." This made him wonder. Then why does Nak Kang In have such an expensive item? Another person added. "Reports suggest that Lee Teo, the CEO of Thor Entertainment and also the son of Yontek CEO Lee Min, gave it to him as a gift. I'm so jealous." That's right. Looking at the armor in front of her, Yuha couldn't hide her surprise. "So your brother made this himself, and you trusted this handmade item enough to use it to protect me?" Kang In looked in another direction and nodded. "I guess so. You really trust your brother." Her face suddenly turned red, embarrassed. "Thank you." Right at this moment, a woman walked in and asked, "Is this the production room for the Earth Alliance?" Both of them turned in surprise to look at the strange girl. The expressions of both became extremely bewildered. "Who are you?" Sometime later, she quickly introduced herself. "I am Cha Jaihe from Yontek's design team." Hearing this, Yuha asked bewilderedly, "Isn't Yontek CEO Lee Tiho's family company?" Kang In explained, "I work part-time there." She heard that and looked at Jaihe even more bewildered. "What? Seriously, you cook there too?" Cha Jaihe calmly announced, "Mr. Nak Kang In is our team leader." This information made Yuha freeze. Team leader. Kang In sat still, without any reaction. A while later, he slowly opened his eyes to look at Jaihe. "I didn't know anything about that. Why am I the team leader?" She recounted seriously. "Yesterday, a detective came to the headquarters asking about the dragon platter. At that time, Tiho informed everyone that Nak Kang In is our design team leader." Jaihe added, That led to your promotion yesterday. Kang Yin thought for a moment and replied, but I'm not an official Yantek employee. She nodded. Yes, the team members are all company employees while you were hired externally to fill the role of team leader. He saw that and glanced at her curiously. Then why are you here? Daihe turned to look at Yoha, leaving her confused before finally responding. Kang Yin, understanding Daihe's intention, spoke up. This person can sit with us. She won't understand a thing anyway. But Daihe remained calm and said, I'm sorry, but I can't let you sit here. If internal company information leaks, that will be a major problem. The new prototype of the Dragon Platter has changed materials. You can come with me to Yantek to verify it. Yoha, hearing this, looked surprised. Do you really need to go? After a moment of thought, Kang Yin decided, we don't have anything else to do anyway, let's go. This left Yoha deeply disappointed. Oh my God, can't you let Kang Yin and me be happy for once? The atmosphere shifted to the CEO's office at Yantek. Tiho stepped forward to greet him. Welcome, Na Kang Yin, he politely replied. Hello. Tiho smiled and announced, we just received an order for 9 more Dragon Platters. Please take a seat. You proved the power of the Dragon Platter during your East Asia trip. Because of that, the chances of signing a contract with the police have increased significantly. We are truly grateful for that. Kang Yin shook his head. No need to thank me. Just then, the head of development rushed in. My apologies. CEO Tiho sounded slightly annoyed. What's the matter? He hurriedly replied. I heard Na Kang Yin was here. I've heard so much about you, a shooting expert proven in actual combat. If you're going to do a live fire test today, could you try this out too? As he handed over the gun, Kang Yin looked confused. What is this? The system immediately began its analysis. Agent, this is a prototype of the Earth Alliance's Spit Stack. It's an early test model of the Spate Star, a scope used by the Earth Alliance in 2082. Seeing Kang Yin engrossed in examining the gun, Tiho was a bit speechless. But we're in the middle of a meeting. No matter how relaxed our company culture is, this should wait. He hurriedly explained. I apologize, I was just too impatient. The meeting will be over soon, please wait outside. Hearing this, the head of development nodded. Understood. A confident smile flickered on Kang Yin's lips as he secretly pondered this new clue regarding the Earth Alliance. The scene shifted to the live fire weapons testing range. Seeing Kang Yin appear, the head of development was overjoyed. You're here, let's head straight into the test. He was surprised. Are you sure that's okay? I'm just an outsider. He didn't care. What do you mean outsider? You're a team lead even if it's only part-time. Plus, I heard you're an excellent shot. So of course, you'll be compensated. Participants in the test get 1 million gold. The system immediately reminded him. This is a great opportunity to get information about the Earth Alliance military while earning extra money. Kang Yin nodded, warning the system. I know, don't talk so loud, you idiot. This is an early 2082 scope model from the Earth Alliance military, which means Yonka must have a connection to the Alliance. The system replied, Wrong. According to my memory, this isn't from Ison but is a product from a different company. Hearing this, Kang Yin was startled. Which company? The system shook its head, sounding helpless. I can't find it, but it's definitely not Yonka's. Recalling something, Kang Yin asked, This device is called Spearta, isn't it? The head of development shook his head. No, this is hockey's sake. He whispered to the system, asking for another name. Could that bastard who destroyed Yonka have sold this technology off? The system nodded in agreement. That's highly likely. Kang Yin held the gun in his hands and reminded him. While testing the scope, try out the Dragon Platter armor plate too. The head of development nodded. Yes, we'll prepare it immediately. Afterward, the armor plate was set up in place. Kang Yin decisively pointed the gun at the armor, and without hesitation, fired several rounds in succession, until there were no bullets left. The system immediately assessed. Yonka's manufacturing and assembly have improved significantly. There are no weak spots to pierce on the first shot anymore, though it's still not as good as what we make ourselves. Kang Yin evaluated seriously. The armor design looks solid. As for the scope, he quickly grabbed a pen and a sheet of paper, carefully sketching something, which left the head of development staring blankly at him. A short while later, he handed the man a paper with detailed parts sketched out. It works fine now, but I've marked the areas that need improvement here. Following these will make it much better. Taking the paper, the team lead's face turned incredibly joyful. We never thought of this issue before. If we adjust it like this, the hit rate on fast-moving targets will increase. He was moved. Thank you so much. Did you really sketch this yourself? Kang Yin replied irritably. So what? If the armor is weaker than the test results, that's just a sizing issue. Remember to note that clearly when you send the test report. He nodded hurriedly. Yes, sir, I will report this directly to headquarters. Thank you very much. Just like that, Kang Yin quickly returned to where he needed to work. His phone rang and he answered. Hello. The voice on the other end spoke. Hello, this is Captain Cha Daihe. We just received an order for 10 sets of dragon armor. Hearing this, he asked in surprise. From overseas, like you said before? She shook her head. No, domestically. His eyes began to show suspicion. But the dragon armor doesn't have government certification. We can't sell it to officials. She nodded. Even so, they insisted on using it and contacted us. Because of that, someone from the government wants to meet you. Should I give them the address of the workshop from last time? Kang In replied decisively. No, I'm busy today. Tell them to come to Bitch Cafe tomorrow. She hung up immediately. Understood. When everything was done, he sighed. What a hassle. Those pests keep crawling back. The system quickly reminded him. Providing military-grade dragon armor to civilians like Yoha might violate regulations. He didn't really care. She's a local collaborator, it's fine. The system grumbled. She's a collaborator, yet her combat ability is so poor. Kang In sighed. That's exactly why she needs it. The doorbell rang. He was surprised. Who are you people? One of them replied. We're here for the dragon armor order. The system immediately sounded the alarm. These aren't the people Cha Dai-He mentioned yesterday. Need to investigate further. Kang In looked at the two people in front of him, annoyed. I asked who you are, not why you are here. The man in glasses laughed smugly. Keep the information quiet. We want the same thing. This is an unofficial request. Then come inside and talk. He reluctantly let them in. The woman admired the armor sample. You even have a model for women. Kang In repeated, I asked who you are. The man in glasses introduced himself. We're from the National Intelligence Service. Because we requested the armor, we intend to wear 2 sets ourselves. He frowned. 2 sets. He continued, his voice losing patience. Which department are you from? The man pointed and introduced. Just call me Manager Kim, and this is Manager Lee. Kang In didn't care. I asked which department you belong to. Manager Kim lost his cool. Why are you being so nosy? Manager Lee hurriedly interrupted. That is something we cannot disclose. Kang In pointed at the door. Then get out. The two were bewildered. Excuse me, what did you just say? His eyes were cold. I said get out. He continued, his voice judgmental. How do I know you're not planning to rob a bank with these armors? Manager Kim laughed sarcastically. Do you know who we are? You're going to regret this. Kang In replied coldly. You didn't show any ID, why should I trust you? This is unofficial, don't push me. The atmosphere grew tense. Hey na Kang In, watch your tone. Kang In's expression remained calm, unfazed. Manager Lee had to intervene. Stop it. We're giving him a chance to serve the country and he's giving us an attitude. Kang In suddenly spoke. Hey, both turned toward him. Get out. His voice was so cold it made them shiver. If you are really the government, submit the application directly through Yanka. Manager Kim was furious. What, you'll regret. But Kang In had already stepped forward, his attitude looking ready to devour them. I said get out. Sensing the situation wasn't right, Manager Lee dragged Manager Kim away. Don't overreact. Sorry, we'll leave now. Manager Kim was still screaming. Let me go, damn it, you are making a huge mistake. When they left Kang inside, what a nuisance. These bugs keep crawling back. I should have sprinkled salt to chase them away. The system said immediately. Maybe they were scammers. Call the police. Kang In shook his head. No, they might really be the government. I think they belong to the Joint Special Forces team. The system was confused. Then why did you insist on seeing their IDs? He closed the door indifferently. Because they annoyed me. The system agreed. Fair point. Outside, Manager Lee sighed. Why did you try to start a fight? Manager Kim was furious. He scared the client away. Don't you know the client is king? Plus, we aren't ordinary clients. We're the elite of South Korea. Suddenly, an official appeared. What are you doing? She tried to explain something. But Manager Kim saw both of them had returned, while the high-ranking official looked extremely confused. Aren't you supposed to be getting measured for armor? Why are you here? She didn't know how to explain. Just then, Rookie Kim pretended to be a manager to hide his rank and recounted everything. Nuk Hang In treated us like bank robbers, so we argued. The official sighed. How stupid must one be to let people treat you like that? Wait, you didn't actually fight, did you? He shook his head hurriedly. Of course not, I never strike civilians while on duty. The official's eyes turned suspicious. Tell the truth, did you fight? Manager Lee was startled. We resolved it before it reached that point. But the official became even more curious. However, her mood had plummeted. We almost fought and the order was rejected. This situation left him completely helpless. Unbelievable. You guys are lucky to be alive. Idiots. Both of them still didn't fully understand what had happened. The high-ranking official's expression turned serious, and he issued a warning. Listen here, both of you. If you ever encounter Nuk Hang In again, absolutely do not fight him. You could die. This statement made Manager Kim burst into a dismissive, arrogant laugh. I am an elite agent protecting the nation and its people. I may be a living weapon, but I don't kill civilians. After a moment of silence, the high-ranking official was also speechless. Let me remind you who trained you to be like this? Forget it. I'll hunt that bastard down myself. Just then, Seo Ang-Hon suddenly shouted, Brother, why can't you cook for us more often? Adai also nodded in agreement. I want to eat your cooking every single day. Yoha was extremely surprised and spoke up. You kids, do you think In is your private chef? She glanced over. Why not? You're eating his cooking too. She laughed and replied, he cooks for me, not for you guys. Kang In's gaze became judgmental. No way. Looks like I'm out of ingredients for fried rice. I have to go shopping. The doorbell rang, making Adai rush out. Welcome, customer. Please order at the kiosk and take a seat. The man shook his head. I'm not a customer, I'm here to see Na Kang In. She was startled and called out. Kang In? He quickly walked out. You must be here for the dragon armor, right? The man nodded. Yes, that's right, it's a pleasure to meet you. The system suddenly sent an alert. That must be the person who ordered the 10 bulletproof armors that Cha Dai-hee mentioned yesterday, right? After a moment of silence, Kang In suggested, let's talk over there. The man nodded, yes. Kang In looked at the business card in his hand. Bodyguard Choi Namsu. He asked, with an escort team, will the dragon armor be used for your VIPs? He hurriedly shook his head. Sir, there is no official announcement yet. He was curious. Then why order 10? He said seriously, because we have real-world combat data. We heard you took down the Gangjak-ko gang and the international mercenary group in Gangnam, plus the pirates of Nak Gui on the yacht. Plus, you are also the founder of Cannon Fist martial arts. Unconsciously, Kang In recalled the martial arts techniques he had once invented. The system immediately reminded him. It's too late to deny it now, just admit it. He nodded. You're right. Namsu continued. Actually, more than the bulletproof armor, we are here hoping you can teach Cannon Fist to our agents. Kang In was stunned. Your agents. His face was serious. Different departments have sent field staff here individually. The superiors even specifically requested Cannon Fist. We are the national-level training team here to learn it. The system reminded him again. Normal people cannot fight like the host. Listening this far, Kang In went straight to the point. Cannon Fist is not something ordinary people can learn. He was still very certain. Our agents are not ordinary. He was about to say something more, but quietly thought, I mean, that's not something you can do just with human ability. His face looked confused. But you are doing it, right? That means it is possible with human strength. He continued, we aren't asking you to be the official head trainer. We've already prepared a training ground and students from various agencies. Teacher, nah, you just need to show up. These special privileges left Kang In wavering. The system continued to remind him, I have security training skills for normal people. Connect with different agencies and get paid. You get paid while you work. His expression changed, appearing slightly satisfied. He quickly decided, I will teach you the basics. This made Namsu unable to hide his joy. Really? Thank you so much. When can we start? He replied. I'll contact you this week. He was excited. Thank you so much. A short time later, at an internet cafe, Kang In sat looking outside and sighed. Another mission on my list. The system immediately interjected. I'll drill those old men hard. He paused thoughtfully. You're under a lot of pressure, aren't you? Let's go shopping. A familiar silhouette suddenly appeared from behind. Kang In saw Yoha appear and felt slightly suspicious. You really are a celebrity. It feels like I see you every single day. She replied angrily. At least you should greet me first. Both of them went grocery shopping while talking to each other. Where are you going? To the market. And you? I came because I'm hungry, hoping to eat something you cooked. Why is there always someone hungry around me? Yoha heard this and smiled excitedly. You complain, yet you still cook for me. By chance, they both spotted film director Choi Jin-wook sitting there. He couldn't stop complaining. I'm going crazy. Seeing someone familiar, Yoha immediately recognized him. Isn't that director Choi Jin-wook probably filming? She quickly stepped forward to greet him. The director saw her and his attitude changed immediately. Oh my, isn't that Yoha? Why are you here? She laughed and explained. I'm just passing by. But why are you sighing so heavily? Jin-wook lamented. I want the fight scene to look stronger, more epic, but I can't catch the right angle. That's the highlight of this week's episode. I don't want it to be weak. Yoha heard this and smiled with interest. Then the timing is perfect. Someone here can handle that. Jin-wook curiously looked at Kang In. Who? She quickly introduced. Mr. Na Kang In, he is the martial arts director for our movie. This remark made his expression change instantly. What? Oh my, it is a real honor to meet you, Director Na. I've heard many rumors about you from the Chungmuro directors. People say you are a master of filming fast-paced action scenes. Kang In nodded. Yes. Jin-wook's eyes lit up with hope. If you don't mind, could you help with our action scenes as well? We will pay you handsomely. He still didn't fully understand his intention. What do I need to do? Jin-wook continued to explain. We're filming the scene where Li Bao is snatched by a bag snatcher. You will be the stunt double for the main actor. Ride a bicycle past, stop calmly, catch the robber, then vanish. The villain just has to run away and you handle the rest. He was surprised. That's all? Jin-wook nodded. Yes, I know that. Just then Yoha smiled and suggested. Director, can I do a cameo? His eyes brightened. Really? Of course, you are very welcome. This made Yoha happy, thinking, I get to film with Kang In again. Suddenly a voice rang out. I don't like that. Baojio slowly walked over, face annoyed, reproaching. Ms. Yoha, please don't join this time. The remark made Yoha freeze. What? Immediately, the system sent a notification. Database search in progress. Name, Lee Burr, a supporting actress in this movie. She's had a few other notable roles. She personally likes the movie 1000-Year Rookie Love the most. Kang In suddenly thought, 1000-Year Love? Baojio heard this and was startled, blank-faced. Oh my god, have you seen 1000-Year Love? The system continued to inform. Even though it was a small role, her acting was highly rated. He still didn't understand the current situation, while Bao Jio changed her attitude. Hold on, are you a fan of mine? I'm also a fan of director Na. At this moment, Yoha interrupted, trying to cut into the conversation. How close are you to Kang In that you call yourself a fan? Bao Jio replied annoyingly. So what? Everyone in the industry knows he's #1 in martial arts and cooking. Yoha was even more annoyed. Do you expect me to believe that? Bao Jio didn't forget to smile and ask. Then give me your phone number. If you don't mind, you're exactly my type, too. Yoha immediately shouted. In your dreams. The two argued nonstop. How close am I to you that you dare speak to me like that? Who wants to use honorifics with an old classmate? Do you know where you are? Kang In realized. So they used to be in the same class. They really do look similar. Just then, a voice rang out. Stop wasting time, let's start filming. This man was the villain of the movie, also known as actor Bako. Jin Wook reminded everyone. All right, calm down, let's start filming right now. Everyone nodded. Yes. Looking at Kang In's figure in front of him, actor Ba Jio thought to himself. So I just need to run, and he'll handle the rest. I can play the bad guy, but I'm also an action specialist. Lin felt something wasn't quite right. Let's see what this guy's level really is. Director Wook's voice rang out. Ready, action? Bao Jio quickly got into position, walking down the street, and she smiled expectantly. Just finish submitting this and my life will change instantly. This USB contains 3 years of work if someone snatches it. No, forget it, that won't happen. Submit it quickly and go home to sleep. What a beautiful day. No sooner had he finished speaking than actor Ba Jio snatched the bag, and her face froze, realizing something was wrong. Her face frozen, realizing something was wrong, and unfortunately, she tripped and fell, looking absolutely pathetic, crying out. It hurts so much, someone help. She was crying like a child, and right at that moment, the familiar bicycle slowly appeared, with Kang In pedaling hard toward them. In just a short time, he had almost caught up to actor Burr's speed. The system quickly reported, cameras are all set, I'll help capture the best angles. Kang In silently agreed, and seeing his agile speed made actor Ba Jio startle in surprise. If this bastard runs this fast, he'll ruin the script, and on top of that, he doesn't even care about the camera. Damn it, he's fast. Kang In's speed gradually caught up to him. With no other choice, actor Ba Jio decided to pull a trick, ready to use his ultimate move. While everyone was still watching, actor Ba Jio immediately popped a wheelie. Heading forward, with top-tier skills, a scene that left Jin Wook and Yuha frozen for a moment, exclaiming, that's too much. Finally, he was able to pull away from Kang In. Why can't I copy that? The camera must have caught it. Kang In continued to ask the system. Jai In, did you see that? The system nodded in confirmation. Of course. While everyone was still worried, Kang In steered the bicycle to jump into the air, and even pulled a better wheelie than actor Ba Jio just did. Feeling it still wasn't enough, he continuously did a few flips in midair, finally landing securely and stomping hard on the bike. Kang In didn't even bother riding up to the railing, instead jumping directly onto the roof of the park. His riding skills were incredibly skillful, with the bike thrown into the air, and his body jumping high forward, aiming straight at director Ba Jio, who was pedaling away. Kang In's decisive punch slowly appeared. Realizing the situation wasn't good, actor Ba Jio hurriedly shouted a warning. Don't try to copy me, you'll smash your face. Immediately, his bag and helmet flew into the air, while the bicycle was kicked aside. Finally, he was completely taken down by Kang In. After completing the mission, Kang In slowly turned his head, and noticing Bao Jio still sitting there motionless, he approached and handed the bag to her. Kang In didn't say much, simply took his bike and left. Bao Jio's eyes immediately lit up. He was exactly her type. The scene ended, making director Wook remember something, and he hurriedly pushed his glasses up and shouted, "Cut." Bao Jio hurriedly spoke up. Director, I'm sorry, I forgot my lines. I was supposed to say thank you for saving me. But his expression was incredibly happy. It's okay, it still fits. You've improved a lot, Bao Jio. Right at this moment, the others rushed toward actor Ba Jio. Are you okay? You got thrown right out, you all right? His face was still blank as he lay there. It feels like falling onto freshly washed laundry drying in the sun, soft and comfortable. Action director Na Kang In, I really respect you, the people around asked in surprise. Did you hit your head, sir? I saw it clearly, that was a smooth landing. On this side, director Wook was so moved he started crying. Mr. Na Kang In, thank you so much. If possible, we'd like to add more action scenes with your direction. Would that be okay? The screenwriter hurried to announce. That's a wrap. Right then, Yuha became bewildered. What? Kang In Oppa disappeared. Jin Wook heard that and also felt extremely regretful. Oh my god, I wanted to edit and reshoot immediately. Bao Jio also felt sad. Oh man, I didn't even get his number. Why is everyone so obsessed? Kang In Oppa is going to take over the world. In a blink of an eye, time shifted to the next day at the gym, and Kang In walked into the place marveling. It's so big. The system spoke up. Perfect for starting the Roll Owl program. The group of people saw him and were incredibly happy. Hello, Coach Na. Namso and everyone else stood there, waiting expectantly. We're really looking forward to your teaching. He walked over slowly. You guys are here really early, huh? Everyone nodded. Of course, we even warmed up beforehand. The two men quickly introduced themselves. I'm bodyguard Bajio Zongi. I'm bodyguard Minonghai. The last guy was a bit cold as he introduced. I'm Section Chief Kim. In intelligence, you can just call me Chief Kim. Kang In instinctively remembered the man named Manager Kim. The system chatted in surprise. It seems all the section chiefs Kim around here are a bit strange. He sighed and shook his head. Forget it. The group quickly bowed to Kang In, hopping for his help, and the system immediately signaled. All right, let's get rolling today, Owl, he agreed. I assume everyone has a martial arts background. Show me what you've got. Namso asked curiously. Yes, what should we do first? He took off his shirt and threw it aside. While everyone was still bewildered, he had already entered a ready-to-attack state. Simple as that, any martial art is fine, just attack. Namso was startled. So who goes first? He answered immediately. All four of you at once. The four stood frozen. What? Kang In's expression was extremely confident as he declared. I said all four. Seeing him say that, everyone suddenly fell silent, and Namso decided to follow, thinking to himself. Looking down on us, thinking we're easy targets. His eyes clearly revealed his determination to take him down. All four quickly got into their ready positions. Just then, Donghai bowed his head, lunged forward with incredible speed, determined to take Kang In down. Seeing Donghai had made his move, the others hurriedly lunged to attack. Kang In's gaze gently swept over each person. He was able to easily handle Donghai in just a few seconds. When Sundi attacked with a determined face, Kang In gently blocked the attack, used a countermove, then decisively punched Zungi straight in the body before he could react, sending him crashing to the ground in pain. Taking advantage of the moment he wasn't paying attention, Section Chief Kim behind him tried to sneak an attack, but Kang In quickly turned around and gripped him tight. Everything happened so fast that he hadn't even reacted before being thrown backward by Kang In. After handling Section Chief Kim, Namso was the last one to lunge. Don't think that's the end? His eyes were now filled with determination. Too bad his attack had many openings, which Kang In easily dodged, and he even landed a punch right in his stomach. After a long period of training, Namso tried to counterattack. A proud smile bloomed on his face. Namso grabbed Kang In's hand and remarked seriously, your knuckles are still too soft. Faced with this comment, Kang In just remained silent. The next scene left everyone frozen. Using only one hand, Kang In lifted Namso into the air. His face instantly froze for a second. No way I was. When performing this action, Kang In's face became extremely serious. And just like that, in a short time, all four had been completely taken down by Kang In. He stood there looking at the current state of everyone. After assessing, he spoke slowly. Everyone, is this really all you've got? His voice held a hint of sarcasm. These words made everyone look at Kang In with intense anger, but they couldn't do anything. Even so, they didn't give up and lunged to attack again. Seeing that, Kang In entered a combat state once more. Time passed, and the place echoed with sounds of pain. No matter how many times they were handled by Kang In, they still wouldn't give up, until Namso slowly spoke up, his face swollen from being beaten. We can't beat you. All four quickly knelt in front of Kang In. With this level, why aren't you a professional fighter? At this level, you could crush world champions. System Jai-in was speechless. I don't know if the host could pass a doping test. Kang In calmly explained to the four of them. I don't enjoy those competitions, so we're done warming up, right? Let's move on to the basics. All four faces became unbelievably blank. So what was that just now? He replied calmly. That was just a guide, now the real part starts. Their voices were filled with despair. Please spare us. Sometime later, the scene shifted to a beer bar in the city. Everyone held large glasses of beer, chatting happily. Thanks for the meal. Should try the beer flavor, it's great. Adiam smiled as she chatted. Mr. Kang In, you're such a good person, you even treated us to chicken and beer. Seo Anghon added. And pizza too, thank you. If Kang In Opa made the chicken himself, it would probably be even better. She nodded excitedly. That's right, next time you make chicken and pizza for us. Kang In explained seriously. If you pay, I'll make it. Remembering something, she quickly pulled out her phone. That's right, has everyone seen this? The movie Blue Sky. Everyone heard that and discussed excitedly. The movie filmed right in front of our internet cafe. It's out, they must have filmed it in a rush. Kang In's action scenes are trending. Yuha heard that and turned in surprise. Kang In, you're acting again? He explained seriously. I was free, so I participated. Seeing his performance in the movie made Adiam incredibly admiring. Insane. Is that bike wheel CG? He shook his head. No, that's a real scene on the phone screen showing my skill level. Seo Anghon seriously explained to her. The bike wheel can spin on its own. Her eyes became expectant. Awesome, he kept looking at the phone screen. Sister Yuha is in the movie too. Kang In nodded in confirmation. She had a cameo. Yuha approached curiously. Let me see. Watching this movie scene made everyone continuously discuss it. Her argument with Lee Boer was so realistic. Those two have had bad blood in real life too. They've been arguing for ages. Really, it exploded back when they were in school. It probably wasn't acting. I see. Kang In remembered something. Right, I have something I need to give her. He quickly stood up, walked outside. I have business, so I'll pay and go first. Everyone heard that and was startled. What, leaving again? Always so busy. On this side, Yuha suddenly received a call from Kangin. She hurriedly sat up to answer. Kangin, what's up? He said from the other end of the line. I'm eating chicken and beer with the kids. I was reminded of you. This made her thoughtful. What? You called me because you were reminded of me while drinking. His face became serious. Actually, I remembered I have something to give you. She was curious. What is it? He didn't seem to want to say, only responding. You'll know when we meet. This made her extremely annoyed. Just tell me, don't keep me curious. Where should we meet, so I can prepare? Kangin quickly informed her. I'm coming near your place. Hearing this, Yuha didn't hesitate and nodded in agreement. Sometime later, she hurriedly ran toward him. Have you been waiting long? Kangin shook his head. No. She sighed, looking at herself. I was doing chores, so I'm a bit late. I didn't even have time to put on makeup. Jaein spoke up from the side. What a lie, you clearly put on a lot of makeup. Kangin quickly handed her a bag. Here, take it. She accepted it with both hands, bewildered. What is this? His face suddenly became serious. He didn't say a word. While she was still waiting expectantly, he spoke slowly. Underwear. Time seemed to stop in this place. Upon hearing that, Yoha's face flushed bright red and she shrieked. What on earth? Kangin quickly cautioned her. Hey, don't go making a scene for the whole neighborhood to hear. In response, Yoha's mouth kept flapping uncontrollably. Are you crazy? Why are you suddenly handing me underwear out here? Kangin glanced to the side and explained. It's not underwear, it's base layer clothing. At this point, Yoha calmed down slightly, though her voice still carried a hint of embarrassment. That's still underwear, though. She then noticed a slight difference in the items she had received. But hey, why did you buy so many? And why are they so heavy? Kangin explained. Even though the weight has been reduced, it's still steel, so it can't be made any lighter. Upon imagining a set of steel underwear, she became confused. Oppa, don't tell me you have some weird hobbies. Kangin warned her. Shut up, just open it and take a look. Sure enough, after taking it out of the bag, Yoha was holding a lightweight body armor set. She muttered, this isn't underwear, it's... Kangin interrupted her. Right, it's bulletproof armor. Yoha asked, is this the thing you wore on the ship that day? Kangin nodded. Exactly, it's that one. His reply made Yoha go completely calm, as if she had been doused in cold water. I really thought it was underwear. Turning back, Kangin, having finished delivering the gift, immediately turned to leave. Before he could walk away completely, Yoha waved him down. Hey, wait, hold on a second. Our movie just hit 10 million views. There's a celebration party tomorrow night. Director Teeman told me to tell you because you weren't picking up your phone. Kangin just nodded to show he had heard. This made Yoha want to punch him a few times. Well, sleep well then. It took me an hour just to get my makeup done. Kangin didn't pay it any mind. Sleep well, see you tomorrow. Time flew by until the following evening. At that moment, a party was being held on the rooftop of the building. Director Teeman's voice echoed. Haha. If I had made this movie all by myself, I would have probably run away halfway through. But thanks to everyone by my side, I can be called a 10 million view director today. Thank you all so much. By this point, he had started to sob, forcing a subordinate next to him to rush over and comfort him. The director is drunk. On the other side, the group of young friends was happily taking celebration photos. Oh my God, taking photos with these handsome actors makes me look like a squid. Come on, what are you saying, Director Hyung-chan? You're handsome too. That's right, that's right. They suddenly remembered something. Hey, I heard you're writing a script, planning to debut as a director. Hyung-chan scratched his head awkwardly. Haha, no concrete plans yet, I'm just writing a script. When asked what the movie was titled, he revealed. The title is Gate of Destiny. That name caught Kangin's ears. Immediately, a reminder from the system came through. The movie title matches the 2082 classic masterpiece, Gate of Destiny, by director Byun Hyung-chan, which was once recommended viewing for military personnel. The reminder left Kangin slightly stunned. Jian, didn't you say you didn't have the movie file? Jian immediately clarified. I only have the movie recommendation list. Director Hyung-chan. Gate of Destiny is on the list of classic masterpieces. Unaware of Kangin's inner thoughts, the group continued to discuss the film. Is Gate of Destiny something like Gate of the Heart? Hyung-chan explained. No, it's not a door, it's a spear. Everyone cheered upon hearing it was an action movie, and Hyung-chan admitted there were quite a few action scenes. That's right. The content revolves around a spear discovered as an ancient artifact. The film revolves around current events related to the artifact and things that happened hundreds of years ago. The group was once again impressed. If you're filming the past as well, it must cost a fortune, Hyung-chan admitted. That's true. That's why I'm debating whether to cut the past segment and just recount it through dialogue. Jian's voice echoed in Kangin's head again. The introduction to the 2032 masterpiece, Gate of Destiny, contains the line, past and present blend together. This prompted Kangin to offer a reminder. You can't skip the past segment. The structure that weaves the past and present is what makes the film great. Hyung-chan laughed upon hearing this. If Kangin says so, it might actually be a success. Kangin confirmed. It will receive a lot of praise. Taking this opportunity, the director invited the main character to join. Then, If I really make this movie, could you help me with the action scenes, Kang In? And please forget about what happened that day. I just misjudged the situation, haha. He gave an awkward laugh. Thankfully, Kang In didn't hold it against him. It's fine. Jian suggested to Kang In, being part of a blockbuster is an opportunity, take it. Upon hearing this, the lead actor didn't hesitate anymore. If it's just helping with the action, then sure. Hyung Chan was moved to tears. Thank you so much. Beside them, the other two quickly raised their hands to volunteer. Director, send me that script too. I want to be the lead. I'll hop on the Kang In Express. Director Hyung Chan didn't decline. I always welcome talented actors. I'll send it via email. While the group was having a great time, a drone suddenly appeared from high above. It slowly approached the group. Everything was controlled by two strangers from afar. One of them spoke up. Does filming this actually make money? The one in green responded. Don't underestimate the power of images. Do you see those reporters? They're swarming because the photos sell well, but they aren't allowed inside. So if we film with a drone, it'll definitely sell. Hearing this, the other didn't hesitate. Sure, hee, let's split the profits 50-50. Unfortunately for them, just before the drone flew high up, Kang In had already received a notification from Jian about its appearance. He turned his head and quickly analyzed the situation. So reporters aren't allowed in today, so they're using a drone to take photos. Jian asked him, want to shoot it down? Kang In declined. If the drone falls, passers-by could get hurt. It's best to just leave it be. However, at that moment, the brown-haired guy also noticed the drone and pointed it out to warn everyone. There's a drone. Everyone looked toward the sky in unison. Is that a drone? Oh my God, who sent a drone here? Isn't flying a drone in Seoul against the law? Should we shoot it down? Another person countered. No, it's dangerous. Someone could get hurt. We have to be careful. The angriest person was naturally director Teeman. Damn it, a drone? Are these jerks making fun of me? We have to catch it. Here I am trying to enjoy a party, and they dare bring that thing here. With that, the director got into a baseball pitching stance. His hand gripped the bottle of alcohol he was holding. Then he used all his strength to throw it straight at the drone flying in the sky. The impact was perfectly accurate, shattering the bottle upon collision. Even the main character was slightly surprised, when immediately after, the drone exploded in the sky above.